This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to inquire how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 21. St. Ewold's Parsonage. When Mr. Harding and Mrs. Bold reached the rectory on the following morning, the Archdeacon and his friend were at St. Ewold's. They had gone over that the new vicar might inspect his church and be introduced to the squire, and were not expected back before dinner. Mr. Harding rambled out by himself, and strolled, as was his wont at Plumstead, about the lawn and round the church, and as he did so, the two sisters naturally fell into conversation about Barchester. There was not much sisterly confidence between them. Mrs. Grantly was 10 years older than Eleanor, and had been married while Eleanor was yet a child. They had never, therefore, poured into each other's ears their hopes and loves, and now that one was a wife and the other a widow, it was not probable that they would begin to do so. They lived too much asunder to be able to fall into that kind of intercourse which makes confidence between sisters almost a necessity. And moreover, that which is so easy at 18 is often very difficult at 28. Mrs. Grantly knew this, and did not therefore expect confidence from her sister, and yet she longed to ask her whether in real truth Mr. Slope was agreeable to her. It was by no means difficult to turn the conversation to Mr. Slope. That gentleman had become so famous at Barchester, had so much to do with all clergymen connected with the city, and was so specially concerned in the affairs of Mr. Harding, that it would have been odd if Mr. Harding's daughters had not talked about him. Mrs. Grantly was soon abusing him, which she did with her whole heart, and Mrs. Bold was nearly as eager to defend him. She positively disliked the man, would have been delighted to learn that he had taken himself off so that she should never see him again, had indeed almost a fear of him, and yet she constantly found herself taking his part. The abuse of other people, an abuse of a nature that she felt to be unjust, imposed this necessity on her, and at last made Mr. Slope's defence an habitual cause of argument with her. From Mr. Slope the conversation turned to the Stanhopes, and Mrs. Grantly was listening with some interest to Eleanor's account of the family, when it dropped out that Mr. Slope made one of the party. "What?" said the lady of the rectory. "Was Mr. Slope there too?" Eleanor merely replied that such had been the case. "Why, Eleanor, he must be very fond of you, I think. He seems to follow you everywhere." Even this did not open Eleanor's eyes. She merely laughed, and said that she imagined Mr. Slope found other attraction at Dr. Stanhope's. And so they parted. Mrs. Grantly felt quite convinced that the odious match would take place, and Mrs. Bold as convinced that the unfortunate chaplain, disagreeable as he must be allowed to be, was more sinned against than sinning. The Archdeacon, of course, heard before dinner that Eleanor had remained the day before in Barchester with the view of meeting Mr. Slope, and that she had so met him. He remembered how she had positively stated that there were to be no guests at the Stanhopes, and he did not hesitate to accuse her of deceit. Moreover, the fact, or rather presumed fact, of her being deceitful on such a matter, spoke but too plainly in evidence against her, as to her imputed crime of receiving Mr. Slope as a lover. "I am afraid that anything we can do will be too late," said the Archdeacon. "I own I am fairly surprised. I never liked your sister's taste with regard to men, but still I did not give her credit for Ugh!" "And so soon too," said Mrs. Grantly, who thought more perhaps of her sister's indecorum in having a lover before she had put off her weeds, than her bad taste in having such a lover as Mr. Slope. "Well, my dear, I shall be sorry to be harsh, or to do anything that can hurt your father, but positively neither that man nor his wife shall come within my doors." Mrs. Grantly sighed, and then attempted to console herself and her lord by remarking that after all the thing was not accomplished yet. Now that Eleanor was at Plumstead, much might be done to wean her from her fatal passion. Poor Eleanor! The evening passed off without anything to make it remarkable. Mr. Arabin discussed the parish of St. Ewold with the archdeacon, and Mrs. Grantly and Mr. Harding, who knew the personages of the parish, joined in. Eleanor also knew them, but she said little. Mr. Arabin did not apparently take much notice of her, and she was not in a humour to receive at that time, with any special grace, any special favourite of her brother-in-law. Her idea on reaching her bedroom was that a much pleasanter family party might be met at Dr. Stanhope's than at the rectory. She began to think that she was getting tired of clergymen and their respectable, humdrum, wearisome mode of living, and that after all, people in the outer world, who had lived in Italy, London, or elsewhere, need not necessarily be regarded as atrocious and abominable. The Stanhopes, she had thought, were a giddy, thoughtless, extravagant set of people, but she had seen nothing wrong about them, and had on the other hand found that they thoroughly knew how to make their house agreeable. It was a thousand pities, she thought, that the archdeacon should not have a little of the same savoir vivre. Mr. Arabin, as we have said, did not apparently take much notice of her, but yet he did not go to bed without feeling that he had been in company with a very pretty woman, and, as is the case with most bachelors and some married men, regarded the prospect of his month's visit at Plumstead in a pleasanter light when he learnt that a very pretty woman was to share it with him. Before they all retired, it was settled that the whole party should drive over on the following day to inspect the parsonage at St. Ewold. The 3 clergymen were to discuss dilapidations, and the 2 ladies were to lend their assistance in suggesting such changes as might be necessary for a bachelor's abode. Accordingly, soon after breakfast, the carriage was at the door. There was only room for 4 inside, and the archdeacon got up on the box. Eleanor found herself opposite to Mr. Arabin, and was therefore in a manner forced into conversation with him. They were soon on comfortable terms together, and, had she thought about it, she would have thought that in spite of his black cloth, Mr. Arabin would not have been a bad addition to the Stanhope family party. Now that the archdeacon was away, they could all trifle. Mr. Harding began by telling them in the most innocent manner imaginable an old legend about Mr. Arabin's new parish. There was, he said, in the days of yore, an illustrious priestess of St. Ewold, famed throughout the whole country for curing all manner of diseases. She had a well, as all priestesses have ever had, which well was extant to this day, and shared in the minds of many of the people the sanctity which belonged to the consecrated ground of the parish church. Mr. Arabin declared that he should look on such tenets on the part of his parishioners as anything but orthodox, and Mrs. Grantly replied that she so entirely disagreed with him as to think that no parish was in a proper state that had not its priestess as well as its priest. The duties are never well done, said she, unless they are so divided. I suppose, papa, said Eleanor, that in the olden times the priestess bore all the sway herself. Mr. Arabin perhaps thinks that such might be too much the case now, if a sacred lady were admitted within the parish. I think, at any rate, said he, that it is safer to run no such risk. No priestly pride has ever exceeded that of sacerdotal females. A very lowly curate I might perhaps essay to rule, but a curatess would be sure to get the better of me. There are certainly examples of such accidents happening, said Mrs. Grantly. They do say that there is a priestess at Barchester who is very imperious in all things touching the altar. Perhaps the fear of such a fate as that is before your eyes. When they were joined by the archdeacon on the gravel before the vicarage, they descended again to grave dulness. Not that Archdeacon Grantly was a dull man, but his frolic humours were of a cumbrous kind, and his wit, when he was witty, did not generally extend itself to his auditory. On the present occasion he was soon making speeches about wounded roofs and walls, which he declared to be in want of some surgeon's art. There was not a partition he did not tap, nor a block of chimneys that he did not narrowly examine. All water pipes, flues, cisterns, and sewers underwent an investigation, and he even descended, in the care of his friend, so far as to bore sundry boards in the floors with a bradawl. Mr. Arabin accompanied him through the rooms, trying to look wise in such domestic matters, and the other 3 also followed. Mrs. Grantly showed that she had not herself been priestess of a parish 20 years for nothing, and examined the bells and window panes in a very knowing way. You will at any rate have a beautiful prospect out of your own window, if this is to be your private sanctum," said Eleanor. She was standing at the lattice of a little room upstairs, from which the view certainly was very lovely. It was from the back of the vicarage, and there was nothing to interrupt the eye between the house and the glorious grey pile of the cathedral. The intermediate ground, however, was beautifully studded with timber. In the immediate foreground ran the little river which afterwards skirted the city, and just to the right of the cathedral the pointed gables and chimneys of Hiram's Hospital peeped out of the elms which encompassed it. "Yes," said he, joining her, "I shall have a beautifully complete view of my adversaries. I shall sit down before the hostile town and fire away at them at a very pleasant distance. I shall just be able to lodge a shot in the hospital, should the enemy ever get possession of it, and as for the palace, I have it within full range." "I never saw anything like you clergymen," said Eleanor. "You are always thinking of fighting each other." "Either that," said he, "or else supporting each other. The pity is that we cannot do the one without the other." "But are we not here to fight? Is not ours a church militant? What is all our work but fighting, and hard fighting, if it be well done?" "But not with each other." "That is as it may be. The same complaint which you make of me for battling with another clergyman of our own church, the Mohammedan would make against me for battling with the error of a priest of Rome. Yet surely you would not be inclined to say that I should be wrong to do battle with such as him. A pagan, too, with his multiplicity of gods, would think it equally odd that the Christian and the Mohammedan should disagree." "Ah, but you wage your wars about trifles so bitterly." "Wars about trifles," said he, "are always bitter, especially among neighbours. When the differences are great, and the parties comparative strangers, men quarrel with courtesy. What combatants are ever so eager as two brothers?" "But do not such contentions bring scandal on the Church?" "More scandal would fall on the Church if there were no such contentions. We have but one way to avoid them, that of acknowledging a common head of our Church, whose word on all points of doctrine shall be authoritative. Such a termination of our difficulties is alluring enough. It has charms which are irresistible to many, and all but irresistible, I own, to me." "You speak now of the Church of Rome?" said Eleanor. "No," said he, "not necessarily of the Church of Rome, but of a Church with a head. Had it pleased God to vouchsafe to us such a Church, our path would have been easy. But easy paths have not been thought good for us." He paused and stood silent for a while, thinking of the time when he had so nearly sacrificed all he had, his powers of mind, his free agency, the free running waters of his mind's fountain, his very inner self, for an easy path in which no fighting would be needed. And then he continued: "What you say is partly true. Our contentions do bring on us some scandal. The outer world, though it constantly reviles us for our human infirmities, and throws in our teeth the fact that, being clergymen, we are still no more than men, demands of us that we should do our work with godlike perfection. There is nothing godlike about us. We differ from each other with the acerbity common to man. We triumph over each other with human frailty. We allow differences on subjects of divine origin to produce among us antipathies and enmities which are anything but divine. This is all true, but what would you have in place of it? There is no infallible head for a church on earth. The dream of believing man has been tried, and we see in Italy and in Spain what has come of it. Grant that there are, and have been, no bickerings within the pale of the Pope's Church. Such an assumption would be utterly untrue, but let us grant it, and then let us say which Church has incurred the heavier scandals." There was a quiet earnestness about Mr Arabin, as he half acknowledged and half defended himself from the charge brought against him, which surprised Eleanor. She had been used all her life to listen to clerical discussion, but the points at issue between the disputants had so seldom been of more than temporal significance as to have left on her mind no feeling of reverence for such subjects. There had always been a hard worldly leaven of the love either of income or of power in the strains she had heard. There had been no panting for the truth, no aspirations after religious purity. It had always been taken for granted by those around her that they were indubitably right, that there was no ground for doubt, that the hard uphill work of ascertaining what the duty of a clergyman should be had already been accomplished in full, and that what remained for an active militant parson to do was to hold his own against all comers. Her father, it is true, was an exception to this, but then he was so essentially anti-militant in all things that she classed him in her own mind apart from all others. She had never argued the matter within herself, or considered whether this common tone was or was not faulty, but she was sick of it without knowing she was so, and now she found, to her surprise, and not without a certain pleasurable excitement, that this newcomer among them spoke in a manner very different from that to which she was accustomed. "It is so easy to condemn," said he, continuing the thread of his thoughts. "I know no life that must be so delicious as that of a writer for newspapers, or a leading member of the opposition, to thunder forth accusations against men in power, to show up the worst side of everything that is produced, to pick holes in every coat, to be indignant, sarcastic, jocose, moral, or supercilious, to damn with faint praise, or crush with open calumny. What can be so easy as this, when the critic has to be responsible for nothing? You condemn what I do, but put yourself in my position and do the reverse, and then see if I cannot condemn you." "Oh, Mr Arabin, I do not condemn you." "Pardon me, you do, Mrs Bold. You, as one of the world. You are now the opposition member. You are now composing your leading article, and well and bitterly you do it. 'Let dogs delight to bark and bite,' you fitly begin with an eloquent quotation. But if we are to have a church at all, in heaven's name let the pastors who preside over it keep their hands from each other's throats. Lawyers can live without befouling each other's names. Doctors do not fight duels. Why is it that clergymen alone should indulge themselves in such unrestrained liberty of abuse against each other? And so you go on, reviling us for our ungodly quarrels, our sectarian propensities, and scandalous differences. It will, however, give you no trouble to write another article next week, in which we, or some of us, shall be twitted with an unseemly apathy in matters of our vocation. It will not fall on you to reconcile the discrepancy. Your readers will never ask you how the poor parson is to be urgent in season and out of season, and yet never come in contact with men who think widely differently from him. You, when you condemn this foreign treaty or that official arrangement, will have to incur no blame for the graver faults of any different measure. It is so easy to condemn, and so pleasant too, for eulogy charms no listeners as detraction does." Eleanor only half followed him in his raillery, but she caught his meaning. "I know I ought to apologise for presuming to criticise you," she said, "but I was thinking with sorrow of the ill will that has lately come among us at Barchester, and I spoke more freely than I should have done. Peace on earth and good will among men are, like heaven, promises for the future," said he, following rather his own thoughts than hers. "When that prophecy is accomplished, there will no longer be any need for clergymen." Here they were interrupted by the archdeacon, whose voice was heard from the cellar, shouting to the vicar, "Arabin, Arabin!" And then, turning to his wife, who was apparently at his elbow, "Where has he got to? This cellar is perfectly abominable. It would be murder to put a bottle of wine into it until it has been roofed, walled, and floored. How on earth old Goodenough ever got on with it, I cannot guess. But then Goodenough never did have a glass of wine that any man could drink." "What is it, archdeacon?" said the vicar, running downstairs, and leaving Eleanor above to her meditations. "This cellar must be roofed, walled, and floored," repeated the archdeacon. "Now, mind what I say, and don't let the architect persuade you that it will do. Half of these fellows know nothing about wine. The place as it is now would be damp and cold in winter, and hot and muggy in summer. I wouldn't give a straw for the best wine that ever was vinted after it had lain here for a couple of years." Mr Arabin assented, and promised that the cellar should be reconstructed according to the archdeacon's receipt. "And Arabin, look here, was such an attempt at a kitchen grate ever seen?" "The grate is really very bad," said Mrs Grantly. "I'm sure the priestess won't approve of it when she is brought home to the scene of her future duties. Really, Mr Arabin, No priestess accustomed to such an excellent well as that above could put up with such a grate as this. If there must be a priestess at St Ewold's at all, Mrs Grantly, I think we will leave her to her well, and not call down her divine wrath on any of the imperfections rising from our human poverty. However, I own I am amenable to the attractions of a well-cooked dinner, and the grate shall certainly be changed." By this time the archdeacon had again ascended, and was now in the dining room. "Arabin," said he, speaking in his usual loud clear voice, and with that tone of dictation which was so common to him, "you must positively alter this dining room; that is, remodel it altogether. Look here, it's just 16 feet by 15. Did any man ever hear of a dining room of such proportions?" And the archdeacon stepped the room long ways and crossways with ponderous steps, as though a certain amount of ecclesiastical dignity could be imparted even to such an occupation as that by the manner of doing it. "Barely 16. You may call it a square." "It would do very well for a round table," suggested the ex-warden. Now there was something peculiarly unorthodox in the archdeacon's estimation of the idea of a round table. He had always been accustomed to a goodly board of decent length, comfortably elongating itself according to the number of guests, nearly black with perpetual rubbing, and bright as a mirror. Now round dinner tables are generally of oak, or else of such new construction as not to have acquired the peculiar hue which was so pleasing to him. He connected them with what he called the nasty new-fangled method of leaving a cloth on the table, as though to warn people that they were not to sit long. In his eyes there was something democratic and parvenu in a round table. He imagined that dissenters and calico printers chiefly used them, and perhaps a few literary lions more conspicuous for their wit than their gentility. He was a little flurried at the idea of such an article being introduced into the diocese by a protégé of his own, and at the instigation of his father-in-law. "A round dinner table," said he, with some heat, "is the most abominable article of furniture that was ever invented. I hope that Arabin has more taste than to allow such a thing in his house." Poor Mr Harding felt himself completely snubbed, and of course said nothing further. But Mr Arabin, who had yielded submissively in the small matters of the cellar and the kitchen grate, found himself obliged to oppose reforms which might be of a nature too expensive for his pocket. "But it seems to me, archdeacon, that I can't very well lengthen the room without pulling down the wall; and if I pull down the wall I must build it up again. Then if I throw out a bow on this side I must do the same on the other; and if I do it for the ground floor I must carry it up to the floor above. That will be putting a new front to the house, and will cost, I suppose, a couple of £100. The ecclesiastical commissioners will hardly assist me when they hear that my grievance consists in having a dining room only 16 feet long." The archdeacon proceeded to explain that nothing would be easier than adding 6 feet to the front of the dining room, without touching any other room in the house. Such irregularities of construction in small country houses were, he said, rather graceful than otherwise, and he offered to pay for the whole thing out of his own pocket if it cost more than £40. Mr Arabin, however, was firm, and although the archdeacon fussed and fumed about it, would not give way. £40, he said, was a matter of serious moment to him, and his friends, if under such circumstances they would be good-natured enough to come to him at all, must put up with the misery of a square room. He was willing to compromise matters by disclaiming any intention of having a round table. "But," said Mrs Grantly, "what if the priestess insists on having both of the rooms enlarged?" "The priestess in that case must do it for herself, Mrs Grantly." "I have no doubt she will be well able to do so," replied the lady, "to do that and many more wonderful things. I am quite sure that the priestess of St Ewold, when she does come, won't come empty-handed." Mr Arabin, however, did not appear well inclined to enter into speculative expenses on such a chance as this, and therefore any material alterations in the house, the cost of which could not fairly be made to lie at the door either of the ecclesiastical commissioners or of the estate of the late incumbent, were tabooed. With this essential exception, the archdeacon ordered, suggested, and carried all points before him in a manner very much to his own satisfaction. A close observer, had there been one, might have seen that his wife had been quite as useful in the matter as himself. No one knew better than Mrs Grantly the appurtenances necessary to a comfortable house. She did not, however, think it necessary to lay claim to any of the glory which her lord and master was so ready to appropriate as his own. Having gone through their work effectually and systematically, the party returned to Plumstead, well satisfied with their expedition. End of chapter 21. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to inquire how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 22. The Thorns of Ullathorne. On the following Sunday, Mr Arabin was to read himself in at his new church. It was agreed at the rectory that the archdeacon should go over with him and assist at the reading desk, and that Mr Harding should take the archdeacon's duty at Plumstead Church. Mrs Grantly had her school and her buns to attend to, and professed that she could not be spared, but Mrs Bold was to accompany them. It was further agreed also that they would lunch at the squire's house and return home after the afternoon service. Wilfred Thorne, Esquire, of Ullathorne, was the squire of St Ewold's, or rather the squire of Ullathorne, for the domain of the modern landlord was of wider notoriety than the fame of the ancient saint. He was a fair specimen of what that race has come to in our days, which a century ago was, as we are told, fairly represented by Squire Western. If that representation be a true one, few classes of men can have made faster strides in improvement. Mr Thorne, however, was a man possessed of a quite sufficient number of foibles to lay him open to much ridicule. He was still a bachelor, being about 50, and was not a little proud of his person. When living at home at Ullathorne, there was not much room for such pride, and therefore he always looked like a gentleman, and like that which he certainly was, the first man in his parish. But during the month or 6 weeks which he annually spent in London, he tried so hard to look like a great man there also, which he certainly was not, that he was put down as a fool by many at his club. He was a man of considerable literary attainment in a certain way, and on certain subjects. His favourite authors were Montaigne and Burton, and he knew perhaps more than any other man in his own county and the next to it of the English essayists of the last 2 centuries. He possessed complete sets of the Idler, the Spectator, the Tatler, the Guardian, and the Rambler, and would discourse by hours together on the superiority of such publications to anything which has since been produced in all our Edinburghs and Quarterlies. He was a great proficient in all questions of genealogy, and knew enough of almost every gentleman's family in England to say of what blood and lineage were descended all those who had any claim to be considered as possessors of any such luxuries. For blood and lineage he himself had a most profound respect. He counted back his own ancestors to some period long antecedent to the Conquest, and could tell you, if you would listen to him, how it had come to pass that they, like Cedric the Saxon, had been permitted to hold their own among the Norman barons. It was not, according to his showing, on account of any weak complaisance on the part of his family towards their Norman neighbours. Some Ealfried of Ullathorne once fortified his own castle, and held out. Not only that, but the then existing cathedral of Barchester also, against one Geoffrey de Burgh, in the time of King John. And Mr Thorne possessed the whole history of the siege written on vellum, and illuminated in a most costly manner. It little signified that no one could read the writing, as had that been possible, no one could have understood the language. Mr Thorne could, however, give you all the particulars in good English, and had no objection to do so. It would be unjust to say that he looked down on men whose families were of recent date. He did not do so. He frequently consorted with such, and had chosen many of his friends from among them. But he looked on them as great millionaires are apt to look on those who have small incomes, as men who have Sophocles at their fingers' ends regard those who know nothing of Greek. They might doubtless be good sort of people, entitled to much praise for virtue, very admirable for talent, highly respectable in every way, but they were without the one great good gift. Such was Mr. Thorne's way of thinking on the matter. Nothing could atone for the loss of good blood. Nothing could neutralise its good effects. Few indeed were now possessed of it, but the possession was on that account the more precious. It was very pleasant to hear Mr. Thorne descant on this matter. Were you in your ignorance to surmise that such a one was of good family because the head of his family was a baronet of an old date, he would open his eyes with a delightful look of affected surprise, and modestly remind you that baronetcies only dated from James the First. He would gently sigh if you spoke of the blood of the Fitzgeralds and de Burghs, would hardly allow the claims of the Howards and the Lowthers, and has before now alluded to the Talbots as a family who had hardly yet achieved the full honours of a pedigree. In speaking once of a widespread race whose name had received the honours of 3 coronets, scions from which sat for various constituencies, some one of whose members had been in almost every cabinet formed during the present century, a brilliant race such as there are few in England, Mr. Thorne had called them all dirt. He had not intended any disrespect to these men. He admired them in many senses, and allowed them their privileges without envy. He had merely meant to express his feeling that the streams which ran through their veins were not yet purified by time to that perfection, had not become so genuine an ichor, as to be worthy of being called blood in the genealogical sense. When Mr. Arabin was first introduced to him, Mr. Thorne had immediately suggested that he was one of the Arabins of Uphill Stanton. Mr. Arabin replied that he was a very distant relative of the family alluded to. To this Mr. Thorne surmised that the relationship could not be very distant. Mr. Arabin assured him that it was so distant that the families knew nothing of each other. Mr. Thorne laughed his gentle laugh at this, and told Mr. Arabin that there was now existing no branch of his family separated from the parent stock at an earlier date than the reign of Elizabeth, and that therefore Mr. Arabin could not call himself distant. Mr. Arabin himself was quite clearly an Arabin of Uphill Stanton. "But," said the vicar, "Uphill Stanton has been sold to the De Greys, and has been in their hands for the last 50 years. "And when it has been there 150, if it unluckily remains there so long," said Mr. Thorne, "your descendants will not be a whit less entitled to describe themselves as being of the family of Uphill Stanton. Thank God, no De Grey can buy that, and thank God, no Arabin and no Thorne can sell it." In politics, Mr. Thorne was an unflinching conservative. He looked on those 53 Trojans who, as Mr. Dodd tells us, censured free trade in November 1852, as the only patriots left among the public men of England. When that terrible crisis of free trade had arrived, when the repeal of the Corn Laws was carried by those very men whom Mr. Thorne had hitherto regarded as the only possible saviours of his country, he was for a time paralysed. His country was lost. But that was comparatively a small thing. Other countries had flourished and fallen, and the human race still went on improving under God's providence. But now all trust in human faith must be for ever at an end. Not only must ruin come, but it must come through the apostasy of those who had been regarded as the truest of true believers. Politics in England, as a pursuit for gentlemen, must be at an end. Had Mr. Thorne been trodden under foot by a Whig, he could have borne it as a Tory and a martyr. But to be so utterly thrown over and deceived by those he had so earnestly supported, so thoroughly trusted, was more than he could endure and live. He therefore ceased to live as a politician, and refused to hold any converse with the world at large on the state of the country. Such were Mr. Thorne's impressions for the first 2 or 3 years after Sir Robert Peel's apostasy. But by degrees his temper, as did that of others, cooled down. He began once more to move about, to frequent the bench and the market, and to be seen at dinners, shoulder to shoulder with some of those who had so cruelly betrayed him. It was a necessity for him to live, and that plan of his for avoiding the world did not answer. He, however, and others around him who still maintained the same staunch principles of protection, men like himself who were too true to flinch at the cry of a mob, had their own way of consoling themselves, They were, and felt themselves to be, the only true depositories left of certain Eleusinian mysteries, of certain deep and wondrous services of worship by which alone the gods could be rightly approached. To them, and them only, it was now given to know these things and to perpetuate them, if that might still be done, by the careful and secret education of their children. We have read how private and peculiar forms of worship have been carried on from age to age in families which to the outer world have apparently adhered to the services of some ordinary church. And so by degrees it was with Mr. Thorne. He learnt at length to listen calmly while protection was talked of as a thing dead, although he knew within himself that it was still quick with a mystic life. Nor was he without a certain pleasure that such knowledge, though given to him, should be debarred from the multitude. He became accustomed to hear, even among country gentlemen, that free trade was after all not so bad, and to hear this without dispute, although conscious within himself that everything good in England had gone with his old Palladium. He had within him something of the feeling of Cato, who gloried that he could kill himself because Romans were no longer worthy of their name. Mr. Thorne had no thought of killing himself, being a Christian and still possessing his 4,000 a year, but the feeling was not on that account the less comfortable. Mr. Thorne was a sportsman, and had been active, though not outrageous, in his sports. Previous to the great downfall of politics in his county, he had supported the hunt by every means in his power. He had preserved game till no goose or turkey could show a tail in the parish of St. Ewold's. He had planted gorse covers with more care than oaks and larches. He had been more anxious for the comfort of his foxes than of his ewes and lambs. No meet had been more popular than at Ullathorne. No man's stables had been more liberally open to the horses of distant men than Mr. Thorne's. No man had said more, written more, or done more to keep the club up. The theory of protection could expand itself so thoroughly in the practices of a county hunt. But when the great ruin came, when the noble master of the Barsetshire hounds supported the recreant minister in the House of Lords, and basely surrendered his truth, his manhood, his friends, and his honour for the hope of a garter, then Mr. Thorne gave up the hunt. He did not cut his covers, for that would have not been the act of a gentleman. He did not kill his foxes, for that, according to his light, would have been murder. He did not say that his covers should not be drawn, or his earth stopped, for that would have been illegal, according to the by-laws prevailing among country gentlemen. But he absented himself from home on the occasion of every meet at Ullathorne, left the covers to their fate, and could not be persuaded to take his pink coat out of his press, or his hunters out of his stable. This lasted for 2 years, and then by degrees he came round. He first appeared at a neighbouring meet on a pony, dressed in his shooting coat as though he had trotted in by accident. Then he walked up one morning on foot to see his favourite gorse drawn, and when his groom brought his mare out by chance, he did not refuse to mount her. He was next persuaded by one of the immortal 53 to bring his hunting materials over to the other side of the county, and take a fortnight with the hounds there, and so gradually he returned to his old life. But in hunting, as in other things, he was only supported by an inward feeling of mystic superiority to those with whom he shared the common breath of outer life. Mr. Thorne did not live in solitude at Ullathorne. He had a sister who was 10 years older than himself, and who participated in his prejudices and feelings so strongly that she was a living caricature of all his foibles. She would not open a modern quarterly, did not choose to see a magazine in her drawing-room, and would not have polluted her fingers with a shred of the Times for any consideration. She spoke of Addison, Swift, and Steele as though they were still living, regarded Defoe as the best-known novelist of his country, and thought of Fielding as a young but meritorious novice in the fields of romance. In poetry she was familiar with names as late as Dryden, and had once been seduced into reading The Rape of the Lock, but she regarded Spenser as the purest type of her country's literature in this line. Genealogy was her favourite insanity. Those things which are the pride of most genealogists were to her contemptible. Arms and mottos set her beside herself. Ealfried of Ullathorne had wanted no motto to assist him in cleaving to the brisket Geoffrey de Burgh, and Ealfried's great-grandfather, the gigantic Ullafrid, had required no other arms than those which nature gave him to hurl from the top of his own castle a cousin of the base invading Norman. To her all modern English names were equally insignificant. Hengist, Horsa, and such like, had for her ears the only true savour of nobility. She was not contented unless she could go beyond the Saxons, and would certainly have christened all her children, had she had children, by the names of the ancient Britons. In some respects she was not unlike Scott's Ulrica, and had she been given to cursing, she would certainly have done so in the names of Mister, Skogula, and Zernebock, not having submitted to the embraces of any polluting Norman, as poor Ulrica had done, and having assisted no parricide. The milk of human kindness had not curdled in her bosom. She never cursed, therefore, but blessed rather. This, however, she did in a strange, uncouth Saxon manner that would have been unintelligible to any peasants but her own. As a politician, Miss Thorne had been so thoroughly disgusted with public life by the base deeds long antecedent to the Corn Law question, that had but little moved her. In her estimation her brother had been a fast young man, hurried away by a too ardent temperament into democratic tendencies. Now happily he was brought to sounder views by seeing the iniquity of the world. She had not yet reconciled herself to the Reform Bill, and still groaned in spirit over the defalcations of the Duke as touching the Catholic emancipation. If asked whom she thought the Queen should take as her counsellor, she would probably have named Lord Eldon, and when reminded that that venerable man was no longer present in the flesh to assist us, she would probably have answered with a sigh that none now could help us but the dead. In religion, Miss Thorne was a pure Druidess. We would not have it understood by that she did actually in these latter days assist at any human sacrifices, or that she was in fact hostile to the Church of Christ. She had adopted the Christian religion as a milder form of the worship of her ancestors, and always appealed to her doing so as evidence that she had no prejudices against reform, when it could be shown that reform was salutary. This reform was the most modern of any to which she had as yet acceded, it being presumed that British ladies had given up their paint and taken to some sort of petticoats before the days of St. Augustine. That further feminine step in advance, which combines paint and petticoats together, had not found a votary in Miss Thorne. But she was a Druidess in this, that she regretted she knew not what in the usages and practices of her church. She sometimes talked and constantly thought of good things gone by, though she had but the faintest idea of what those good things had been. She imagined that a purity had existed which was now gone, that a piety had adorned our pastors and a simple docility our people, for which it may be feared history gave her but little true warrant. She was accustomed to speak of Cranmer as though he had been the firmest and most simple-minded of martyrs, and of Elizabeth as though the pure Protestant faith of her people had been the one anxiety of her life. It would have been cruel to undeceive her, had it been possible, but it would have been impossible to make her believe that the one was a time-serving priest, willing to go to any length to keep his place, and that the other was at heart a papist, with this sole proviso, that she should be her own pope. And so Miss Thorne went on, sighing and regretting, looking back to the divine right of kings as the ruling axiom of a golden age, and cherishing, low down in the bottom of her heart of hearts, a dear unmentioned wish for the restoration of some exiled Stuart. Who would deny her the luxury of her sighs, or the sweetness of her soft regrets? In her person and her dress she was perfect, and well she knew her own perfection. She was a small, elegantly made old woman, with a face from which the glow of her youth had not departed without leaving some streaks of a roseate hue. She was proud of her colour, proud of her grey hair, which she wore in short crisp curls peering out all round her face from her dainty white lace cap. To think of all the money that she spent in lace used to break the heart of poor Mrs. Quiverful with her 7 daughters. She was proud of her teeth, which were still white and numerous, proud of her bright cheery eye, proud of her short jaunty step, and very proud of the neat, precise, small feet with which those steps were taken. She was proud also, ay, very proud, of the rich brocaded silk in which it was her custom to ruffle through her drawing-room. We know what was the custom of the Lady of Branksome. 29 knights of fame hung their shield in Branksome Hall. The Lady of Ullathorne was not so martial in her habits, but hardly less costly. She might have boasted that 29 silken skirts might have been produced in her chamber, each fit to stand alone. The 29 shields of the Scottish heroes were less independent, and hardly more potent to withstand any attack that might be made on them. Miss Thorne, when fully dressed, might be said to have been armed cap à pie, and she was always fully dressed, as far as was ever known to mortal man. For all this rich attire, Miss Thorne was not indebted to the generosity of her brother. She had a very comfortable independence of her own, which she divided among juvenile relatives, the milliners, and the poor, giving much the largest share to the latter. It may be imagined, therefore, that with all her little follies she was not unpopular. All her follies have, we believe, been told. Her virtues were too numerous to describe, and not sufficiently interesting to deserve description. While we are on the subject of the Thornes, one word must be said of the house they lived in. It was not a large house, nor a fine house, nor perhaps to modern ideas a very commodious house, but by those who love the peculiar colour and peculiar ornaments of genuine Tudor architecture, it was considered a perfect gem. We beg to own ourselves among the number, and therefore take this opportunity to express our surprise that so little is known by English men and women of the beauties of English architecture. The ruins of the Colosseum, the Campanile at Florence, St. Mark's, Cologne, the Bourse, and Notre Dame are with our tourists as familiar as household words, but they know nothing of the glories of Wiltshire, Dorsetshire, and Somersetshire. Nay, we much question whether many noted travellers, men who have pitched their tents perhaps under Mount Sinai, are not still ignorant that there are glories in Wiltshire, Dorsetshire, and Somersetshire. We beg that they will go and see. Mr. Thorne's house was called Ullathorne Court, and was properly so called, for the house itself formed two sides of a quadrangle, which was completed on the other two sides by a wall about 20 feet high. This wall was built of cut stone, rudely cut indeed, and now much worn, but of a beautiful, rich, tawny yellow colour, the effect of that stone crop of minute growth which it had taken 3 centuries to produce. The top of this wall was ornamented by huge round stone balls of the same colour as the wall itself. Entrance into the court was had through a pair of iron gates, so massive that no one could comfortably open or close them. Consequently, they were rarely disturbed. From the gateway 2 paths led obliquely across the court, that to the left reaching the hall door, which was in the corner made by the angle of the house, and that to the right leading to the back entrance, which was at the further end of the longer portion of the building. With those who are now adepts at contriving house accommodation, it will militate much against Ullathorne Court that no carriage could be brought to the hall door. If you enter Ullathorne at all, you must do so, fair reader, on foot, or at least in a bath chair. No vehicle drawn by horses ever comes within that iron gate. But this is nothing to the next horror that will encounter you. On entering the front door, which you do by no very grand portal, you find yourself immediately in the dining room. "What, no hall?" exclaims my luxurious friend, accustomed to all the comfortable appurtenances of modern life. Yes, kind sir, a noble hall, if you will but observe it. A true old English hall of excellent dimensions for a country gentleman's family, but, if you please, no dining parlour. Both Mr. and Miss Thorne were proud of this peculiarity of their dwelling, though the brother was once all but tempted by his friends to alter it. They delighted in the knowledge that they, like Cedric, positively dined in their true hall, even though they so dined tête-à-tête. But though they had never owned, they had felt and endeavoured to remedy the discomfort of such arrangement. A huge screen partitioned off the front door and a portion of the hall, and from the angle so screened off a second door led into a passage which ran along the larger side of the house, next to the courtyard. Either my reader or I must be a bad hand at topography, if it be not clear that the great hall forms the ground floor of the smaller portion of the mansion, that which was to your left as you entered the iron gate, and that it occupies the whole of this wing of the building. It must be equally clear that it looks out on a trim mown lawn, through 3 quadrangular windows with stone mullions, each window divided into a larger portion at the bottom and a smaller portion at the top, and each portion again divided into 5 by perpendicular stone supporters. There may be windows which give a better light than such as these, and it may be, as my utilitarian friend observes, that the giving of light is the desired object of a window. I will not argue the point with him, indeed I cannot, but I shall not the less die in the assured conviction that no sort or description of window is capable of imparting half so much happiness to mankind as that which had been adopted at Ullathorne Court. "What, not an oriel?" says Miss Diana de middle-age. "No, Miss Diana, not even an oriel, beautiful as is an oriel window. It has not about it so perfect a feeling of quiet English homely comfort. Let oriel windows grace a college, or the half-public mansion of a potent peer, but for the sitting-room of quiet country ladies, of ordinary homely folk, nothing can equal the square mullioned windows of the Tudor architects." The hall was hung round with family female insipidities by Lely, and unprepossessing male thorns in red coats by Kneller, each thorn having been let into a panel in the wainscoting in the proper manner. At the further end of the room was a huge fireplace, which afforded much ground of difference between the brother and sister. An antiquated grate that would hold about 100 weight of coal had been stuck on to the hearth by Mr. Thorne's father. This hearth had of course been intended for the consumption of wood faggots, and the iron dogs for the purpose were still standing, though half buried in the masonry of the grate. Miss Thorne was very anxious to revert to the dogs. The dear good old creature was always glad to revert to anything, and had she been systematically indulged, would doubtless in time have reflected that fingers were made before forks, and have reverted accordingly. But in the affairs of the fireplace Mr. Thorne would not revert. Country gentlemen around him all had comfortable grates in their dining rooms. He was not exactly the man to have suggested a modern usage, but he was not so far prejudiced as to banish those which his father had prepared for his use. Mr. Thorne had, indeed, once suggested that with very little contrivance the front door might have been altered so as to open at least into the passage. But on hearing this, his sister Monica, such was Miss Thorne's name, had been taken ill, and had remained so for a week. Before she came downstairs, she received a pledge from her brother that the entrance should never be changed in her lifetime. At the end of the hall, opposite to the fireplace, a door led into the drawing-room, which was of equal size, and lighted with precisely similar windows. But yet the aspect of the room was very different. It was papered, and the ceiling, which in the hall showed the old rafters, was whitened and finished with a modern cornice. Miss Thorne's drawing-room, or, as she always called it, withdrawing-room, was a beautiful apartment. The windows opened on to the full extent of the lovely trim garden. Immediately before the windows were plots of flowers in stiff, stately, stubborn little beds, each bed surrounded by a stone coping of its own. Beyond, there was a low parapet wall on which stood urns and images, fauns, nymphs, satyrs, and a whole tribe of Pan's followers. And then again, beyond that, a beautiful lawn sloped away to a sunk fence, which divided the garden from the park. Mr. Thorne's study was at the end of the drawing-room, and beyond that were the kitchen and the offices. Doors opened into both Miss Thorne's withdrawing-room and Mr. Thorne's sanctum from the passage above alluded to, which, as it came to the latter room, widened itself so as to make space for the huge black oak stairs which led to the upper regions. Such was the interior of Ullathorne Court. But having thus described it, perhaps somewhat too tediously, we beg to say that it is not the interior to which we wish to call the English tourist's attention, though we advise him to lose no legitimate opportunity of becoming acquainted with it in a friendly manner. It is the outside of Ullathorne that is so lovely. Let the tourist get admission at least into the garden, and fling himself on that soft sward just opposite to the exterior angle of the house. He will there get the double frontage, and enjoy that which is so lovely, the expanse of architectural beauty without the formal dullness of one long line. It is the colour of Ullathorne that is so remarkable. It is all of that delicious tawny hue which no stone can give unless it has on it the vegetable richness of centuries. Strike the wall with your hand, and you will think that the stone has on it no covering, but rub it carefully, and you will find that the colour comes off upon your finger. No colourist has ever yet worked from a palette that has been able to come up to this rich colouring of years crowding themselves on years. Ullathorne is a high building for a country house, for it possesses 3 stories, and in each story the windows are of the same sort as that described, though varying in size, and varying also in their lines athwart the house. Those of the ground floor are all uniform in size and position, but those above are irregular both in size and place, and this irregularity gives a bizarre and not unpicturesque appearance to the building. Along the top, on every side, runs a low parapet, which nearly hides the roof, and at the corners are more figures of fawns and satyrs. Such is Ullathorne House, but we must say one word of the approach to it, which shall include all the description which we mean to give of the church also. The picturesque old church of St. Ewold's stands immediately opposite to the iron gates which open into the court, and is all but surrounded by the branches of the lime trees which form the avenue leading up to the house from both sides. This avenue is magnificent, but it would lose much of its value in the eyes of many proprietors by the fact that the road through it is not private property. It is a public lane between hedgerows, with a broad grass margin on either side of the road from which the lime trees spring. Ullathorne Court, therefore, does not stand absolutely surrounded by its own grounds, though Mr. Thorne is owner of all the adjacent land. This, however, is the source of very little annoyance to him. Men, when they are acquiring property, think much of such things, but they who live where their ancestors have lived for years do not feel the misfortune. It never occurred either to Mr. or Miss Thorne that they were not sufficiently private, because the world at large might, if it so wished, walk or drive by their iron gates. That part of the world which availed itself of the privilege was, however, very small. Such, a year or 2 since, were the Thornes of Ullathorne. Such, we believe, are the inhabitants of many an English country home. May it be long before their number diminishes. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23, Barchester Towers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Anita Roy Dobbs, Boston, January 2007. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 23. Mr. Arabin reads himself in at St. Ewold's. On the Sunday morning the Archdeacon with his sister-in-law and Mr. Arabin drove over to Ullathorne, as had been arranged. On their way thither the new vicar declared himself to be considerably disturbed in his mind at the idea of thus facing his parishioners for the first time. He had, he said, been always subject to mauvaise honte, and an annoying degree of bashfulness, which often unfitted him for any work of a novel description, and now he felt this so strongly that he feared he should acquit himself badly at St. Ewold's reading desk. He knew, he said, that those sharp little eyes of Miss Thorne would be on him, and that they would not approve. All this the Archdeacon greatly ridiculed. He himself knew not, and had never known, what it was to be shy. He could not conceive that Miss Thorne, surrounded as she would be by the peasants of Ullathorne and a few of the poorer inhabitants of the suburbs of Barchester, could in any way affect the composure of a man well accustomed to address the learned congregation of St. Mary's at Oxford, and he laughed accordingly at the idea of Mr. Arabin's modesty. Thereupon Mr. Arabin commenced to subtilize, The change, he said, from St. Mary's to St. Ewold's was quite as powerful on the spirits as would be that from St. Ewold's to St. Mary's. Would not a peer, who by chance of fortune might suddenly be driven to herd among navvies, be as afraid of the jeers of his companions as would any navvy suddenly exalted to a seat among the peers? Whereupon the Archdeacon declared with a loud laugh that he would tell Miss Thorne that her new minister had likened her to a navvy. Eleanor, however, pronounced such a conclusion to be unfair. A comparison might be very just in its proportions, which did not at all assimilate the things compared. But Mr. Arabin went on subtilizing, regarding neither the Archdeacon's raillery nor Eleanor's defence. A young lady, he said, would execute with most perfect self-possession a difficult piece of music in a room crowded with strangers, who would not be able to express herself in intelligible language even on an ordinary subject and among her most intimate friends, if she were required to do so standing on a box somewhat elevated among them. It was all an affair of education, and he, at 40, found it difficult to educate himself anew. Eleanor dissented on the matter of the box, and averred she could speak very well about dresses or babies or legs of mutton from any box, provided it were big enough for her to stand upon without fear, even though all her friends were listening to her. The Archdeacon was sure she would not be able to say a word, but this proved nothing in favour of Mr. Arabin. Mr. Arabin said that he would try the question out with Mrs. Bold, and get her on a box some day when the rectory might be full of visitors. To this Eleanor assented, making condition that the visitors should be of their own set, and the Archdeacon cogitated in his mind whether, by such a condition, it was intended that Mr. Slope should be included, resolving also that, if so, the trial would certainly never take place in the rectory drawing-room at Plumstead. And so, arguing, they drove up to the iron gates of Ullathorne Court. Mr. and Miss Thorne were standing ready-dressed for church in the hall, and greeted their clerical visitors with cordiality. The Archdeacon was an old favourite. He was a clergyman of the old school, and this recommended him to the lady. He had always been an opponent of free trade, as long as free trade was an open question, and now that it was no longer so, he, being a clergyman, had not been obliged, like most of his lay Tory companions, to read his recantation. He could therefore be regarded as a supporter of the Immaculate 53, and was on this account a favourite with Mr. Thorne. The little bell was tinkling, and the rural population of the parish were standing about the lane, leaning on the church stile and against the walls of the old court, anxious to get a look at their new minister as he passed from the house to the rectory. The Archdeacon's servant had already preceded them thither with the vestments. They all went forth together, and when the ladies passed into the church, the three gentlemen tarried a moment in the lane, that Mr. Thorne might name to the vicar, with some kind of one-sided introduction, the most leading among his parishioners. Here are our churchwardens, Mr. Arabin, Farmer Greenacre, and Mr. Stiles. Mr. Stiles has the mill as you go into Barchester, and very good churchwardens they are. Not very severe, I hope, said Mr. Arabin. The two ecclesiastical officers touched their hats, and each made a leg in the approved rural fashion, assuring the vicar that they were very glad to have the honour of seeing him, and adding that the weather was very good for the harvest. Mr. Stiles, being a man somewhat versed in town life, had an impression of his own dignity, and did not quite like leaving his pastor under the erroneous idea that he, being a churchwarden, kept the children in order during church time. 'Twas thus he understood Mr. Arabin's allusion to his severity, and hastened to put matters right by observing that Sexton Clodheave looked to the young uns, and perhaps sometimes there may be a thought too much stick going on during sermon. Mr Arabin's bright eye twinkled as he caught that of the archdeacon, and he smiled to himself as he observed how ignorant his officers were of the nature of their authority, and of the surveillance which it was their duty to keep, even over himself. It was enough to put a man a little out, let him have been ever so much used to pulpit reading, to see the knowing way in which the farmers cocked their ears and set about a mental criticism as to whether their new minister did or did not fall short of the excellence of him who had lately departed from them. A mental and silent criticism it was for the existing moment, but soon to be made public among the elders of St Ewold's over the green graves of their children and forefathers. The excellence, however, of poor old Mr. Goodenough had not been wonderful, and there were few there who did not deem that Mr. Arabin did his work sufficiently well, in spite of the slightly nervous affliction which at first impeded him, and which nearly drove the archdeacon beside himself. But the sermon was the thing to try the man. It often surprises us that very young men can muster courage to preach for the first time to a strange congregation. Men who are as yet but little more than boys, who have but just left what indeed they may not call a school, but a seminary intended for their tuition as scholars, whose thoughts have been mostly of boating, cricketing, and wine parties, ascend a rostrum high above the heads of the submissive crowd, not that they may read God's words to those below, but that they may preach their own word for the edification of their hearers. It seems strange to us that they are not stricken dumb by the new and awful solemnity of their position. How am I, just turned 23, who have never yet passed 10 thoughtful days since the power of thought first came to me, how am I to instruct these greybeards, who, with the weary thinking of so many years, have approached so near the grave? Can I teach them their duty? Can I explain to them that which I so imperfectly understand, that which years of study may have made so plain to them? Has my newly acquired privilege as one of God's ministers imparted to me as yet any fitness for the wonderful work of a preacher? It must be supposed that such ideas do occur to young clergymen, and yet they overcome, apparently with ease, this difficulty which to us appears to be all but insurmountable. We have never been subjected in the way of ordination to the power of a bishop's hands. It may be that there is in them something that sustains the spirit and banishes the natural modesty of youth. But for ourselves we must own that the deep affection which Dominie Sampson felt for his young pupils has not more endeared him to us than the bashful spirit which sent him mute and inglorious from the pulpit when he rose there with the futile attempt to preach God's gospel. There is a rule in our church which forbids the younger order of our clergymen to perform a certain portion of the service. The absolution must be read by a minister in priest's orders. If there be no such minister present, the congregation can have the benefit of no absolution, but that which each may succeed in administering to himself. The rule may be a good one, though the necessity for it hardly comes home to the general understanding, but this forbearance on the part of youth would be much more appreciated if it were extended likewise to sermons. The only danger would be that congregations would be too anxious to prevent their young clergymen from advancing themselves in the ranks of the ministry. Clergymen who could not preach would be such blessings that they would be bribed to adhere to their incompetence. Mr. Arabin, however, had not the modesty of youth to impede him, and he succeeded with his sermon even better than with the lessons. He took for his text 2 verses out of the 2nd epistle of St. John. Whosoever transgresseth and abideth not in the doctrine of Christ hath not God. He that abideth in the doctrine of Christ, He hath both the Father and the Son. If there come any unto you, and bring not this doctrine, receive him not into your house, neither bid him Godspeed. He told them that the house of theirs to which he alluded was this their church, in which he now addressed them for the first time, that their most welcome and proper manner of bidding him Godspeed would be their patient obedience to his teaching of the gospel, but that he could put forward no claim to such conduct on their part, unless he taught them the great Christian doctrine of works and faith combined. On this he enlarged, but not very amply, and after 20 minutes succeeded in sending his new friends home to their baked mutton and pudding, well pleased with their new minister. Then came the lunch at Ullathorne. As soon as they were in the hall, Miss Thorne took Mr Arabin's hand, and assured him that she received him into her house, into the temple, she said, in which she worshipped, and bade him Godspeed with all her heart. Mr Arabin was touched, and squeezed the spinster's hand without uttering a word in reply. Then Mr Thorne expressed a hope that Mr Arabin found the church well adapted for articulation, and Mr Arabin having replied that he had no doubt he should as soon as he had learnt to pitch his voice to the building, they all sat down to the good things before them. Miss Thorne took special care of Mrs Bold. Eleanor still wore her widow's weeds, and therefore had about her that air of grave and sad maternity, which is the lot of recent widows. This opened the soft heart of Miss Thorne, and made her look on her young guest as though too much could not be done for her. She heaped chicken and ham upon her plate, and poured out for her a full bumper of port wine. When Eleanor, who was not sorry to get it, had drunk a little of it, Miss Thorne at once essayed to fill it again. To this Eleanor objected, but in vain. Miss Thorne winked and nodded and whispered, saying that it was the proper thing and must be done, and that she knew all about it. And so she desired Mrs Bold to drink it up and not mind anybody. "It is your duty, you know, to support yourself," she said into the ear of the young mother. "There's more than yourself depending upon it." And thus she coshered up Eleanor with cold fowl and port wine. How is it that poor men's wives, who have no cold fowl and port wine on which to be coshered up, nurse their children without difficulty, whereas the wives of rich men, who eat and drink everything that is good, cannot do so? We will for the present leave to the doctors and the mothers to settle between them. And then Miss Thorne was great about teeth. Little Johnny Bold had been troubled for the last few days with his first incipient masticator, and with that freemasonry which exists among ladies, Miss Thorne became aware of the fact before Eleanor had half finished her wing. The old lady prescribed at once a receipt which had been much in vogue in the young days of her grandmother, and warned Eleanor with solemn voice against the fallacies of modern medicine. "Take his coral, my dear," said she, "and rub it well with carrot juice. Rub it till the juice dries on it, and then give it to him to play with." "But he hasn't got a coral," said Eleanor. "Not got a coral?" said Miss Thorne with almost angry vehemence. "Not got a coral? How can you expect that he should cut his teeth? Have you got Daffy's elixir?" Eleanor explained that she had not. It had not been ordered by Mr Rerechild, the Barchester doctor whom she employed, and then the young mother mentioned some shockingly modern succedaneum which Mr Rerechild's new lights had taught him to recommend. Miss Thorne looked awfully severe. "Take care, my dear," said she, "that the man knows what he's about. Take care he doesn't destroy your little boy. But," and she softened into sorrow as she said it, and spoke more in pity than in anger, "but I don't know who there is in Barchester now that you can trust. Poor dear old Dr Bumpwell, indeed." "Why, Miss Thorne, he died when I was a little girl." "Yes, my dear, he did, and an unfortunate day it was for Barchester. As to those young men that have come up since—" Mr Rerechild, by the by, was quite as old as Miss Thorne herself. "One doesn't know where they came from, or who they are, or whether they know anything about their business or not." "I think there are very clever men in Barchester," said Eleanor. "Perhaps there may be, only I don't know them. And it's admitted on all sides that medical men aren't now what they used to be. They used to be talented, observing, educated men. But now any whippersnapper out of an apothecary's shop can call himself a doctor. I believe no kind of education is now thought necessary." Eleanor was herself the widow of a medical man, and felt a little inclined to resent all these hard sayings. But Miss Thorne was so essentially good-natured that it was impossible to resent anything she said. She therefore sipped her wine and finished her chicken. "At any rate, my dear, don't forget the carrot juice, and by all means get him a coral at once. My grandmother Thorne had the best teeth in the county, and carried them to the grave with her at 80. I have heard her say it was all the carrot juice. She couldn't bear the Barchester doctors. Even poor old Dr. Bumpwell didn't please her." It clearly never occurred to Miss Thorne that some 50 years ago Dr. Bumpwell was only a rising man, and therefore as much in need of character in the eyes of the then ladies of Ullathorne as the present doctors were in her own. The archdeacon made a very good lunch, and talked to his host about turnip drillers and new machines for reaping, while the host, thinking it only polite to attend a stranger, and fearing that perhaps he might not care about turnip crops on a Sunday, mooted all matters of ecclesiastical subjects. "I never saw a heavier lot of wheat, Thorne, than you've got there in that field beyond the copse." "I suppose that's guano," said the archdeacon. "Yes, guano. I get it from Bristol myself. You'll find you often have a tolerable congregation of Barchester people out here, Mr Arabin. They are very fond of St Ewold's, particularly of an afternoon when the weather is not too hot for the walk." "I am under an obligation to them for staying away today, at any rate," said the vicar. "The congregation can never be too small for a maiden sermon." "I got 1.5 tons at Bradley's in High Street," said the archdeacon, "and it was a complete take-in. I don't believe there was 5 hundredweight of guano in it." "That Bradley never has anything good," said Miss Thorne, who had just caught up the name during her whisperings with Eleanor. "And such a nice shop as there used to be in that very house before he came. Wilfrid, don't you remember what good things old Ambeloff used to have?" "There have been 3 men since Ambeloff's time," said the archdeacon, "and each as bad as the other. But who gets it for you at Bristol, Thorne? I ran up myself this year and bought it out of the ship. I'm afraid as the evenings get shorter, Mr Arabin, you'll find the reading desk too dark. I must send a fellow with an axe and have him lop off some of those branches." Mr Arabin declared that the morning light, at any rate, was perfect, and deprecated any interference with the lime trees. And then they took a stroll out among the trim parterres, and Mr Arabin explained to Mrs Bold the difference between a naiad and a dryad, and dilated upon vases and the shapes of urns. Miss Thorne busied herself among her pansies, and her brother, finding it quite impracticable to give anything of a peculiarly Sunday tone to the conversation, abandoned the attempt and had it out with the archdeacon about the Bristol guano. At 3 o'clock they again went into church, and now Mr Arabin read the service and the archdeacon preached. Nearly the same congregation was present, with some adventurous pedestrians from the city, who had not thought the heat of the midday August sun too great to deter them. The archdeacon took his text from the epistle to Philemon. I beseech thee for my son Onesimus, whom I have begotten in my bonds. From such a text it may be imagined the kind of sermon which Dr Grantly preached, and on the whole it was neither dull nor bad, nor out of place. He told them that it had become his duty to look about for a pastor for them, to supply the place of one who had been long among them, and that in this manner he regarded as a son him whom he had selected, as St. Paul had regarded the young disciple whom he sent forth. Then he took a little merit to himself for having studiously provided the best man he could, without reference to patronage or favour, but he did not say that the best man according to his views was he who was best able to subdue Mr Slope, and make that gentleman's situation in Barchester too hot to be comfortable. As to the bonds, they had consisted in the exceeding struggle which he had made to get a good clergyman for them. He deprecated any comparison between himself and St. Paul, but said that he was entitled to beseech them for their goodwill towards Mr Arabin, in the same manner that the apostle had besought Philemon and his household with regard to Onesimus. The archdeacon's sermon, text, blessing, and all, was concluded within the half-hour. Then they shook hands with their Ullathorne friends and returned to Plumstead. 'Twas thus that Mr Arabin read himself in at St Ewold's. End of chapter 23.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. Barchester Towers, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 24. Mr Slope manages matters very cleverly at Puddingdale. The next 2 weeks passed pleasantly enough at Plumstead. The whole party there assembled seemed to get on well together. Eleanor made the house agreeable, and the archdeacon and Mr Grantly seemed to have forgotten her iniquity as regarded Mr Slope. Mr Harding had his violoncello, and played to them while his daughters accompanied him. Johnny Bold, by the help either of Mr Rerechild, or else by that of his coral and carrot juice, got through his teething troubles. There had been gaieties too, of all sorts. They had dined at Ullathorne, and the Thornes had dined at the rectory. Eleanor had been duly put to stand on her box, and in that position had found herself quite unable to express her opinion on the merits of flounces, such having been the subject given to try her elocution. Mr Arabin had of course been much in his own parish, looking to the doings at his vicarage, calling on his parishioners, and taking on himself the duties of his new calling. But still he had been every evening at Plumstead, and Mrs Grantly was partly willing to agree with her husband that he was a pleasant inmate in a house. They had also been at a dinner party at Dr Stanhope's, of which Mr Arabin had made one. He also, moth-like, burnt his wings in the flames of the signora's candle. Mrs Bold too had been there, and had felt somewhat displeased with the taste, want of taste she called it, shown by Mr Arabin in paying so much attention to Madame Neroni. It was as infallible that Madeline should displease and irritate the women, as that she should charm and captivate the men. The one result followed naturally on the other. It was quite true that Mr Arabin had been charmed. He thought her a very clever and a very handsome woman. He thought also that her peculiar affliction entitled her to the sympathy of all. He had never, he said, met so much suffering joined to such perfect beauty and so clear a mind. It was thus he spoke of the signora, coming home in the archdeacon's carriage, and Eleanor by no means liked to hear the praise. It was, however, exceedingly unjust of her to be angry with Mr Arabin, as she had herself spent a very pleasant evening with Bertie Stanhope, who had taken her down to dinner, and had not left her side for one moment after the gentlemen came out of the dining room. It was unfair that she should amuse herself with Bertie, and yet begrudge her new friend his licence of amusing himself with Bertie's sister. And yet she did so. She was half angry with him in the carriage, and said something about meretricious manners. Mr Arabin did not understand the ways of women very well, or else he might have flattered himself that Eleanor was in love with him. But Eleanor was not in love with him. How many shades there are between love and indifference, and how little the graduated scale is understood! She had now been nearly 3 weeks in the same house with Mr Arabin, and had received much of his attention, and listened daily to his conversation. He had usually devoted at least some portion of his evening to her exclusively. At Dr Stanhope's he had devoted himself exclusively to another. It does not require that a woman should be in love to be irritated at this. It does not require that she should even acknowledge to herself that it is unpleasant to her. Eleanor had no such self-knowledge. She thought in her own heart that it was only on Mr Arabin's account that she regretted that he could condescend to be amused by the Signora. "I thought he had more mind," she said to herself, as she sat watching her baby's cradle on her return from the party. "After all, I believe Mr Stanhope is the pleasanter man of the two." Alas for the memory of poor John Bold! Eleanor was not in love with Bertie Stanhope, nor was she in love with Mr Arabin. But her devotion to her late husband was fast fading when she could revolve in her mind, over the cradle of his infant, the faults and failings of other aspirants to her favour. Will any one blame my heroine for this? Let him or her rather thank God for all his goodness, for his mercy endureth for ever. Eleanor in truth was not in love. Neither was Mr Arabin. Neither indeed was Bertie Stanhope, though he had already found occasion to say nearly as much as that he was. The widow's cap had prevented him from making a positive declaration, when otherwise he would have considered himself entitled to do so on a 3rd or 4th interview. It was, after all, but a small cap now, and had but little of the weeping willow left in its construction. It is singular how these emblems of grief fade away by unseen gradations. Each pretends to be the counterpart of the forerunner, and yet the last little bit of crimped white crape that sits so jauntily on the back of the head is as dissimilar to the first huge mountain of woe which disfigured the face of the weeper as the state of the Hindoo is to the jointure of the English dowager. But let it be clearly understood that Eleanor was in love with no one, and that no one was in love with Eleanor. Under these circumstances her anger against Mr Arabin did not last long, and before 2 days were over they were both as good friends as ever. She could not but like him, for every hour spent in his company was spent pleasantly, and yet she could not quite like him, for there was always apparent in his conversation a certain feeling on his part that he hardly thought it worth his while to be in earnest. It was almost as though he were playing with a child. She knew well enough that he was in truth a sober, thoughtful man, who, in some matters and on some occasions, could endure an agony of earnestness, and yet to her he was always gently playful. Could she have seen his brow once clouded, she might have learned to love him. So things went on at Plumstead, and on the whole not unpleasantly, till a huge storm darkened the horizon, and came down upon the inhabitants of the rectory with all the fury of a waterspout. It was astonishing how in a few minutes the whole face of the heavens was changed. The party broke up from breakfast in perfect harmony, but fierce passions had arisen before the evening which did not admit of their sitting at the same board for dinner. To explain this, it will be necessary to go back a little. It will be remembered that the bishop expressed to Mr Slope in his dressing-room the determination that Mr Quiverful should be confirmed in his appointment to the hospital, and that his lordship requested Mr Slope to communicate this decision to the archdeacon. It will also be remembered that the archdeacon had indignantly declined seeing Mr Slope, and had instead written a strong letter to the bishop, in which he all but demanded the situation of warden for Mr Harding. To this letter the archdeacon received an immediate formal reply from Mr Slope, in which it was stated that the bishop had received and would give his best consideration to the archdeacon's letter. The archdeacon felt himself somewhat checkmated by this reply. What could he do with a man who would neither see him nor argue with him by letter, and who had undoubtedly the power of appointing any clergyman he pleased? He had consulted with Mr Arabin, who had suggested the propriety of calling in the aid of the Master of Lazarus. If, said he, you and Dr. Gwynne formally declare your intention of waiting upon the bishop will not dare to refuse to see you; and if two such men as you are see him together, you will probably not leave him without carrying your point." The archdeacon did not quite like admitting the necessity of his being backed by the Master of Lazarus before he could obtain admission into the episcopal palace of Barchester; but still he felt that the advice was good, and he resolved to take it. He wrote again to the bishop, expressing a hope that nothing further would be done in the matter of the hospital till the consideration promised by his lordship had been given, and then sent off a warm appeal to his friend the master, imploring him to come to Plumstead and assist in driving the bishop into compliance. The master had rejoined, raising some difficulty but not declining, and the archdeacon had again pressed his point, insisting on the necessity for immediate action. Dr. Gwynne unfortunately had the gout, and could therefore name no immediate day, but still agreed to come, if it should be finally found necessary. So the matter stood, as regarded the party at Plumstead. But Mr. Harding had another friend fighting his battle for him, quite as powerful as the Master of Lazarus, and this was Mr. Slope. Though the bishop had so pertinaciously insisted on giving way to his wife in the matter of the hospital, Mr. Slope did not think it necessary to abandon his object. He had, he thought, daily more and more reason to imagine that the widow would receive his overtures favourably, and he could not but feel that Mr. Harding, at the hospital, and placed there by his means, would be more likely to receive him as a son-in-law than Mr. Harding growling in opposition and disappointment under the archdeacon's wing at Plumstead. Moreover, to give Mr. Slope due credit, he was actuated by greater motives even than these. He wanted a wife, and he wanted money, but he wanted power more than either. He had fully realised the fact that he must come to blows with Mrs. Proudie. He had no desire to remain in Barchester as her chaplain. Sooner than do so, he would risk the loss of his whole connection with the diocese. What! Was he to feel within him the possession of no ordinary talents? Was he to know himself to be courageous, firm, and, in matters where his conscience did not interfere, unscrupulous, and yet be contented to be the working factotum of a woman prelate? Mr. Slope had higher ideas of his own destiny. Either he or Mrs. Proudie must go to the wall, and now had come the time when he would try which it should be. The bishop had declared that Mr. Quiverful should be the new warden. As Mr. Slope went downstairs, prepared to see the archdeacon if necessary, but fully satisfied that no such necessity would arise, he declared to himself that Mr. Harding should be warden. With the object of carrying this point, he rode over to Puddingdale, and had a further interview with the worthy expectant of clerical good things. Mr. Quiverful was on the whole a worthy man. The impossible task of bringing up as ladies and gentlemen 14 children on an income which was insufficient to give them with decency the common necessaries of life, had an effect upon him not beneficial either to his spirit or his keen sense of honour. Who can boast that he too would have supported such a burden with a different result? Mr. Quiverful was an honest, painstaking, drudging man, anxious indeed for bread and meat, anxious for means to quiet his butcher and cover with returning smiles the now sour countenance of the baker's wife, but anxious also to be right with his own conscience. He was not careful, as another might be who sat on an easier worldly seat, to stand well with those around him, to shun a breath which might sully his name or a rumour which might affect his honour. He could not afford such niceties of conduct, such moral luxuries. It must suffice for him to be ordinarily honest, according to the ordinary honesty of the world's ways, and to let men's tongues wag as they would. He had felt that his brother clergymen, men whom he had known for the last 20 years, looked coldly on him from the first moment that he had shown himself willing to sit at the feet of Mr. Slope. He had seen that their looks grew colder still when it became bruited about that he was to be the bishop's new warden at Hiram's Hospital. This was painful enough, but it was the cross which he was doomed to bear. He thought of his wife, whose last new silk dress was 6 years in wear. He thought of all his young flock, whom he could hardly take to church with him on Sundays, for there were not decent shoes and stockings for them all to wear. He thought of the well-worn sleeves of his own black coat, and of the stern face of the draper, from whom he would fain ask for cloth to make another, did he not know that the credit would be refused him. Then he thought of the comfortable house in Barchester, of the comfortable income, of his boys sent to school, of his girls with books in their hands instead of darning needles, of his wife's face again covered with smiles, and of his daily board again covered with plenty. He thought of these things, and do thou also, reader, think of them, and then wonder, if thou canst, that Mr Slope had appeared to him to possess all these good gifts which could grace a bishop's chaplain. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings. Why, moreover, should the Barchester clergy have looked coldly upon Mr Quiverful? Had they not all shown that they regarded with complacency the loaves and fishes of their mother church? Had they not all, by some hook or crook, done better for themselves than he had done? They were not burdened as he was burdened. Dr Grantly had 5 children, and nearly as many thousands a year on which to feed them. It was very well for him to turn up his nose at a new bishop who could do nothing for him, and a chaplain who was beneath his notice; but it was cruel in a man so circumstanced to set the world against the father of 14 children because he was anxious to obtain for them an honourable support. He, Mr Quiverful, had not asked for the wardenship. He had not even accepted it till he had been assured that Mr Harding had refused it. How hard, then, that he should be blamed for doing that which, not to have done, would have argued a most insane imprudence. Thus, in this matter of the hospital poor, Mr Quiverful had his trials, and he had also his consolations. On the whole, the consolations were the more vivid of the two. The stern draper heard of the coming promotion, and the wealth of his warehouse was at Mr Quiverful's disposal. Coming events cast their shadows before, and the coming event of Mr Quiverful's transference to Barchester produced a delicious shadow in the shape of a new outfit for Mrs Quiverful and her 3 elder daughters. Such consolations come home to the heart of a man, and quite home to the heart of a woman. Whatever the husband might feel, the wife cared nothing for frowns of dean, archdeacon, or prebendary. To her the outsides and insides of her husband and 14 children were everything. In her bosom every other ambition had been swallowed up in that maternal ambition of seeing them and him and herself duly clad and properly fed. It had come to that with her that life had now no other purpose. She recked nothing of the imaginary rights of others. She had no patience with her husband when he declared to her that he could not accept the hospital unless he knew that Mr Harding had refused it. Her husband had no right to be quixotic at the expense of 14 children. The narrow escape of throwing away his good fortune which her lord had had almost paralysed her. Now indeed they had received a full promise, not only from Mr Slope, but also from Mrs Proudie. Now indeed they might reckon with safety on their good fortune. But what if all had been lost? What if her 14 bairns had been re-steeped to the hips in poverty by the morbid sentimentality of their father? Mrs Quiverful was just at present a happy woman, but yet it nearly took her breath away when she thought of the risk they had run. "I don't know what your father means when he talks so much of what is due to Mr Harding," she said to her eldest daughter. "Does he think that Mr Harding would give him £450 a year out of fine feeling? And what signifies it whom he offends as long as he gets the place? He does not expect anything better. It passes me to think how your father can be so soft while everybody around him is so griping." Thus, while the outer world was accusing Mr Quiverful of rapacity for promotion and of disregard to his honour, the inner world of his own household was falling foul of him with equal vehemence for his willingness to sacrifice their interests to a false feeling of sentimental pride. It is astonishing how much difference the point of view makes in the aspect of all that we look at. Such were the feelings of the different members of the family at Puddingdale on the occasion of Mr Slope's second visit. Mrs Quiverful, as soon as she saw his horse coming up the avenue from the vicarage gate, hastily packed up her huge basket of needlework and hurried herself and her daughter out of the room in which she was sitting with her husband. "It's Mr Slope," she said. "He's come to settle with you about the hospital. I do hope we shall now be able to move at once." And she hastened to bid the maid of all work go to the door, so that the welcome great man might not be kept waiting. Mr Slope thus found Mr Quiverful alone. Mrs Quiverful went off to her kitchen, and back settlements with anxious beating heart, almost dreading that there might be some slip between the cup of her happiness and the lip of her fruition, but yet comforting herself with the reflection that after what had taken place, any such slip could hardly be possible. Mr Slope was all smiles as he shook his brother clergyman's hand, and said that he had ridden over because he thought it right at once to put Mr Quiverful in possession of the facts of the matter regarding the wardenship of the hospital. As he spoke, the poor expectant husband and father saw at a glance that his brilliant hopes were to be dashed to the ground, and that his visitor was now there for the purpose of unsaying what on his former visit he had said. There was something in the tone of the voice, something in the glance of the eye, which told the tale. Mr Quiverful knew it all at once. He maintained his self-possession, however, smiled with a slight unmeaning smile, and merely said that he was obliged to Mr Slope for the trouble he was taking. "It has been a troublesome matter from first to last," said Mr Slope, "and the bishop has hardly known how to act. Between ourselves, but mind, this of course must go no further, Mr Quiverful." Mr Quiverful said that of course it should not. "The truth is that poor Mr Harding has hardly known his own mind. You remember our last conversation, no doubt." Mr Quiverful assured him that he remembered it very well indeed. "You will remember that I told you that Mr Harding had refused to return to the hospital." Mr Quiverful declared that nothing could be more distinct on his memory. "And acting on this refusal, I suggested that you should take the hospital," continued Mr Slope. "I understood you to say that the bishop had authorised you to offer it to me." "Did I? Did I go so far as that? Well, perhaps it may be that in my anxiety on your behalf I did commit myself further than I should have done. So far as my own memory serves me, I don't think I did go quite so far as that, but I own I was very anxious that you should get it, and I may have said more than was quite prudent." "But," said Mr Quiverful, in his deep anxiety to prove his case, "my wife received as distinct a promise from Mrs Proudie as one human being could give to another." Mr Slope smiled and gently shook his head. He meant the smile for a pleasant smile, but it was diabolical in the eyes of the man he was speaking to. "Mrs Proudie," he said, "if we are to go to what passes between the ladies in these matters, we shall really be in a nest of troubles from which we shall never extricate ourselves. Mrs Proudie is a most excellent lady, kind-hearted, charitable, pious, and in every way estimable, but, my dear Mr Quiverful, the patronage of the diocese is not in her hands." Mr Quiverful for a moment sat panic-stricken and silent. "Am I to understand, then, that I have received no promise?" he said, as soon as he had sufficiently collected his thoughts. "If you will allow me, I will tell you exactly how the matter rests. You certainly did receive a promise conditional on Mr Harding's refusal. I am sure you will do me the justice to remember that you yourself declared that you could accept the appointment on no other condition than the knowledge that Mr Harding had declined it." "Yes," said Mr Quiverful, "I did say that, certainly." "Well, it now appears that he did not refuse it." "But surely you told me, and repeated more than once, that he had done so in your hearing." "So I understood him, but it seems I was in error. But don't for a minute, Mr Quiverful, suppose that I mean to throw you over. No, having held out my hand to a man in your position, with your large family and pressing claims, I am not now going to draw it back again. I only want you to act with me fairly and honestly." "Whatever I do, I shall endeavour at any rate to act fairly," said the poor man, feeling that he had to fall back for support on the spirit of martyrdom within him. "I'm sure you will," said the other. "I'm sure you have no wish to obtain possession of an income which belongs by all right to another. No man knows better than you do Mr Harding's history, or can better appreciate his character. Mr Harding is very desirous of returning to his old position, and the bishop feels that he is at the present moment somewhat hampered, though of course he is not bound, by the conversation which took place on the matter between you and me." "Well," said Mr Quiverful, dreadfully doubtful as to what his conduct under such circumstances should be, and fruitlessly striving to harden his nerves with some of that instinct of self-preservation which made his wife so bold. "The wardenship of this little hospital is not the only thing in the bishop's gift, Mr Quiverful, nor is it by many degrees the best. And his lordship is not the man to forget any one whom he has once marked with approval. If you would allow me to advise you as a friend—" "Indeed I shall be most grateful to you," said the poor vicar of Puddingdale. "I should advise you to withdraw from any opposition to Mr Harding's claims. If you persist in your demand, I do not think you will ultimately succeed. Mr. Harding has all but a positive right to the place. But if you will allow me to inform the bishop that you decline to stand in Mr. Harding's way, I think I may promise you, though by the by it must not be taken as a formal promise, that the bishop will not allow you to be a poorer man than you would have been had you become warden." Mr. Quiverful sat in his armchair, silent, gazing at vacancy. What was he to say? All this that came from Mr Slope was so true. Mr. Harding had a right to the hospital. The bishop had a great many good things to give away. Both the bishop and Mr Slope would be excellent friends and terrible enemies to a man in his position. And then he had no proof of any promise. He could not force the bishop to appoint him. "Well, Mr. Quiverful, what do you say about it?" "Oh, of course, whatever you think fit, Mr Slope. It's a great disappointment, a very great disappointment. I won't deny that I am a very poor man, Mr Slope." "In the end, Mr. Quiverful, you will find that it will have been better for you." The interview ended in Mr Slope receiving a full renunciation from Mr. Quiverful of any claim he might have to the appointment in question. It was only given verbally and without witnesses, but then the original promise was made in the same way. Mr Slope again assured him that he should not be forgotten, and then rode back to Barchester, satisfied that he would now be able to mould the bishop to his wishes. End of chapter 24.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to inquire how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 25. 14 arguments in favour of Mr. Quiverful's claims. We have most of us heard of the terrible anger of a lioness when, surrounded by her cubs, she guards her prey. Few of us wish to disturb the mother of a litter of puppies when mouthing a bone in the midst of her young family. Medea and her children are familiar to us, and so is the grief of Constance. Mrs. Quiverful, when she first heard from her husband the news which he had to impart, felt within her bosom all the rage of the lioness, the rapacity of the hound, the fury of the tragic queen, and the deep despair of the bereaved mother. Doubting, but yet hardly fearing what might have been the tenor of Mr Slope's discourse, she rushed back to her husband as soon as the front door had closed behind the visitor. It was well for Mr Slope that he so escaped. The anger of such a woman at such a moment would have cowed even him. As a general rule, it is highly desirable that ladies should keep their temper. A woman, when she storms, always makes herself ugly, and usually ridiculous also. There is nothing so odious to man as a virago. Though Theseus loved an Amazon, he showed his love but roughly, and from the time of Theseus downward, no man ever wished to have his wife remarkable rather for forward prowess than retiring gentleness. A low voice is an excellent thing in woman. Such may be laid down as a very general rule, and few women should allow themselves to deviate from it, and then only on rare occasions. But if there be a time when a woman may let her hair to the winds, when she may loose her arms and scream out trumpet-tongued to the ears of men, it is when nature calls out within her, not for her own wants, but for the wants of those whom her womb has borne, whom her breasts have suckled, for those who look to her for their daily bread as naturally as man looks to his Creator. There was nothing poetic in the nature of Mrs. Quiverful. She was neither a Medea nor a Constance. When angry, she spoke out her anger in plain words, and in a tone which might have been modulated with advantage, but she did so at any rate without affectation. Now, without knowing it, she rose to a tragic vein. "Well, my dear, we are not to have it." Such were the words with which her ears were greeted when she entered the parlour, still hot from the kitchen fire, and the face of her husband spoke even more plainly than his words. E'en such a man, so faint, so spiritless, so dull, so dead in look, so woe-begone, drew Priam's curtain in the dead of night. "What!" said she, and Mrs. Siddons could not have put more passion into a single syllable. "What? Not have it? Who says so?" And she sat opposite to her husband, with her elbows on the table, her hands clasped together, and her coarse, solid, but once handsome face stretched over it towards him. She sat as silent as death while he told his story, and very dreadful to him her silence was. He told it very lamely and badly, but still in such a manner that she soon understood the whole of it. "And so you have resigned it?" said she. "I have had no opportunity of accepting it," he replied. "I had no witnesses to Mr Slope's offer, even if that offer would bind the bishop. It was better for me, on the whole, to keep on good terms with such men than to fight for what I should never get." "Witnesses!" she screamed, rising quickly to her feet and walking up and down the room. "Do clergymen require witnesses to their words? He made the promise in the bishop's name, and if it is to be broken, I'll know the reason why. Did he not positively say that the bishop had sent him to offer you the place?" "He did, my dear, but that is now nothing to the purpose." "It is everything to the purpose, Mr Quiverful. Witnesses, indeed! And then to talk of your honour being questioned because you wish to provide for 14 children. It is everything to the purpose, and so they shall know, if I scream it into their ears from the town cross of Barchester." "You forget, Laetitia, that the bishop has so many things in his gift. We must wait a little longer, that is all." "Wait! Shall we feed the children by waiting? Will waiting put George and Tom and Sam out into the world? Will it enable my poor girls to give up some of their drudgery? Will waiting make Betsy and Jane fit even to be governesses? Will waiting pay for the things we got in Barchester last week?" "It is all we can do, my dear. The disappointment is as much to me as to you, and yet, God knows, I feel it more for your sake than my own." Mrs Quiverful was looking full into her husband's face, and saw a small hot tear appear on each of those furrowed cheeks. This was too much for her woman's heart. He also had risen, and was standing with his back to the empty grate. She rushed towards him, and seizing him in her arms, sobbed aloud upon his bosom. "You are too good, too soft, too yielding," she said at last. "These men, when they want you, they use you like a cat's paw, and when they want you no longer, they throw you aside like an old shoe. This is twice they have treated you so." "In one way this will be all for the better," argued he. "It will make the bishop feel that he is bound to do something for me." "At any rate he shall hear of it," said the lady again, reverting to her more angry mood. "At any rate he shall hear of it, and that loudly, and so shall she. She little knows Laetitia Quiverful if she thinks I will sit down quietly with the loss after all that passed between us at the palace. If there's any feeling within her, I'll make her ashamed of herself." And she paced the room again, stamping the floor as she went with her fat heavy foot. Good heavens, what a heart she must have within her to treat in such a way as this the father of 14 unprovided children. Mr Quiverful proceeded to explain that he didn't think that Mrs Proudie had anything to do with it. "Don't tell me," said Mrs Quiverful. "I know more about it than that. Doesn't all the world know that Mrs Proudie is Bishop of Barchester, and that Mr Slope is merely her creature? Wasn't it she that made me the promise? Just as though the thing was in her own particular gift. I tell you, it was that woman who sent him over here today, because for some reason of her own she wants to go back from her word. My dear, you are wrong. Now, Q, don't be so soft," she continued. "Take my word for it, the bishop no more knows about it than Jemima does." Jemima was the 2-year-old. "And if you take my advice, you'll lose no time in going over and seeing him yourself." Soft, however, as Mr Quiverful might be, he would not allow himself to be talked out of his opinion on this occasion, and proceeded with much minuteness to explain to his wife the tone in which Mr Slope had spoken of Mrs Proudie's interference in diocesan matters. As he did so, a new idea gradually instilled itself into the matron's head, and a new course of conduct presented itself to her judgment. What if, after all, Mrs Proudie knew nothing of this visit of Mr Slope's? In that case, might it not be possible that the lady would still be staunch to her in this matter, still stand her friend, and perhaps possibly carry her through in opposition to Mr Slope? Mrs Quiverful said nothing as this vague hope occurred to her, but listened with more than ordinary patience to what her husband had to say. While he was still explaining that in all probability the world was wrong in its estimation of Mrs Proudie's power and authority, she had fully made up her mind as to her course of action. She did not, however, proclaim her intention. She shook her head ominously as he continued his narration, and when he had completed, she rose to go, merely observing that it was cruel, cruel treatment. She then asked him if he would mind waiting for a late dinner instead of dining at their usual hour of 3, and having received from him a concession on this point, she proceeded to carry her purpose into execution. She determined that she would at once go to the palace, that she would do so, if possible, before Mrs Proudie could have had an interview with Mr Slope, and that she would be either submissive, piteous, or pathetic, or else indignant, violent, and exacting, according to the manner in which she was received. She was quite confident in her own power. Strengthened as she was by the pressing wants of 14 children, she felt that she could make her way through legions of episcopal servants, and force herself, if need be, into the presence of the lady who had so wronged her. She had no shame about it, no mauvaise honte, no dread of archdeacons. She would, as she declared to her husband, make her wail heard in the market-place, if she did not get redress and justice. It might be very well for an unmarried young curate to be shamefaced in such matters. It might be all right that a snug rector, really in want of nothing, but still looking for better preferment, should carry on his affairs decently under the rose. But Mrs Quiverful, with 14 children, had given over being shamefaced, and in some things had given over being decent. If it were intended that she should be ill-used in the manner proposed by Mr Slope, it should not be done under the rose. All the world should know of it. In her present mood, Mrs Quiverful was not over careful about her attire. She tied her bonnet under her chin, threw her shawl over her shoulders, armed herself with the old family cotton umbrella, and started for Barchester. A journey to the palace was not quite so easy a thing for Mrs Quiverful as for our friend at Plumstead. Plumstead is 9 miles from Barchester, and Puddingdale is but 4. But the archdeacon could order round his brougham, and his high-trotting fast bay gelding would take him into the city within the hour. There was no brougham in the coach-house of Puddingdale Vicarage, no bay-horse in the stables. There was no method of locomotion for its inhabitants but that which nature has assigned to man. Mrs Quiverful was a broad, heavy woman, not young, nor given to walking. In her kitchen and in the family dormitories she was active enough, but her pace and gait were not adapted for the road. A walk into Barchester and back in the middle of an August day would be to her a terrible task, if not altogether impracticable. There was living in the parish, about half a mile from the vicarage on the road to the city, a decent kindly farmer, well to do as regards this world, and so far mindful of the next that he attended his parish church with decent regularity. To him Mrs Quiverful had before now appealed in some of her more pressing family troubles, and had not appealed in vain. At his door she now presented herself, and having explained to his wife that most urgent business required her to go at once to Barchester, begged that Farmer Subsoil would take her thither in his tax cart. The farmer did not reject her plan, and as soon as Prince could be got into his collar, they started on their journey. Mrs Quiverful did not mention the purpose of her business, nor did the farmer alloy his kindness by any unseemly questions. She merely begged to be put down at the bridge going into the city, and to be taken up again at the same place in the course of 2 hours. The farmer promised to be punctual to his appointment, and the lady, supported by her umbrella, took the short cut to the close, and in a few minutes was at the bishop's door. Hitherto she had felt no dread with regard to the coming interview. She had felt nothing but an indignant longing to pour forth her claims, and to declare her wrongs if those claims were not fully admitted. But now the difficulty of her situation touched her a little. She had been at the palace once before, but then she went to give grateful thanks. Those who have thanks to return for favours received find easy admittance to the halls of the great. Such is not always the case with men, or even with women, who have favours to beg. Still less easy is access for those who demand the fulfilment of promises already made. Mrs. Quiverful had not been slow to learn the ways of the world. She knew all this, and she knew also that her cotton umbrella and all but ragged shawl would not command respect in the eyes of the palatial servants. If she were too humble, she knew well that she would never succeed. To overcome by imperious overbearing, with such a shawl as hers upon her shoulders, and such a bonnet on her head, would have required a personal bearing very superior to that with which nature had endowed her. Of this also Mrs. Quiverful was aware. She must make it known that she was the wife of a gentleman and a clergyman, and must yet condescend to conciliate. The poor lady knew but one way to overcome these difficulties at the very threshold of her enterprise, and to this she resorted. Low as were the domestic funds at Puddingdale, she still retained possession of £half-a-crown, and this she sacrificed to the avarice of Mrs. Proudie's metropolitan sesquipedalian serving-man. She was, she said, Mrs. Quiverful of Puddingdale, the wife of the Reverend Mr. Quiverful. She wished to see Mrs. Proudie. It was indeed quite indispensable that she should see Mrs. Proudie. James Fitzplush looked worse than dubious, did not know whether his lady were out or engaged, or in her bedroom, thought it most probable that she was subjected to one of these, or to some other cause that would make her invisible. But Mrs. Quiverful could sit down in the waiting-room while inquiry was being made of Mrs. Proudie's maid. "Look here, my man," said Mrs. Quiverful, "I must see her," and she put her card and £half-a-crown, think of it, my reader, think of it, her last £half-crown, into the man's hand, and sat herself down on a chair in the waiting-room. Whether the bribe carried the day, or whether the bishop's wife really chose to see the vicar's wife, it boots not now to inquire. The man returned, and begging Mrs. Quiverful to follow him, ushered her into the presence of the mistress of the diocese. Mrs. Quiverful at once saw that her patroness was in a smiling humour. Triumph sat throned upon her brow, and all the joys of dominion hovered about her curls. Her lord had that morning contested with her a great point. He had received an invitation to spend a couple of days with the archbishop. His soul longed for the gratification. Not a word, however, in his Grace's note alluded to the fact of his being a married man, and if he went at all, he must go alone. This necessity would have presented no insurmountable bar to the visit, or have militated much against the pleasure, had he been able to go without any reference to Mrs. Proudie. But this he could not do. He could not order his portmanteau to be packed, and start with his own man, merely telling the lady of his heart that he would probably be back on Saturday. There are men, might we not rather say monsters, who do such things, and there are wives, may we not rather say slaves, who put up with such usage. But Dr. and Mrs. Proudie were not among the number. The bishop, with some beating about the bush, made the lady understand that he very much wished to go. The lady, without any beating about the bush, made the bishop understand that she wouldn't hear of it. It would be useless here to repeat the arguments that were used on each side, and needless to record the result. Those who are married will understand very well how the battle was lost and won, and those who are single will never understand it till they learn the lesson which experience alone can give. When Mrs. Quiverful was shown into Mrs. Proudie's room, that lady had only returned a few minutes from her lord, but before she left him she had seen the answer to the archbishop's note written and sealed. No wonder that her face was wreathed with smiles as she received Mrs. Quiverful. She instantly spoke of the subject which was so near to the heart of her visitor. "Well, Mrs. Quiverful," said she, "is it decided yet when you are to move into Barchester?" That woman, as she had an hour or two since been called, became instantly re-endowed with all the graces that can adorn a bishop's wife. Mrs. Quiverful immediately saw that her business was to be piteous, and that nothing was to be gained by indignation. Nothing, indeed, unless she could be indignant in company with her patroness. "Oh, Mrs. Proudie," she began, "I fear we are not to move to Barchester at all." "Why not?" said that lady sharply, dropping at a moment's notice her smiles and condescension, and turning with her sharp quick way to business, which she saw at a glance was important. And then Mrs. Quiverful told her tale. As she progressed in the history of her wrongs, she perceived that the heavier she leant upon Mr. Slope, the blacker became Mrs. Proudie's brow, but that such blackness was not injurious to her own cause. When Mr. Slope was at Puddingdale Vicarage that morning, she had regarded him as the creature of the Lady Bishop. Now she perceived that they were enemies. She admitted her mistake to herself without any pain or humiliation. She had but one feeling, and that was confined to her family. She cared little how she twisted and turned among these newcomers at the bishop's palace, so long as she could twist her husband into the warden's house. She cared not which was her friend or which was her enemy, if only she could get this preferment which she so sorely wanted. She told her tale, and Mrs. Proudie listened to it almost in silence. She told how Mr. Slope had cozened her husband into resigning his claim, and had declared that it was the bishop's will that none but Mr. Harding should be warden. Mrs. Proudie's brow became blacker and blacker. At last she started from her chair, and, begging Mrs. Quiverful to sit and wait for her return, marched out of the room. "Oh, Mrs. Proudie, it's for 14 children, for 14 children!" Such was the burden that fell on her ear as she closed the door behind her. End of chapter 25.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 26. Mrs. Proudie wrestles and gets a fall. It was hardly an hour since Mrs. Proudie had left her husband's apartment victorious, and yet so indomitable was her courage that she now returned thither panting for another combat. She was greatly angry with what she thought was his duplicity. He had so clearly given her a promise on this matter of the hospital. He had been already so absolutely vanquished on that point. Mrs. Proudie began to feel that if every affair was to be thus discussed and battled about twice, and even thrice, the work of the diocese would be too much even for her. Without knocking at the door, she walked quickly into her husband's room, and found him seated at his office table with Mr. Slope opposite to him. Between his fingers was the very note which he had written to the Archbishop in her presence, and it was open. Yes, he had absolutely violated the seal which had been made sacred by her approval. They were sitting in deep conclave, and it was too clear that the purport of the Archbishop's invitation had been absolutely canvassed again, after it had been already debated and decided on in obedience to her behests. Mr. Slope rose from his chair and bowed slightly. The two opposing spirits looked each other fully in the face, and they knew that they were looking each at an enemy. "What is this, Bishop, about Mr. Quiverful?" said she, coming to the end of the table and standing there. Mr. Slope did not allow the bishop to answer, but replied himself. "I have been out to Puddingdale this morning, ma'am, and have seen Mr. Quiverful. Mr. Quiverful has abandoned his claim to the hospital because he is now aware that Mr. Harding is desirous to fill his old place. Under these circumstances, I have strongly advised his lordship to nominate Mr. Harding." "Mr. Quiverful has not abandoned anything," said the lady with a very imperious voice. His lordship's word has been pledged to him, and it must be respected." The bishop still remained silent. He was anxiously desirous of making his old enemy bite the dust beneath his feet. His new ally had told him that nothing was more easy for him than to do so. The ally was there now at his elbow to help him, and yet his courage failed him. It is so hard to conquer when the prestige of former victories is all against one. It is so hard for the cock who has once been beaten out of his yard to resume his courage and again take a proud place upon a dunghill. "Perhaps I ought not to interfere," said Mr Slope, "but yet—" "Certainly you ought not," said the infuriated dame. "But yet," continued Mr Slope, not regarding the interruption, "I have thought it my imperative duty to recommend the bishop not to slight Mr Harding's claims." "Mr Harding should have known his own mind," said the lady. "If Mr Harding be not replaced at the hospital, his lordship will have to encounter much ill will, not only in the diocese, but in the world at large. Besides, taking a higher ground, his lordship, as I understand, feels it to be his duty to gratify in this matter so very worthy a man and so good a clergyman as Mr Harding." "And what is to become of the Sabbath-day school, and of the Sunday services in the hospital?" said Mrs Proudie, with something very nearly approaching to a sneer on her face. "I understand that Mr Harding makes no objection to the Sabbath-day school," said Mr Slope, "and as to the hospital services, that matter will be best discussed after his appointment. If he has any permanent objection, then, I fear, the matter must rest." "You have a very easy conscience in such matters, Mr Slope," said she. "I should not have an easy conscience," he rejoined, "but a conscience very far from being easy, if anything said or done by me should lead the bishop to act unadvisedly in this matter. It is clear that in the interview I had with Mr Harding I misunderstood him." "And it is equally clear that you have misunderstood Mr Quiverful," said she, now at the top of her wrath. "What business have you at all with these interviews? Who desired you to go to Mr Quiverful this morning? Who commissioned you to manage this affair? Will you answer me, sir?" "Who sent you to Mr Quiverful this morning?" There was a dead pause in the room. Mr Slope had risen from his chair and was standing with his hand on the back of it, looking at first very solemn and now very black. Mrs Proudie was standing as she had at first placed herself, at the end of the table, and as she interrogated her foe, she struck her hand upon it with almost more than feminine vigour. The bishop was sitting in his easy chair, twiddling his thumbs, turning his eyes now to his wife and now to his chaplain, as each took up the cudgels. How comfortable it would be if they could fight it out between them without the necessity of any interference on his part. Fight it out so that one should kill the other utterly, as far as diocesan life was concerned, so that he, the bishop, might know clearly by whom it behoved him to be led. There would be the comfort of quiet in either case. But if the bishop had a wish as to which might prove the victor, that wish was certainly not antagonistic to Mr Slope. "Better the devil you know than the devil you don't know" is an old saying, and perhaps a true one. But the bishop had not yet realized the truth of it. "Will you answer me, sir?" she repeated. "Who instructed you to call on Mr Quiverful this morning?" There was another pause. "Do you intend to answer me, sir?" I think, Mrs. Proudie, that under all the circumstances it will be better for me not to answer such a question, said Mr. Slope. Mr. Slope had many tones in his voice, all duly under his command. Among them was a sanctified low tone and a sanctified loud tone. He now used the former. "Did anyone send you, sir?" "Mrs. Proudie," said Mr. Slope, "I am quite aware how much I owe to your kindness. I am aware also what is due by courtesy from a gentleman to a lady. But there are higher considerations than either of those, and I hope I shall be forgiven if I now allow myself to be actuated solely by them. My duty in this matter is to his lordship, and I can admit of no questioning but from him. He has approved of what I have done, and you must excuse me if I say that, having that approval and my own, I want none other." What horrid words were these which greeted the ear of Mrs. Proudie? The matter was indeed too clear. There was premeditated mutiny in the camp. Not only had ill-conditioned minds become insubordinate by the fruition of a little power, but sedition had been overtly taught and preached. The bishop had not yet been 12 months in his chair, and rebellion had already reared her hideous head within the palace. Anarchy and misrule would quickly follow unless she took immediate and strong measures to put down the conspiracy which she had detected. "Mr. Slope," she said with slow and dignified voice, differing much from that which she had hitherto used, "Mr. Slope, I will trouble you, if you please, to leave the apartment. I wish to speak to my lord alone." Mr. Slope also felt that everything depended on the present interview. Should the bishop now be re-petticoated, his thraldom would be complete and forever. The present moment was peculiarly propitious for rebellion. The bishop had clearly committed himself by breaking the seal of the answer to the archbishop. He had, therefore, feared to influence him. Mr. Slope had told him that no consideration ought to induce him to refuse the archbishop's invitation. He had therefore hoped to influence him. He had accepted Mr. Quiverful's resignation, and therefore dreaded having to renew that matter with his wife. He had been screwed up to the pitch of asserting a will of his own, and might possibly be carried on till by an absolute success he should have been taught how possible it was to succeed. Now was the moment for victory or rout. It was now that Mr. Slope must make himself master of the diocese, or else resign his place and begin his search for fortune again. He saw all this plainly. After what had taken place, any compromise between him and the lady was impossible. Let him once leave the room at her bidding, and leave the bishop in her hands, and he might at once pack up his portmanteau and bid adieu to episcopal honours, Mrs. Bold, and the Signora Neroni. And yet it was not so easy to keep his ground when he was bidden by a lady to go, or to continue to make a third in a party between a husband and wife, when the wife expressed a wish for a tête-à-tête with her husband. "Mr. Slope," she repeated, "I wish to be alone with my lord." "His lordship has summoned me on most important diocesan business," said Mr. Slope, glancing with uneasy eye at Dr. Proudie. He felt that he must trust something to the bishop, and yet that trust was so woefully ill-placed. "My leaving him at the present moment is I fear, impossible." "Do you bandy words with me, you ungrateful man?" said she. "My lord, will you do me the favour to beg Mr Slope to leave the room?" My lord scratched his head, but for the moment said nothing. This was as much as Mr Slope expected from him, and was, on the whole, for him an active exercise of marital rights. "My lord," said the lady, "is Mr Slope to leave this room, or am I?" Here Mrs Proudie made a false step. She should not have alluded to the possibility of retreat on her part. She should not have expressed the idea that her order for Mr Slope's expulsion could be treated otherwise than by immediate obedience. In answer to such a question, the bishop naturally said in his own mind that, as it was necessary that one should leave the room, perhaps it might be as well that Mrs Proudie did so. He did say so in his own mind, but externally he again scratched his head and again twiddled his thumbs. Mrs Proudie was boiling over with wrath. Alas, alas! Could she but have kept her temper, as her enemy did, she would have conquered as she had ever conquered. But divine anger got the better of her, as it has done of other heroines, and she fell. "My lord," said she, "am I to be vouchsafed an answer, or am I not?" At last he broke his deep silence and proclaimed himself a Slopeite. "Why, my dear," said he, "Mr Slope and I are very busy." That was all. There was nothing more necessary. He had gone to the battlefield, stood the dust and heat of the day, encountered the fury of the foe, and won the victory. How easy is success to those who will only be true to themselves! Mr Slope saw at once the full amount of his gain, and turned on the vanquished lady a look of triumph which she never forgot and never forgave. Here he was wrong. He should have looked humbly at her, and with meek entreating eye have deprecated her anger. He should have said by his glance that he asked pardon for his success, and that he hoped forgiveness for the stand which he had been forced to make in the cause of duty. So might he perchance have somewhat mollified that imperious bosom, and prepared the way for future terms. But Mr Slope meant to rule without terms. Ah, forgetful, inexperienced man! Can you cause that little trembling victim to be divorced from the woman that possesses him? Can you provide that they shall be separated at bed and board? Is he not flesh of her flesh and bone of her bone, and must he not so continue? It is very well now for you to stand your ground and triumph as she is driven ignominiously from the room. But can you be present when those curtains are drawn, when that awful helmet of proof has been tied beneath the chin, when the small remnants of the bishop's prowess shall be cowed by the tassel above his head? Can you then intrude yourself when the wife wishes to speak to my lord alone? But for the moment Mr Slope's triumph was complete, for Mrs Proudie without further parley left the room, and did not forget to shut the door after her. Then followed a close conference between the new allies, in which was said much which it astonished Mr Slope to say, and the bishop to hear. And yet the one said it, and the other heard it without ill will. There was no mincing of matters now. The chaplain plainly told the bishop that the world gave him credit for being under the governance of his wife. that his credit and character in the diocese were suffering, that he would surely get himself in hot water if he allowed Mrs. Proudie to interfere in matters which were not suitable for a woman's powers, and, in fact, that he would become contemptible if he did not throw off the yoke under which he groaned. The bishop at first hummed and hawed, and affected to deny the truth of what was said, but his denial was not stout, and quickly broke down. He soon admitted by silence his state of vassalage, and pledged himself, with Mr. Slope's assistance, to change his courses. Mr. Slope also did not make out a bad case for himself. He explained how it grieved him to run counter to a lady who had always been his patroness, who had befriended him in so many ways, who had, in fact, recommended him to the bishop's notice. But, as he stated, his duty was now imperative. He held a situation of peculiar confidence, and was immediately and especially attached to the bishop's person. In such a situation his conscience required that he should regard solely the bishop's interests, and therefore he had ventured to speak out. The bishop took this for what it was worth, and Mr. Slope only intended that he should do so. It gilded the pill which Mr. Slope had to administer, and which the bishop thought would be less bitter than that other pill which he had so long been taking. My lord had his immediate reward like a good child. He was instructed to write, and at once did write, another note to the archbishop accepting his grace's invitation. This note Mr. Slope, more prudent than the lady, himself took away and posted with his own hands. Thus he made sure that this act of self-jurisdiction should be as nearly as possible a fait accompli. He begged and coaxed and threatened the bishop, with a view of making him also write at once to Mr. Harding, but the bishop, though temporarily emancipated from his wife, was not yet enthralled to Mr. Slope. He said, and probably said truly, that such an offer must be made in some official form, that he was not yet prepared to sign the form, and that he should prefer seeing Mr. Harding before he did so. Mr. Slope might, however, beg Mr. Harding to call upon him. Not disappointed with his achievement, Mr. Slope went his way. He first posted the precious note which he had in his pocket, and then pursued other enterprises in which we must follow him in other chapters. Mrs. Proudie, having received such satisfaction as was to be derived from slamming her husband's door, did not at once betake herself to Mrs. Quiverful. Indeed, for the first few moments after her repulse, she felt that she could not again see that lady. She would have to own that she had been beaten, to confess that the diadem had passed from her brow, and the sceptre from her hand. No, she would send a message to her with a promise of a letter on the next day or the day after. Thus resolving, she betook herself to her bedroom, but here she again changed her mind. The air of that sacred enclosure somewhat restored her courage, and gave her more heart. As Achilles warmed at the sight of his armour, as Don Quixote's heart grew strong when he grasped his lance, so did Mrs. Proudie look forward to fresh laurels as her eye fell on her husband's pillow. She would not despair. Having so resolved, she descended with dignified mien and refreshed countenance to Mrs. Quiverful. This scene in the bishop's study took longer in the acting than in the telling. We have not perhaps had the whole of the conversation. At any rate, Mrs. Quiverful was beginning to be very impatient, and was thinking that Farmer Subsoil would be tired of waiting for her when Mrs. Proudie returned. Oh, who can tell the palpitations of that maternal heart, as the suppliant looked into the face of the great lady to see written there either a promise of house, income, comfort, and future competence, or else the doom of continued and ever-increasing poverty. Poor mother, poor wife, there was little there to comfort you. Mrs. Quiverful, thus spoke the lady with considerable austerity, and without sitting down herself. I find that your husband has behaved in this matter in a very weak and foolish manner. Mrs. Quiverful immediately rose upon her feet, thinking it disrespectful to remain sitting while the wife of the bishop stood. But she was desired to sit down again, and made to do so, so that Mrs. Proudie might stand and preach over her. It is generally considered an offensive thing for a gentleman to keep his seat while another is kept standing before him, and we presume the same law holds with regard to ladies. It is often so felt, but we are inclined to say that it never produces half the discomfort or half the feeling of implied inferiority that is shown by a great man who desires his visitor to be seated while he himself speaks from his legs. Such a solecism is good breeding, when construed into English, means this: the accepted rules of courtesy in the world require that I should offer you a seat. If I did not do so, you would bring a charge against me in the world of being arrogant and ill-mannered. I will obey the word, but nevertheless I will not put myself on an equality with you. You may sit down, but I won't sit with you. Sit, therefore, at my bidding, and I will stand and talk at you. This was just what Mrs. Proudie meant to say, and Mrs. Quiverful, though she was too anxious and too flurried thus to translate the full meaning of the manoeuvre, did not fail to feel its effect. She was cowed and uncomfortable, and the second time essayed to rise from her chair. "Pray be seated, Mrs. Quiverful. Pray keep your seat. Your husband, I say, has been most weak and most foolish. It is impossible, Mrs. Quiverful, to help people who will not help themselves. I much fear that I can now do nothing for you in this matter." "Oh, Mrs. Proudie, don't say so," said the poor woman, again jumping up. "Pray be seated, Mrs. Quiverful. I must fear that I can do nothing further for you in this matter. Your husband has, in a most unaccountable manner, taken upon himself to resign that which I was empowered to offer him. As a matter of course, the bishop expects that his clergy shall know their own minds. What he may ultimately do, what we may finally decide on doing, I cannot now say. Knowing the extent of your family, 14 children, Mrs. Proudie, 14 of them, and barely bread. It is hard for the children of a clergyman. It is hard for one who has always done his duty respectably." Not a word fell from her about herself, but the tears came streaming down her big, coarse cheeks, on which the dust of the August road had left its traces. Mrs. Proudie has not been portrayed in these pages as an agreeable or an amiable lady. There has been no intention to impress the reader much in her favour. It is ordained that all novels should have a male and a female angel, and a male and a female devil. If it be considered that this rule is obeyed in these pages, the latter character must be supposed to have fallen to the lot of Mrs. Proudie. But she was not all devil. There was a heart inside that stiff-ribbed bodice, though not perhaps of large dimensions, and certainly not easily accessible. Mrs. Quiverful, however, did gain access, and Mrs. Proudie proved herself a woman. Whether it was the 14 children with their probable bare bread and their possible bare backs, or the respectability of the father's work, or the mingled dust and tears on the mother's face, we will not pretend to say, but Mrs. Proudie was touched. She did not show it as other women might have done. She did not give Mrs. Quiverful eau de cologne, or order her a glass of wine. She did not take her to her toilet table and offer her the use of brushes and combs, towels and water. She did not say soft little speeches and coax her kindly back to equanimity. Mrs. Quiverful, despite her rough appearance, would have been as amenable to such little tender cares as any lady in the land, but none such were forthcoming. Instead of this, Mrs. Proudie slapped one hand upon the other, and declared, not with an oath, for as a lady and a Sabbatarian and a she-bishop she could not swear, but with an adjuration that she would not have it done. The meaning of this was that she wouldn't have Mr. Quiverful's promised appointment cozened away by the treachery of Mr. Slope and the weakness of her husband. This meaning she very soon explained to Mrs. Quiverful. "Why was your husband such a fool," said she, now dismounted from her high horse and sitting confidentially down close to her visitor, "as to take the bait which that man threw to him? If he had not been so utterly foolish, nothing could have prevented your going to the hospital." Poor Mrs. Quiverful was ready enough with her own tongue in accusing her husband to his face of being soft, and perhaps did not always speak of him to her children quite so respectfully as she might have done. But she did not at all like to hear him abused by others, and began to vindicate him and to explain that of course he had taken Mr. Slope to be an emissary from Mrs. Proudie herself, that Mr. Slope was thought to be peculiarly her friend, and that therefore Mr. Quiverful would have been failing in respect to her had he assumed to doubt what Mr. Slope had said. Thus mollified, Mrs. Proudie again declared that she would not have it done, and at last sent Mrs. Quiverful home with an assurance that to the farthest stretch of her power and influence in the palace, the appointment of Mr. Quiverful should be insisted on. And she repeated the word insisted. She thought of the bishop in his nightcap, and with compressed lips slightly shook her head. Oh, my aspiring pastors, divines to whose ears nolo episcopari are the sweetest of words, which of you would be a bishop on such terms as these? Mrs. Quiverful got home in the farmer's cart, not indeed with a light heart, but satisfied that she had done right in making her visit. End of chapter 26.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gesine. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 27. A Love Scene. Mr. Slope, as we have said, left the palace with a feeling of considerable triumph. Not that he thought that his difficulties were all over, he did not so deceive himself, but he felt that he had played his first move well as the pieces on the board would allow, and that he had nothing with which to reproach himself. He first of all posted the letter to the Archbishop, and, having made that sure, proceeded to push the advantage which he had gained. Had Mrs. Bold been at home, he would have called on her, but he knew that she was at Plumstead, so he wrote the following note. It was the beginning of what, he trusted, might be a long and tender series of epistles. My dear Mrs. Bold, you will understand perfectly that I cannot at present correspond with your father. I heartily wish that I could, and hope the day may not be long distant, when mists shall have been cleared away, and we may know each other. But I cannot preclude myself from the pleasure of sending you these few lines, to say that Mr. Q has to-day, in my presence, resigned any title that he ever had to the wardenship of the hospital, and that the bishop has assured me that it is his intention to offer it to your esteemed father. Will you, with my respectful compliments, ask him, who I believe is now a fellow visitor with you, to call on the bishop either on Wednesday or Thursday, between 10 and 1. This is by the bishop's desire. If you will so far oblige me as to let me have a line naming either day, and the hour which will suit Mr. Harding, I will take care that the servants shall have orders to show him in without delay. Perhaps I should say no more, but still I wish you could make your father understand that no subject will be mooted between his lordship and me, which will refer at all to the method in which he may choose to perform his duty. I, for one, am persuaded that no clergyman could perform it more satisfactorily than he did, or than he will do again. On a former occasion I was indiscreet, and much too impatient, considering your father's age and my own. I hope he will not refuse my apology. I still hope, also, that with your aid and sweet pious labours we may live to attach such a Sabbath school to the old endowment as may, by God's grace and furtherance, be a blessing to the poor of this city. You will see at once that this letter is confidential. The subject, of course, makes it so. But equally, of course, it is for your parents' eye as well as for your own, should you think proper to show it to him. I hope my darling little friend Johnny is as strong as ever. Dear little fellow! Does he still continue his rude assaults on those beautiful long silken tresses? I can assure you your friends miss you from Barchester sorely, but it would be cruel to begrudge you your sojourn among flowers and fields during this truly sultry weather. Pray believe me, my dear Mrs. Bold, yours most sincerely, Obadiah Slope. Barchester, Friday. Now this letter, taken as a whole, and with the consideration that Mr. Slope wished to assume a great degree of intimacy with Eleanor, would not have been bad but for the allusion to the tresses. Gentlemen do not write to ladies about their tresses, unless they are on very intimate terms indeed. But Mr. Slope could not be expected to be aware of this. He longed to put a little affection into his epistle, and yet he thought it injudicious, as the letter would, he knew, be shown to Mr. Harding. He would have insisted that the letter should be strictly private, and seen by no eyes but Eleanor's own, had he not felt that such an injunction would have been disobeyed. He therefore restrained his passion, did not sign himself yours affectionately, and contented himself instead with a compliment to the tresses. Having finished his letter, he took it to Mrs. Bold's house, and learning there from the servant that things were to be sent out to Plumstead that afternoon, left it with many injunctions in her hands. We will now follow Mr. Slope so as to complete the day with him, and then return to his letter and its momentous fate in the next chapter. There is an old song which gives us some very good advice about courting. It's good to be off with the old love, before ye be on with the new. Of the wisdom of this maxim Mr Slope was ignorant, and accordingly, having written his letter to Mrs Bold, proceeded to call upon the Signora Neroni. Indeed, it was hard to say which was the old love and which the new, Mr Slope having been smitten with both so nearly at the same time. Perhaps he thought it not amiss to have two strings to his bow. But two strings to Cupid's bow are always dangerous to him on whose behalf they are to be used. A man should remember that between two stools he may fall to the ground. But in sooth Mr Slope was pursuing Mrs Bold in obedience to his better instincts, and the Signora in obedience to his worser. Had he won the widow and worn her, no one could have blamed him. You, O reader, and I, and Eleanor's other friends, would have received the story of such a winning with much disgust and disappointment, but we should have been angry with Eleanor, not with Mr Slope. Bishop, male and female, dean and chapter and diocesan clergy in full congress, could have found nothing to disapprove of in such an alliance. Convocation itself, that mysterious and mighty synod, could in no wise have fallen foul of it. The possession of £1,000 a year and a beautiful wife would not at all have hurt the voice of the pulpit charmer, or lessened the grace and piety of the exemplary clergyman. But not of such a nature were likely to be his dealings with the Signora Neroni. In the first place, he knew that her husband was living, and therefore he could not woo her honestly. Then again, she had nothing to recommend her to his honest wooing, had such been possible. She was not only portionless, but also from misfortune unfitted to be chosen as the wife of any man who wanted a useful mate. Mr Slope was aware that she was a helpless, hopeless cripple. But Mr Slope could not help himself. He knew that he was wrong in devoting his time to the back drawing-room in Dr Stanhope's house. He knew that what take place there would, if divulged, utterly ruin him with Mrs Bold. He knew that the scandal would soon come upon his heels and spread about among the black coats of Barchester some tidings, exaggerated tidings, of the sighs which he poured into the lady's ears. He knew that he was acting against the recognized principles of his life, against those laws of conduct by which he had hoped to achieve some higher success. But, as we have said, he could not help himself. Passion, for the first time in his life, passion was too strong for him. As for the Signora, no such plea can be put forward for her, for in truth she cared no more for Mr Slope than she did for 20 others who had been at her feet before him. She willingly, nay greedily, accepted his homage. He was the finest fly that Barchester had hitherto afforded to her web, and the Signora was a powerful spider that made wondrous webs, and could in no way live without catching flies. Her taste in this respect was abominable, for she had no use for the victims when caught. She could not eat them matrimonially, as young lady spiders do, whose webs are most frequently at their mother's weaving. Nor could she devour them by any escapade of a less legitimate description. Her unfortunate affliction precluded her from all hope of levanting with a lover. It would be impossible to run away with a lady who required 3 servants to move her from a sofa. The Signora was subdued by no passion. Her time for love was gone. She had lived out her heart, such heart as she had ever had, in her early years, at an age when Mr Slope was thinking of the 2nd book of Euclid and his unpaid bill at the buttery hatch. In age the lady was younger than the gentleman, but in feelings, in knowledge of the affairs of love, or in intrigue, he was immeasurably her junior. It was necessary to her to have some man at her feet. It was the one customary excitement in her life. She delighted in the exercise of power which this gave her, It was now nearly the only food in her ambition. She would boast to her sister that she could make a fool of any man, and the sister, as little imbued with feminine delicacy as herself, good-naturedly thought it but fair that such amusement should be afforded to a poor invalid who was debarred from the ordinary pleasures of life. Mr Slope was madly in love, but hardly knew it. The signora spit at him, as a boy does a cockchafer on a cork, that she might enjoy the energetic agony of his gyrations. And she knew very well what she was doing. Mr Slope, having added to his person all such adornment as are possible to a clergyman making a morning visit, such as a clean necktie, clean handkerchief, new gloves, and a soupçon of not unnecessary scent, called about 3 o'clock at the doctor's door. At about this hour the signora was almost always alone in the back drawing-room. The mother had not come down. The doctor was out, or in his own room. Bertie was out, and Charlotte at any rate left the room if anyone called whose object was specially with her sister. Such was her idea of being charitable and sisterly. Mr Slope, as was his custom, asked for Mr Stanhope, and was told, as was the servants' custom, that the signora was in the drawing-room. Upstairs he accordingly went. He found her, as he always did, lying on her sofa, with a French volume before her, and a beautiful little inlaid writing-case open on her table. At the moment of his entrance she was in the act of writing. "Ah, my friend," said she, putting out her left hand to him across her desk, "I did not expect you today, and was this very instant writing to you." Mr Slope, taking the soft, fair, delicate hand in his, and very soft and fair and delicate it was, bowed over it his huge red head and kissed it. It was a sight to see, a deed to record if the author could fitly do it, a picture to put on canvas. Mr Slope was big, awkward, cumbrous, and having his heart in his pursuit, was ill at ease. The lady was fair, as we have said, and delicate. Everything about her was fine and refined. Her hand in his looked like a rose lying among carrots, and when he kissed it, it looked as a cow might do on finding such a flower among her food. She was graceful as a couchant goddess, and, moreover, as self-possessed as Venus must have been when courting Adonis. Oh, that such grace and such beauty should have condescended to waste itself on such a pursuit. "I was in the act of writing to you," said she, "but now my scrawl may go into the basket." And she raised the sheet of gilded notepaper from off her desk, as though to tear it. "Indeed it shall not," said he, laying the embargo of half a stone weight of human flesh and blood upon the devoted paper. "Nothing that you write for my eyes, signora, shall be so desecrated." And he took up the letter, put that also among the carrots and fed on it, and then proceeded to read it. "Gracious me, Mr Slope," said she, "I hope you don't mean to say that you keep all the trash I write to you. Half my time I don't know what I write, and when I do, I know it is only fit for the back of the fire. I hope you have not that ugly trick of keeping letters. At any rate, I don't throw them into a waste-paper basket. If destruction is their doomed lot, they perish worthily, and are burnt on a pyre, as Dido was of old." "With a steel pen stuck through them, of course," said she, to make the simile more complete. "Of all the ladies of my acquaintance, I think Lady Dido was the most absurd. Why did she not do as Cleopatra did? Why did she not take out her ships and insist on going with him? She could not bear to lose the land she had got by a swindle, and then she could not bear the loss of her lover. So she fell between two stools. Mr Slope, whatever you do, never mingle love and business." Mr Slope blushed up to his eyes and over his mottled forehead to the very roots of his hair. He felt sure that the signora knew all about his intentions with reference to Mrs Bold. His conscience told him that he was detected. His doom was to be spoken. He was to be punished for his duplicity, and rejected by the beautiful creature before him. Poor man! He little dreamt that had all his intentions with reference to Mrs Bold been known to the signora, it would only have added zest to that lady's amusement. It was all very well to have Mr Slope at her feet, to show her power by making an utter fool of a clergyman, to gratify her own infidelity by thus proving the little strength which religion had in controlling the passions even of a religious man. But it would be an increased gratification if she could be made to understand that she was at the same time alluring her victim away from another, whose love, if secured, would be in every way beneficent and salutary. The signora had indeed discovered, with the keen instinct of such a woman, that Mr Slope was bent on matrimony with Mrs Bold, but in alluding to Dido, she had not thought of it. She instantly perceived, however, from her lover's blushes, what was on his mind, and was not slow in taking advantage of it. She looked him full in the face, not angrily, nor yet with a smile, but with an intense and overpowering gaze. Then, holding up her forefinger and slightly shaking her head, she said, "Whatever you do, my friend, do not mingle love and business. Either stick to your treasure and your city of wealth, or else follow your love like a true man. But never attempt both. If you do, you'll have to die with a broken heart, as did poor Dido. Which is it to be with you, Mr Slope? Love or money?" Mr Slope was not so ready with a pathetic answer as he usually was with touching episodes in his extempore sermons. He felt that he ought to say something pretty, something also that should remove the impression on the mind of his lady love. But he was rather put about how to do it. "Love," said he, "true, overpowering love, must be the strongest passion a man can feel. It must control every other wish, and put aside every other pursuit. But with me, love will never act in that way unless it be returned." And he threw upon the signora a look of tenderness which was intended to make up for all the deficiencies of his speech. "Take my advice," said she. "Never mind love. After all, what is it? The dream of a few weeks. That is all its joy. The disappointment of a life is its nemesis. Who was ever successful in true love? Success in love argues that the love is false. True love is always despondent or tragical. Juliet loved, Haidee loved, Dido loved, and what came of it? Troilus loved and ceased to be a man." "Troilus loved and was fooled," said the more manly chaplain. "A man may love and yet not be a Troilus. All women are not Cressidas." "No, all women are not Cressidas. The falsehood is not always on the woman's side. Imogen was true, but how was she rewarded? Her lord believed her to be the paramour of the first he who came near in his absence. Desdemona was true and was smothered. Ophelia was true and went mad. There is no happiness in love, except at the end of an English novel. But in wealth, money, houses, lands, goods and chattels, in the good things of this world, yes, in them there is something tangible, something that can be retained and enjoyed." "Oh no," said Mr Slope, feeling himself bound to enter some protest against so very unorthodox a doctrine. "This world's wealth will make no one happy." "And what will make you happy? You, said she, raising herself up and speaking to him with energy across the table. "From what source do you look for happiness? Do not say that you look for none. I shall not believe you. It is a search in which every other human being spends an existence." "And the search is always in vain," said Mr Slope. "We look for happiness on earth, while we ought to be content to hope for it in heaven." "Pshaw! You preach a doctrine which you know you don't believe. It is the way with you all. If you know that there is no earthly happiness, why do you long to be a bishop or a dean? Why do you want lands and income?" "I have the natural ambition of a man," said he. "Of course you have, and the natural passions, and therefore I say that you don't believe the doctrine you preach. St. Paul was an enthusiast. He believed so that his ambitions and passions did not war against his creed. So does the Eastern fanatic who passes half his life erect upon a pillar. As for me, I will believe in no belief that does not make itself manifest by outward signs. I will think no preaching sincere that is not recommended by the practice of the preacher." Mr Slope was startled and horrified, but he felt that he could not answer. How could he stand up and preach the lessons of his master, being there as he was on the devil's business? He was a true believer, otherwise this would have been nothing to him. He had audacity for most things, but he had not audacity to make a plaything of the Lord's word. All this the Signora understood, and felt much interest as she saw her cockchafer whirl round upon her pin. "Your wit delights in such arguments," said he, "but your heart and your reason do not go along with them." "My heart?" said she. "You quite mistake the principles of my composition if you imagine that there is such a thing about me." After all, there was very little that was false in anything that the Signora said. If Mr Slope allowed himself to be deceived, it was his own fault. Nothing could have been more open than her declarations about herself. The little writing table with her desk was still standing before her, a barrier, as it were, against the enemy. She was sitting as nearly upright as she ever did, and he had brought a chair close to the sofa, so that there was only the corner of the table between him and her. It so happened that as she spoke her hand lay upon the table, and as Mr Slope answered her, he put his hand upon hers. "No heart," said he. "That is a heavy charge which you bring against yourself, and one of which I cannot find you guilty." She withdrew her hand, not quickly and angrily, as though insulted by his touch, but gently and slowly. "You are in no condition to give a verdict on the matter," said she, "as you have not tried me. No, don't say that you intend doing so, for you know you have no intention of the kind, nor indeed have I either. As for you, you will take your vows where they will result in something more substantial than the pursuit of such a ghost-like, ghastly love as mine." "Your love should be sufficient to satisfy the dreams of a monarch," said Mr Slope, not quite clear as to the meaning of his words. "Say an archbishop, Mr Slope," said she. Poor fellow! She was very cruel to him. He went round again upon his cork on this allusion to his profession. He tried, however, to smile, and gently accused her of joking on the matter, which was, he said, to him of such vital moment. "Why, what gulls do you men make of us?" she replied. "How you fool us to the top of our bent. And of all men, you clergymen are the most fluent of your honeyed caressing words. Now look me in the face, Mr Slope, boldly and openly." Mr Slope did look at her with a languishing, loving eye, and as he did so, again put forth his hand to get hold of hers. I told you to look at me boldly, Mr Slope, but confine your boldness to your eyes. Oh, Madeline, he sighed. Well, my name is Madeline, said she, but none except my own family usually call me so. Now look me in the face, Mr Slope. Am I to understand that you say you love me? Mr Slope never had said so. If he had come there with any formed plan at all, his intention was to make love to the lady without uttering any such declaration. It was, however, quite impossible that he should now deny his love. He had, therefore, nothing for it but to go down on his knees distractedly against the sofa, and swear that he did love her with a love passing the love of man. The signora received the assurance with very little palpitation or appearance of surprise. "And now answer me another question," said she. "When are you to be married to my dear friend Eleanor Bold?" Poor Mr Slope went round and round in mortal agony. In such a condition as his, it was really very hard for him to know what answer to give, and yet no answer would be his surest condemnation. He might as well at once plead guilty to the charge brought against him. "And why do you accuse me of such dissimulation?" said he. "Dissimulation? I said nothing of dissimulation. I made no charge against you, and make none. Pray don't defend yourself to me. You swear that you are devoted to my beauty, and yet you are on the eve of matrimony with another. I feel this to be rather a compliment. It is to Mrs Bold that you must defend yourself. That you may find difficult, unless indeed you can keep her in the dark. You clergymen are cleverer than other men. Signora, I have told you that I loved you, and now you rail at me." "Rail at you? God bless the man. What would he have? Come, answer me at this your leisure. Not without thinking now, but leisurely and with consideration. Are you not going to be married to Mrs Bold?" "I am not," said he. And as he said it, he almost hated with an exquisite hatred the woman whom he could not help loving with an exquisite love. "But surely you are a worshipper of hers?" "I am not," said Mr Slope, to whom the word worshipper was peculiarly distasteful. The signora had conceived that it would be so. "I wonder at that," said she. "Do you not admire her? To my eye she is the perfection of English beauty. And then she is rich too. I should have thought she was just the person to attract you. Come, Mr Slope, let me give you advice on this matter. Marry the charming widow. She will be a good mother to your children, and an excellent mistress of a clergyman's household." "Oh, signora, how can you be so cruel?" "Cruel," said she, changing the voice of banter which she had been using for one which was expressively earnest in its tone. "Is that cruelty? How can I love another when my heart is entirely your own?" "If that were cruelty, Mr Slope, what might you say of me if I were to declare that I returned your passion? What would you think if I bound you even by a lover's oath to a daily penance at this couch of mine? What can I give in return for a man's love? Ah, dear friend, you have not realized the conditions of my fate." Mr Slope was not on his knees all this time. After his declaration of love, he had risen from them as quickly as he thought consistent with the new position which he now filled, and as he stood, was leaning on the back of his chair. This outburst of tenderness on the signora's part quite overcame him, and made him feel for the moment that he could sacrifice everything to be assured of the love of the beautiful creature before him, maimed, lame, and already married, as she was. "And can I not sympathize with your lot?" said he, now seating himself on her sofa, and pushing away the table with his foot. "Sympathy is so near to pity," said she. "If you pity me, cripple as I am, I shall spurn you from me." "Oh, Madeline, I will only love you." And again he caught her hand, and devoured it with kisses. Now she did not draw it from him, but sat there as he kissed it, looking at him with her great eyes, just as a great spider would look at a great fly that was quite securely caught. "Suppose Signor Neroni were to come to Barchester," said she. "Would you make his acquaintance?" "Signor Neroni?" said he. "Would you introduce him to the bishop, and Mrs. Proudie, and the young ladies?" said she, having again recourse to that horrid quizzing voice which Mr. Slope so particularly hated. "Why do you ask such a question?" said he. "Because it is necessary that you should know that there is a Signor Neroni. I think you had forgotten it." "If I thought that you retained for that wretch one particle of the love of which he was never worthy, I would die before I would distract you by telling you what I feel. No, were your husband the master of your heart, I might perhaps love you, but you should never know it." "My heart again! How you talk! And you consider then that if a husband be not master of a wife's heart, he has no right for her fealty. If a wife ceases to love, she may cease to be true. Is that your doctrine on this matter, as a minister of the Church of England?" Mr. Slope tried hard within himself to cast off the pollution with which he felt that he was defiling his soul. He strove to tear himself away from the noxious siren that had bewitched him, but he could not do it. He could not be again heart-free. He had looked for rapturous joy in loving this lovely creature, and he already found that he met with little but disappointment and self-rebuke. He had come across the fruit of the Dead Sea, so sweet and delicious to the eye, so bitter and nauseous to the taste. He had put the apple to his mouth, and he had turned to ashes between his teeth. Yet he could not tear himself away. He knew, he could not but know, that she jeered at him, ridiculed his love, and insulted the weakness of his religion. But she half permitted his adoration, and that half permission added such fuel to his fire that all the fountain of his piety could not quench it. He began to feel savage, irritated, and revengeful. He meditated some severity of speech, some taunt that should cut her, as her taunts cut him. He reflected, as he stood there for a moment, silent before her, that if he desired to quell her proud spirit, he should do so by being prouder even than herself, that he wished to have her at his feet suppliant for his love. It behoved him to conquer her by indifference. All this passed through his mind. As far as dead knowledge went, he knew, or thought he knew, how a woman should be tamed. But when he essayed to bring his tactics to bear, he failed like a child. What chance has dead knowledge with experience in any of the transactions between man and man? What possible chance between man and woman? Mr. Slope loved furiously, insanely, and truly, but he had never played the game of love. The Signora did not love at all, but she was up to every move of the board. It was Philidor pitted against a schoolboy. And so she continued to insult him, and he continued to bear it. "Sacrifice the world for love," she said in answer to some renewed vapid declaration of his passion. "How often has the same thing been said, and how invariably with the same falsehood?" "Falsehood," said he. "Do you say that I am false to you? Do you say that my love is not real?" "False? Of course it is false. False is the father of falsehood, if indeed falsehoods need a sire, and are not self-begotten since the world began. You are ready to sacrifice the world for love? Come, let us see what you will sacrifice. I care nothing for nuptial vows. The wretch, I think you were kind enough to call him so, whom I swore to love and obey, is so base that he can only be thought of with repulsive disgust. In the council-chamber of my heart I have divorced him. To me that is as good as though aged lords had gloated for months over the details of his licentious life. I care nothing for what the world can say. Will you be as frank? Will you take me to your home as your wife? Will you call me Mrs. Slope before bishop, dean, and prebendaries? The poor tortured wretch stood silent, not knowing what to say. What? You won't do that? Tell me then, what part of the world is it that you will sacrifice for my charms? Were you free to marry, I would take you to my house tomorrow, and wish no higher privilege. I am free, said she, almost starting up in her energy. For though there was no truth in her pretended regard for her clerical admirer, there was a mixture of real feeling in the scorn and satire with which she spoke of love and marriage generally. I am free, free as the winds. Come, will you take me as I am? Have your wish, sacrifice the world, and prove yourself a true man. Mr. Slope should have taken her at her word. She would have drawn back, and he would have had the full advantage of the offer. But he did not. Instead of doing so, he stood wrapped in astonishment, passing his fingers through his lank red hair, and thinking, as he stared upon her animated countenance, that her wondrous beauty grew more wonderful as he gazed on it. "Ha, ha, ha!" she laughed out loud. "Come, Mr. Slope, don't talk of sacrificing the world again. People beyond 21 should never dream of such a thing. You and I, if we have the dregs of any love left in us, if we have the remnants of a passion remaining in our hearts, should husband our resources better. We are not in our première jeunesse. The world is a very nice place. Your world, at any rate, is so. You have all manner of fat rectories to get, and possible bishoprics to enjoy. Come, confess, on second thoughts, you would not sacrifice such things for the smiles of a lame lady." It was impossible for him to answer this. In order to be in any way dignified, he felt that he must be silent. "Come," said she, "don't boody with me. Don't be angry because I speak out some home truths. Alas, the world, as I have found it, has taught me bitter truths. Come, tell me that I am forgiven. Are we not to be friends?" And she again put out her hand to him. He sat himself down in the chair beside her, took her proffered hand and leant over her. "There," said she, with her sweetest, softest smile, a smile to withstand which a man should be cased in triple steel. "There, seal your forgiveness on it," and she raised it towards his face. He kissed it again and again, and stretched over her, as though desirous of extending the charity of his pardon beyond the hand that was offered to him. She managed, however, to check his ardour. For one so easily allured to this pure chaplain, her hand was surely enough. "Oh, Madeline," said he, "tell me that you love me. Do you love me?" "Hush," said she. "There is my mother's step. Our tete-a-tete has been of monstrous length. Now you had better go. But we shall see you soon again, shall we not?" Mr. Slope promised that he would call again on the following day. "And, Mr. Slope," she continued, "pray answer my note. You have it in your hand, though I declare during these 2 hours you have not been gracious enough to read it. It is about the Sabbath school and the children. You know how anxious I am to have them here. I have been learning the catechism myself, on purpose. You must manage it for me next week. I will teach them, at any rate, to submit themselves to their spiritual pastors and masters. Mr Slope said but little on the subject of Sabbath schools, but he made his adieu, and betook himself home with a sad heart, troubled mind, and uneasy conscience. End of chapter 27. Read by Gesine in February 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick, Ponte Vedra, Florida. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 28. Mrs. Bold is entertained by Dr. and Mrs. Grantley at Plumstead. It will be remembered that Mr. Slope, when leaving his billet-doux at the house of Mrs. Bold, had been informed that it would be sent out to her at Plumstead that afternoon. The Archdeacon and Mr. Harding had in fact come into town together in the brougham, and it had been arranged that they should call for Eleanor's parcels as they left on their way home. Accordingly, they did so call, and the maid, as she handed to the coachman a small basket and large bundle carefully and neatly packed, gave in at the carriage window Mr. Slope's epistle. The Archdeacon, who was sitting next to the window, took it, and immediately recognized the handwriting of his enemy. "Who left this?" said he. "Mr. Slope called with it himself, your reverence," said the girl, "and was very anxious that Mrs. should have it to-day." So the brougham drove off, and the letter was left in the Archdeacon's hand. He looked at it as though he held a basket of adders. He could not have thought worse of the document had he read it and discovered it to be licentious and atheistical. He did, moreover, what so many wise people are accustomed to do in similar circumstances. He immediately condemned the person to whom the letter was written as though she were necessarily a particeps criminis. Poor Mr. Harding, though by no means inclined to forward Mr. Slope's intimacy with his daughter, would have given anything to have kept the letter from his son-in-law. But that was now impossible. There it was in his hand, and he looked as thoroughly disgusted as though he were quite sure that it contained all the rhapsodies of a favoured lover. "It is very hard on me," said he after a while, "that this should go on under my roof." Now here the Archdeacon was certainly most unreasonable. Having invited his sister-in-law to his house, it was a natural consequence that she should receive her letters there. And if Mr. Slope chose to write to her, his letter would, as a matter of course, be sent after her. Moreover, the very fact of an invitation to one's house implies confidence on the part of the inviter. He had shown that he thought Mrs. Bold to be a fit person to stay with him by his asking her to do so, and it was most cruel to her that he should complain of her violating the sanctity of his roof-tree when the laches committed were none of her committing. Mr. Harding felt this, and felt also that when the Archdeacon talked thus about his roof, what he said was most offensive to himself as Eleanor's father. If Eleanor did receive a letter from Mr. Slope, what was there in that to pollute the purity of Dr. Grantley's household? He was indignant that his daughter should be so judged and so spoken of, and he made up his mind that even as Mrs. Slope, she must be dearer to him than any other creature on God's earth. He almost broke out and said as much, but for the moment he restrained himself. "Here," said the archdeacon, handing the offensive missile to his father-in-law. "I am not going to be the bearer of his love letters. You are her father, and may do as you think fit with it." By doing as he thought fit with it, the archdeacon certainly meant that Mr. Harding would be justified in opening and reading the letter, and taking any steps which might in consequence be necessary. To tell the truth, Dr. Grantly did feel rather a strong curiosity than was justified by his outraged virtue to see the contents of the letter. Of course he could not open it himself, but he wished to make Mr. Harding understand that he, as Eleanor's father, would be fully justified in doing so. The idea of such a proceeding never occurred to Mr. Harding. His authority over Eleanor ceased when she became the wife of John Bold. He had not the slightest wish to pry into her correspondence. He consequently put the letter into his pocket, and only wished that he had been able to do so without the archdeacon's knowledge. They both sat silent during half the journey home, and then Dr. Grantly said, "Perhaps Susan had better give it to her. She can explain to her sister better than either you or I can do how deep is the disgrace of such an acquaintance." "I think you are very hard upon Eleanor," replied Mr. Harding. "I will not allow that she has disgraced herself, nor do I think it likely that she will do so. She has a right to correspond with whom she pleases, and I shall not take upon myself to blame her because she gets a letter from Mr. Slope." "I suppose," said Dr. Grantly, "you don't wish her to marry the man. I suppose you will admit that she would disgrace herself if she did so." "I do not wish her to marry him," said the perplexed father. "I do not like him, and do not think he would make a good husband. But if Eleanor chooses to do so, I shall certainly not think that she disgraces herself." "Good heavens!" exclaimed Dr. Grantly, and threw himself back into the corner of his brougham. Mr. Harding said nothing more, but commenced playing a dirge with an imaginary fiddle bow upon an imaginary violoncello, for which there did not appear to be quite room enough in the carriage. He continued the tune with sundry variations till he arrived at the rectory door. The archdeacon had been meditating sad things in his mind. Hitherto he had always looked on his father-in-law as a true partisan, though he knew him to be a man devoid of all the combative qualifications for that character. He had felt no fear that Mr. Harding would go over to the enemy, though he had never counted much on the ex-warden's prowess in breaking the hostile ranks. Now, however, it seemed that Eleanor with her wiles had completely trappened and bewildered her father, cheated him out of his judgment, robbed him of the predilections and tastes of his life, and caused him to be tolerant of a man whose arrogance and vulgarity would, a few years since, have been unendurable to him. That the whole thing was as good as arranged between Eleanor and Mr. Slope, there was no longer any room to doubt. That Mr. Harding knew that such was the case, even this could hardly be doubted. It was too manifest that he at any rate suspected it and was prepared to sanction it. And to tell the truth, such was the case. Mr. Harding disliked Mr. Slope as much as it was in his nature to dislike any man. Had his daughter wished to do her worst to displease him by a second marriage, she could hardly have succeeded better than by marrying Mr. Slope. But, as he said to himself now very often, What right had he to condemn her if she did nothing that was really wrong? If she liked Mr Slope, it was her affair. It was indeed miraculous to him that a woman with such a mind, so educated, so refined, so nice in her taste, should like such a man. Then he asked himself whether it was possible that she did so. Ah, thou weak man, most charitable, most Christian, but weakest of men, why couldn't thou not have asked herself? Was she not the daughter of thy loins, the child of thy heart, the best beloved to thee of all humanity? Had she not proved to thee, by years of closest affection, her truth and goodness and filial obedience? And yet, knowing and feeling all this, thou couldst endure to go groping in darkness, hearing her named in strains which wounded thy loving heart, and being unable to defend her as thou shouldst have done. Mr Harding had not believed, did not believe, that his daughter meant to marry this man, but he feared to commit himself to such an opinion. If she did do it, there would be then no means of retreat. The wishes of his heart were, first, that there should be no truth in the archdeacon's surmises, and in this wish he would have fain trusted entirely, had he dared so to do. Secondly, that the match might be prevented, if unfortunately it had been contemplated by Eleanor. Thirdly, that should she be so infatuated as to marry this man, he might justify his conduct and declare that no cause existed for his separating himself from her. He wanted to believe her incapable of such a marriage. He wanted to show that he so believed of her. But he wanted also to be able to say hereafter that she had done nothing amiss, if she should unfortunately prove herself to be different from what he thought her to be. Nothing but affection could justify such fickleness, but affection did justify it. There was but little of the Roman about Mr Harding. He could not sacrifice his Lucretia, even though she should be polluted by the accepted addresses of the clerical Tarquin at the palace. If Tarquin could be prevented, well and good, but if not, the father would still open his heart to his daughter and accept her as she presented herself, Tarquin and all. Dr Grantly's mind was of a stronger calibre, and he was by no means deficient in heart. He loved with an honest, genuine love his wife and children and friends. He loved his father-in-law, and was quite prepared to love Eleanor too, if she would be one of his party, if she would be on his side, if she would regard the Slopes and the Prudies as the enemies of mankind, and acknowledge and feel the comfortable merits of the Gwynns and Arabins. He wished to be what he called safe with all those whom he had admitted to the penetralia of his house and heart. He could luxuriate in no society that was deficient in a certain feeling of faithful, staunch high churchism, which to him was tantamount to Freemasonry. He was not strict in his lines of definition. He endured without impatience many different shades of Anglo-Church conservatism, but with the Slopes and Prudies he could not go on all fours. He was wanting in, moreover, or perhaps it would be more correct to say, he was not troubled by that womanly tenderness which was so peculiar to Mr Harding. His feelings towards his friends were that while they stuck to him, he would stick to them, that he would work with them shoulder and shoulder, that he would be faithful to the faithful. he knew nothing of that beautiful love which can be true to a false friend. And thus these two men, each miserable enough in his own way, returned to Plumstead. It was getting late when they arrived there, and the ladies had already gone up to dress. Nothing more was said as the two parted in the hall. As Mr. Harding passed to his own room, he knocked at Eleanor's door and handed in the letter. The Archdeacon hurried to his own territory, there to unburden his heart to his faithful partner. What colloquy took place between the marital chamber and the adjoining dressing-room shall not be detailed. The reader, now intimate with the persons concerned, can well imagine it. The whole tenor of it also might be read in Mrs. Grantley's brow as she came down to dinner. Eleanor, when she received the letter from her father's hand, had no idea from whom it came. She had never seen Mr. Slope's handwriting, or if so, had forgotten it, and didn't think of him as she twisted the letter as people do twist letters when they do not immediately recognize their correspondence, either by the writing or the seal. She was sitting at her glass, brushing her hair, and rising every other minute to play with her boy, who was sprawling on the bed, and who engaged pretty nearly the whole attention of the maid as well as of his mother. At last, sitting before her toilet table, she broke the seal, and turning over the leaf, saw Mr. Slope's name. She first felt surprised, and then annoyed, and then anxious. As she read it, she became interested. She was so delighted to find that all obstacles to her father's return to the hospital were apparently removed, that she did not observe the fulsome language in which the tidings were conveyed. She merely perceived that she was commissioned to tell her father that such was the case, and she did not realize the fact that such a communication should not have been made in the first instance to her by an unmarried young clergyman. She felt on the whole grateful to Mr. Slope, and anxious to get on her dress that she might run with the news to her father. Then she came to the allusion to her own pious labours, and she said in her heart that Mr. Slope was an affected ass. Then she went on again, and was offended by her boy being called Mr. Slope's darling. He was nobody's darling but her own, or at any rate not the darling of a disagreeable stranger like Mr. Slope. Lastly, she arrived at the tresses, and felt a qualm of disgust. She looked up in the glass, and there they were before her, long and silken, certainly, and very beautiful. I will not say but that she knew them to be so, but she felt angry with them, and brushed them roughly and carelessly. She crumpled the letter up with angry violence, and resolved, almost without thinking of it, that she would not show it to her father. She would merely tell him the contents of it. She then comforted herself again with her boy, had her dress fastened, and went down to dinner. As she tripped down the stairs, she began to ascertain that there was some difficulty in her situation. She could not keep from her father the news about the hospital, nor could she comfortably confess the letter from Mr. Slope before the Grantleys. Her father had already gone down. She had heard his step upon the lobby. She resolved, therefore, to take him aside and tell him her little bit of news. Poor girl! She had no idea how severely the unfortunate letter had already been discussed. When she entered the drawing-room, the whole party were there, including Mr. Arabin, and the whole party looked glum and sour. The two girls sat silent and apart, as though they were aware that something was wrong. Even Mr. Arabin was solemn and silent. Eleanor had not seen him since breakfast. He had been the whole day at St. Ewold's, and such having been the case, it was natural that he should tell how matters were going on there. He did nothing of the kind, however, but remained solemn and silent. They were all solemn and silent. Eleanor knew in her heart that they had been talking about her, and her heart misgave her as she thought of Mr. Slope and his letter. At any rate, she felt it to be quite impossible to speak to her father alone while matters were in this state. Dinner was soon announced, and Dr. Grantly, as was his wont, gave Eleanor his arm. But he did so as though the doing it were an outrage on his feelings, rendered necessary by sternest necessity. With quick sympathy, Eleanor felt this, and hardly put her fingers on his coat sleeve. It may be guessed in what way the dinner hour was passed. Dr. Grantly said a few words to Mr. Arabin. Mr. Arabin said a few words to Mrs. Grantly. She said a few words to her father, and he tried to say a few words to Eleanor. She felt that she had been tried and found guilty of something, though she knew not what. She longed to say out to them all, "Well, what is it that I have done? Out with it, and let me know my crime. For heaven's sake, let me hear the worst of it." But she could not. She could say nothing, but sat there silent, half feeling that she was guilty, and trying in vain to pretend even to eat her dinner. At last the cloth was drawn, and the ladies were not long following it. When they were gone, the gentlemen were somewhat more sociable, but not much so. They could not, of course, talk over Eleanor's sins. The archdeacon had indeed so far betrayed his sister-in-law as to whisper into Mr. Arabin's ear in the study, as they met there before dinner, a hint of what he feared. He did so with the gravest and saddest of fears, and Mr. Arabin became grave and apparently sad enough as he heard it. He opened his eyes and his mouth, and said in a sort of whisper, "Mr. Slope," in the same way as he might have said, "the cholera," had his friend told him that that horrid disease was in his nursery. "I fear so, I fear so," said the archdeacon, and then together they left the room. We will not accurately analyse Mr. Arabin's feelings on receipt of such astounding tidings. It will suffice to say that he was surprised, vexed, sorrowful, and ill at ease. He had not perhaps thought very much about Eleanor, but he had appreciated her influence, and had felt that close intimacy with her in a country house was pleasant to him and also beneficial. He had spoken highly of her intelligence to the archdeacon, and had walked about the shrubberies with her, carrying her boy on his back. When Mr. Arabin had called Johnny his darling, Eleanor was not angry. Thus the three men sat over their wine, all thinking of the same subject, but unable to speak of it to each other. So we will leave them and follow the ladies into the drawing-room. Mrs. Grantly had received a commission from her husband, and had undertaken it with some unwillingness. He had desired her to speak gravely to Eleanor, and to tell her that if she persisted in her adherence to Mr. Slope, she could no longer look for the countenance of her present friends. Mrs. Grantly probably knew her sister better than the doctor did, and assured him that it would be in vain to talk to her. The only course likely to be of any service, in her opinion, was to keep Eleanor away from Barchester. Perhaps she might have added, for she had a very keen eye in such things, that there might also be ground for hope in keeping Eleanor near Mr. Arabin. Of this, however, she said nothing, but the archdeacon would not be talked over. He spoke much of his conscience, and declared that if Mrs. Grantly would not do it, he would. So instigated, the lady undertook the task, stating, however, her full conviction that her interference would be worse than useless. And so it proved. As soon as they were in the drawing-room, Mrs. Grantly found some excuse for sending her girls away, and then began her task. She knew well that she could exercise but very slight authority over her sister. Their various modes of life and the distance between their residences had prevented any very close confidence. They had hardly lived together since Eleanor was a child. Eleanor had, moreover, especially in latter years, resented in a quiet sort of way the dictatorial authority which the archdeacon seemed to exercise over her father, and on this account had been unwilling to allow the archdeacon's wife to exercise authority over herself. "You got a note just before dinner, I believe," began the eldest sister. Eleanor acknowledged that she had done so, and felt that she turned red as she acknowledged it. She would have given anything to have kept her colour, but the more she tried to do so, the more signally she failed. "Was it not from Mr. Slope?" Eleanor said that the letter was from Mr. Slope. "Is he a regular correspondent of yours, Eleanor?" "Not exactly," said she, already beginning to feel angry at the cross-examination. She determined, and why it would be difficult to say, that nothing should induce her to tell her sister Susan what was the subject of the letter. Mrs. Grantly, she knew, was instigated by the archdeacon, and she would not plead to any arraignment made against her by him. "But, Eleanor dear, why do you get letters from Mr. Slope at all, knowing as you do he is a person so distasteful to papa and to the archdeacon, and indeed to all your friends?" "In the first place, Susan, I don't get letters from him; and in the next place, as Mr. Slope wrote the one letter which I have got, and as I only received it, which I could not very well help doing, as papa handed it to me, I think you had better ask Mr. Slope instead of me." "What was his letter about, Eleanor?" "I cannot tell you," said she, "because it was confidential. It was on business respecting a third person." "It was in no way personal to yourself, then?" "I won't exactly say that, Susan," said she, getting more and more angry at her sister's questions. "Well, I must say it is rather singular," said Mrs. Grantly, affecting to laugh, "that a young lady in your position should receive a letter from an unmarried gentleman of which she will not tell the contents, and which she is ashamed to show to her sister." "I am not ashamed," said Eleanor, blazing up. "I am not ashamed of anything in the matter, only I do not choose to be cross-examined as to my letters by any one." "Well, dear," said the other, "I cannot but tell you that I do not think Mr. Slope a proper correspondent for you." "If he be ever so improper, how can I help his having written to me? But you are all prejudiced against him to such an extent that that which would be kind and generous in another man is odious and impudent in him. I hate a religion that teaches one to be so one-sided in one's charity. I am sorry, Eleanor, that you hate the religion you find here, but surely you should remember that in such matters the Archdeacon must know more of the world than you do. I don't ask you to respect or comply with me, although I am unfortunately so many years your senior. But surely in such a matter as this you might consent to be guided by the Archdeacon. He is most anxious to be your friend if you will let him. In such a matter as what? Said Eleanor very testily. Upon my word, I don't know what this is all about. We all want you to drop Mr. Slope. You all want me to be as illiberal as yourselves. That I shall never be. I see no harm in Mr. Slope's acquaintance, and I shall not insult the man by telling him that I do. He has thought it necessary to write to me, and I do not want the Archdeacon's advice about the letter. If I did, I would ask it. Then, Eleanor, it is my duty to tell you, and now she spoke with a tremendous gravity, that the Archdeacon thinks that such a correspondence is disgraceful, and that he cannot allow it to go on in his house. Eleanor's eyes flashed fire as she answered her sister, jumping up from her seat as she did so. You may tell the Archdeacon that wherever I am, I shall receive what letters I please and from whom I please. And as for the word disgraceful, if Dr. Grantly had used it of me, he has been unmanly and inhospitable. And she walked off to the door. When Papa comes from the dining room, I will thank you to ask him to step up to my bedroom. I will show him Mr. Slope's letter, but I will show it to no one else. And so saying, she retreated to her baby. She had no conception of the crime with which she was charged. The idea that she could be thought by her friends to regard Mr. Slope as a lover had never flashed upon her. She conceived that they were all prejudiced and illiberal in their persecution of him, and therefore she would not join in the persecution even though she greatly disliked the man. Eleanor was very angry as she seated herself in a low chair by her open window at the foot of her child's bed. To dare to say, I have disgraced myself, she repeated to herself more than once. How Papa can put up with that man's arrogance! I will certainly not sit down to dinner in his house again unless he begs my pardon for that word. And then a thought struck her that Mr. Arabin might perchance hear of her disgraceful correspondence with Mr. Slope, and she turned crimson with pure vexation. Oh, if she had known the truth! If she could have conceived that Mr. Arabin had been informed as a fact that she was going to marry Mr. Slope. She had not been long in her room before her father joined her. As he left the drawing-room, Mrs. Grantly took her husband into the recess of the window and told him how signally she had failed. I will speak to her myself before I go to bed, said the Archdeacon. Pray, do no such thing, said she. You can do no good, and will only make an unseemly quarrel in the house. You have no idea how headstrong she can be. The Archdeacon declared that as to that he was quite indifferent. He knew his duty and would do it. Mr. Harding was weak in the extreme in such matters. He would not have it hereafter on his conscience that he had not done all that in him lay to prevent so disgraceful an alliance. It was in vain that Mrs. Grantly assured him that speaking to Eleanor angrily would only hasten such a crisis and render it certain if at present there were any doubt. He was angry, self-willed, and sore. The fact that a lady of his household had received a letter from Mr. Slope had wounded his pride in the sorest place, and nothing could control him. Mr. Harding looked worn and woebegone as he entered his daughter's room. These sorrows worried him sadly. He felt that if they were continued, he must go to the wall in the manner so kindly prophesied to him by the chaplain. He knocked gently at his daughter's door, waited till he was distinctly bade to enter, and then appeared as though he and not she were the suspected criminal. Eleanor's arm was soon within his, and she had soon kissed his forehead and caressed him, not with joyous but with eager love. "Oh, Papa," she said, "I do so want to speak to you. They have been talking about me downstairs tonight. Don't you know they have, Papa?" Mr. Harding confessed with a sort of murmur that the Archdeacon had been speaking of her. "I shall hate Dr. Grantly soon." "Oh, my dear. Well, I shall. I cannot help it. He is so uncharitable, so unkind, so suspicious of everyone that does not worship himself. And then he is so monstrously arrogant to other people who have a right to their opinions as well as he has to his own. He is an earnest, eager man, my dear, but he never means to be unkind." "He is unkind, Papa, most unkind. There, I got that letter from Mr. Slope before dinner. It was you yourself who gave it to me. There, pray read it. It is all for you. It should have been addressed to you. You know how they have been talking about it downstairs. You know how they behaved to me at dinner. And since dinner, Susan has been preaching to me till I could not remain in the room with her. Read it, Papa, and then say whether that is a letter that need make Dr. Grantly so outrageous." Mr. Harding took his arm from his daughter's waist and slowly read the letter. She expected to see his countenance lit with joy as he learned that his path back to the hospital was made so smooth. But she was doomed to disappointment, as had once been the case before on a somewhat similar occasion. His first feeling was one of unmitigated disgust that Mr. Slope should have chosen to interfere in his behalf. He had been anxious to get back to the hospital, but he would have infinitely sooner resigned all pretensions to the place than have owed it in any manner to Mr. Slope's influence in his favour. Then he thoroughly disliked the tone of Mr. Slope's letter. It was unctuous, false, and unwholesome, like the man. He saw, which Eleanor had failed to see, that much more had been intended than was expressed. The appeal to Eleanor's pious labours as separate from his own grated sadly against his feelings as a father. And then, when he came to the darling boy and the silken tresses, he slowly closed and folded the letter in despair. It was impossible that Mr. Slope should so write unless he had been encouraged. It was impossible Eleanor should have received such a letter, and have received it without annoyance, unless she were willing to encourage him. So at least Mr. Harding argued to himself. How hard it is to judge accurately of the feelings of others! Mr. Harding, as he came to the close of the letter, in his heart condemned his daughter for indelicacy, and it made him miserable to do so. She was not responsible for what Mr. Slope might write, true, but then she expressed no disgust at it. She had rather expressed approval of the letter as a whole. She had given it to him to read as a vindication for herself and also for him. The father's spirits sank within him as he felt that he could not acquit her. And yet it was the true feminine delicacy of Eleanor's mind which brought on her this condemnation. "Listen to me, ladies, and I beseech you to acquit her. She thought of this man, this lover of whom she was so unconscious, exactly as her father did, exactly as the Grantlys did. At least she esteemed him personally as they did. But she believed him to be in the main an honest man, and one truly inclined to assist her father. She felt herself bound, after what had passed, to show this letter to Mr. Harding. She thought it necessary that he should know what Mr. Slope had to say. But she did not think it necessary to apologize for, or condemn, or even allude to the vulgarity of the man's tone, which arose, as does all vulgarity, from ignorance. It was nauseous to her to have a man like Mr. Slope commenting on her personal attractions, and she did not think it necessary to dilate with her father upon what was nauseous. She never supposed they could disagree on such a subject. It would have been painful for her to point it out, painful for her to speak strongly against a man of whom, on the whole, she was anxious to think and speak well. In encountering such a man she had encountered what was disagreeable, as she might do in walking the streets, but in such encounters she never thought it necessary to dwell on what disgusted her. And he, foolish, weak, loving man, would not say one word, though one word would have cleared up everything. There would have been a deluge of tears, and in 10 minutes everyone in the house would have understood how matters really were. The father would have been delighted, the sister would have kissed her sister and begged 1,000 pardons, the archdeacon would have apologized and wondered and raised his eyebrows and gone to bed a happy man. And Mr. Arabin would have dreamt of Eleanor, have awoke in the morning with ideas of love, and retired to rest the next evening with schemes of marriage. But alas, all this was not to be. Mr. Harding slowly folded the letter, handed it back to her, kissed her forehead, and bade God bless her. He then crept slowly away to his own room. As soon as he had left the passage, another knock was given at Eleanor's door, and Mrs. Grantley's very demure own maid, entering on tiptoe, wanted to know would Mrs. Bold be so kind as to speak to the archdeacon for 2 minutes in the archdeacon's study, if not disagreeable. The archdeacon's compliments, and he wouldn't detain her 2 minutes. Eleanor thought it was very disagreeable. She was tired and fagged and sick at heart. Her present feelings towards Dr. Grantley were anything but those of affection. She was, however, no coward, and therefore promised to be in the study in 5 minutes. So she arranged her hair, tied on her cap, and went down with a palpitating heart. End of chapter 28. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 29. A serious interview. There are people who delight in serious interviews, especially when to them appertains the part of offering advice or administering rebuke, and perhaps the Archdeacon was one of these. Yet on this occasion he did not prepare himself for the coming conversation with much anticipation of pleasure. Whatever might be his faults, he was not an inhospitable man, and he almost felt that he was sinning against hospitality in upbraiding Eleanor in his own house. Then also he was not quite sure that he would get the best of it. His wife had told him that he decidedly would not, and he usually gave credit to what his wife said. He was, however, so convinced of what he considered to be the impropriety of Eleanor's conduct, and so assured also of his own duty in trying to check it, that his conscience would not allow him to take his wife's advice and go to bed quietly. Eleanor's face as she entered the room was not such as to reassure him. As a rule, she was always mild in manner and gentle in conduct, but there was that in her eye which made it not an easy task to scold her. In truth, she had been little used to scolding. No one since her childhood had tried it, but the Archdeacon and he had generally failed when he did try it. He had never done so since her marriage, and now when he saw her quiet, easy step as she entered his room, he almost wished that he had taken his wife's advice. He began by apologizing for the trouble he was giving her. She begged him not to mention it, assured him that walking downstairs was no trouble to her at all, and then took a seat and waited patiently for him to begin his attack. "My dear Eleanor," he said, "I hope you believe me when I assure you that you have no sincerer friend than I am." To this Eleanor answered nothing, and therefore he proceeded. "If you had a brother of your own, I should not probably trouble you with what I am going to say. But as it is, I cannot but think that it must be a comfort to you to know that you have near you one who is as anxious for your welfare as any brother of your own could be." "I never had a brother," said she. "I know you never had, and it is therefore that I speak to you." "I never had a brother," she repeated, "but I have hardly felt the want. Papa has been to me both father and brother." "Your father is the fondest and most affectionate of men, but—" "He is the fondest and most affectionate of men, and the best of counsellors. While he lives, I can never want advice." This rather put the Archdeacon out. He could not exactly contradict what his sister-in-law said about her father, and yet he did not at all agree with her. He wanted her to understand that he tendered his assistance because her father was a soft, good-natured gentleman, not sufficiently knowing in the ways of the world. But he could not say this to her. So he had to rush into the subject matter of his proffered counsel without any acknowledgement on her part that she could need it or would be grateful for it. "Susan tells me that you received a letter this evening from Mr Slope." "Yes, Papa brought it in the brougham. Did he not tell you?" "And Susan says that you objected to let her know what it was about." "I don't think she asked me, but had she done so, I shouldn't have told her. I don't think it nice to be asked about one's letters. If one wishes to show them, one does so without being asked." "True, quite so. What you say is quite true. But is not the fact of your receiving letters from Mr Slope, which you do not wish to show to your friends, a circumstance which must excite some surprise, some suspicion?" "Suspicion," said she, not speaking above her usual voice, speaking still in a soft womanly tone, but yet with indignation. Suspicion! And who suspects me, and of what? And there was a pause, for the Archdeacon was not quite ready to explain the ground of his suspicion. No, Dr. Grantly, I did not choose to show Mr. Slope's letter to Susan. I could not show it to anyone till Papa had seen it. If you have any wish to read it now, you can do so. And she handed the letter to him over the table. This was an amount of compliance which he had not at all expected, and which rather upset him in his tactics. However, he took the letter, perused it carefully, and then, refolding it, kept it on the table under his hand. To him it appeared to be in almost every respect the letter of a declared lover. It seemed to corroborate his worst suspicions, and the fact of Eleanor's showing it to him was all but tantamount to a declaration on her part that it was her pleasure to receive love letters from Mr. Slope. He almost entirely overlooked the real subject matter of the epistle, so intent was he on the forthcoming courtship and marriage. "I will thank you to give it me back, if you please, Dr. Grantly." He took it in his hand and held it up, but made no immediate overture to return it. "And Mr. Harding has seen this?" said he. "Of course he has," said she. "It was written that he might see it. It refers solely to his business. Of course I showed it to him." "And Eleanor, do you think that that is a proper letter for you, for a person in your condition, to receive from Mr. Slope?" "Quite a proper letter," said she, speaking perhaps a little out of obstinacy, probably forgetting at the moment the objectionable mention of her silken curls. "Then, Eleanor, it is my duty to tell you that I wholly differ from you." "So I suppose," said she, instigated now by sheer opposition and determination not to succumb, "you think Mr. Slope is a messenger direct from Satan. I think he is an industrious, well-meaning clergyman. It is a pity that we differ as we do. But as we do differ, we had probably better not talk about it." Here Eleanor undoubtedly put herself in the wrong. She might probably have refused to talk to Dr. Grantly on the matter in dispute without any impropriety, but having consented to listen to him, she had no business to tell him that he regarded Mr. Slope as an emissary from the evil one. Nor was she justified in praising Mr. Slope, seeing that in her heart of hearts she did not think well of him. She was, however, wounded in spirit, and angry and bitter. She had been subjected to contumely and cross-questioning and ill usage through the whole evening. No one, not even Mr. Arabin, not even her father, had been kind to her. All this she attributed to the prejudice and conceit of the Archdeacon, and therefore she resolved to set no bounds to her antagonism to him. She would neither give nor take quarter. He had greatly presumed in daring to question her about her correspondence, and she was determined to show that she thought so. "Eleanor, you are forgetting yourself," said he, looking very sternly at her. "Otherwise you would never tell me that I conceive any man to be a messenger from Satan." "But you do," said she. "Nothing is too bad for him. Give me that letter, if you please." And she stretched out her hand and took it from him. "He has been doing his best to serve Papa, doing more than any of Papa's friends could do. And yet, because he is the chaplain of a bishop whom you don't like, you speak of him as though he had no right to the usage of a gentleman. He has done nothing for your father. I believe that he has done a great deal, and as far as I am concerned, I am grateful to him. Nothing that you can say can prevent me being so. I judge people by their acts, and his, as far as I can see them, are good. She then paused for a moment. If you have nothing further to say, I shall be obliged by being permitted to say good night. I am very tired. Dr. Grantly had, as he thought, done his best to be gracious to his sister-in-law. He had endeavoured not to be harsh to her, and had striven to pluck the sting from his rebuke. But he did not intend that she should leave him without hearing him. I have something to say, Eleanor, and I fear I must trouble you to hear it. You profess that it is quite proper that you should receive from Mr. Slope such letters as that you have in your hand. Susan and I think very differently. You are, of course, your own mistress, and much as we both must grieve should anything separate you from us, we have no power to prevent you from taking steps which may lead to such a separation. If you are so wilful as to reject the counsel of your friends, you must be allowed to cater for yourself. But, Eleanor, I may at any rate ask you this. Is it worth your while to break away from all those you have loved, from all who love you, for the sake of Mr. Slope? I don't know what you mean, Dr. Grantly. I don't know what you are talking about. I don't want to break away from anybody. But you will do so if you connect yourself with Mr. Slope. Eleanor, I must speak out to you. You must choose between your sister and myself and our friends, and Mr. Slope and his friends. I say nothing of your father, as you may probably understand his feelings better than I do. What do you mean, Dr. Grantly? What am I to understand? I never heard such wicked prejudice in my life. It is no prejudice, Eleanor. I have known the world longer than you have done. Mr. Slope is altogether beneath you. You ought to know and feel that he is so. Pray think of this before it is too late. Too late? Or, if you will not believe me, ask Susan. You cannot think she is prejudiced against you. Or even consult your father. He is not prejudiced against you. Ask Mr. Arabin. You haven't spoken to Mr. Arabin about this, said she, jumping up and standing before him. Eleanor, all the world in and about Barchester will be speaking of it soon. But have you spoken to Mr. Arabin about me and Mr. Slope? Certainly I have, and he quite agrees with me. Agrees with what? Said she. I think you are trying to drive me mad. He agrees with me and Susan that it is quite impossible you should be received at Plumstead as Mrs. Slope. Not being favourites with the tragic news, we do not dare to attempt any description of Eleanor's face when she first heard the name of Mrs. Slope pronounced as that which would or should or might at some time appertain to herself. The look, such as it was, Dr. Grantly did not soon forget. For a moment or two she could find no words to express her deep anger and deep disgust. Indeed, at this conjuncture, words did not come to her very freely. "How dare you be so impertinent?" at last she said, and then she hurried out of the room, without giving the Archdeacon the opportunity of uttering another word. It was with difficulty she contained herself till she reached her own room, and then, locking the door, she threw herself on her bed and sobbed as though her heart would break. But even yet she had no conception of the truth. She had no idea that her father and her sister had for days past conceived in sober earnest the idea that she was going to marry this man. She did not even then believe that the Archdeacon thought that she would do so. By some manoeuvre of her brain she attributed the origin of the accusation to Mr. Arabin, and as she did so, her anger against him was excessive, and the vexation of her spirit almost unendurable. She could not bring herself to think that the charge was made seriously. It appeared to her most probable that the Archdeacon and Mr. Arabin had talked over her objectionable acquaintance with Mr. Slope, that Mr. Arabin, in his jeering, sarcastic way, had suggested the odious match as being the severest way of treating with contumely her acquaintance with his enemy, and that the Archdeacon, taking the idea from him, thought proper to punish her by the allusion. The whole night she lay awake thinking of what had been said, and this appeared to be the most probable solution. But the reflection that Mr. Arabin should have in any way mentioned her name in connection with that of Mr. Slope was overpowering, and the spiteful ill nature of the Archdeacon in repeating the charge to her made her wish to leave his house almost before the day had broken. One thing was certain: nothing should make her stay there beyond the following morning, and nothing should make her sit down to breakfast in company with Dr. Grantly. When she thought of the man whose name had been linked with her own, she cried from sheer disgust. It was only because she would be thus disgusted, thus pained and shocked and cut to the quick, that the Archdeacon had spoken the horrid word. He wanted to make her quarrel with Mr. Slope, and therefore he had outraged her by his abominable vulgarity. She determined that at any rate he should know that she appreciated it. Nor was the Archdeacon a bit better satisfied with the result of his serious interview than was Eleanor. He gathered from it, as indeed he could hardly fail to do, that she was very angry with him, but he thought that she was thus angry not because she was suspected of an intention to marry Mr. Slope, but because such an intention was imputed to her as a crime. Dr. Grantly regarded this supposed union with disgust, but it never occurred to him that Eleanor was outraged because she looked at it exactly in the same light. He returned to his wife, vexed and somewhat disconsolate, but nevertheless confirmed in his wrath against his sister-in-law. "Her whole behaviour," said he, "has been most objectionable. She handed me his love letter to read as though she were proud of it. And she is proud of it. She is proud of having this slavering, greedy man at her feet. She will throw herself and John Bold's money into his lap. She will ruin her boy, disgrace her father and you, and be a wretched, miserable woman." His spouse, who was sitting at her toilet table, continued her avocations, making no answer to all this. She had known that the Archdeacon would gain nothing by interfering, but she was too charitable to provoke him by saying so while he was in such deep sorrow. "This comes of a man making such a will as that of Bold's," he continued. "Eleanor is no more fitted to be trusted with such an amount of money in her own hands than is a charity school girl." Still Mrs. Grantly made no reply. "But I have done my duty. I can do nothing further. I have told her plainly that she cannot be allowed to form a link of connection between me and that man. From henceforward it will not be in my power to make her welcome at Plumstead. I cannot have Mr. Slope's love letters coming here. Susan, I think you had better let her understand that, as her mind on this subject seems to be irrevocably fixed, it will be better for all parties that she should return to Barchester." Now Mrs. Grantly was angry with Eleanor, nearly as angry as her husband, but she had no idea of turning her sister out of the house. She therefore at length spoke out and explained to the Archdeacon in her own mild, seducing way that he was fuming and fussing and fretting himself very unnecessarily. She declared that things, if left alone, would arrange themselves much better than he could arrange them, and at last succeeded in inducing him to go to bed in a somewhat less inhospitable state of mind. On the following morning, Eleanor's maid was commissioned to send word into the dining room that her mistress was not well enough to attend prayers, and that she would breakfast in her own room. Here she was visited by her father, and declared to him her intention of returning immediately to Barchester. He was hardly surprised by the announcement. All the household seemed to be aware that something had gone wrong. Every one walked about with subdued feet, and people's shoes seemed to creak more than usual. There was a look of conscious intelligence on the faces of the women, and the men attempted, but in vain, to converse as though nothing were the matter. All this had weighed heavily on the heart of Mr. Harding, and when Eleanor told him that her immediate return to Barchester was a necessity, he merely sighed piteously and said that he would be ready to accompany her. But here she objected strenuously. She had a great wish, she said, to go alone, a great desire that it might be seen that her father was not implicated in her quarrel with Dr. Grantly. To this at last he gave way, but not a word passed between them about Mr. Slope. Not a word was said, not a question asked as to the serious interview on the preceding evening. There was indeed very little confidence between them, though neither of them knew why it should be so. Eleanor once asked him whether he would not call upon the bishop, but he answered rather tartly that he did not know, he did not think he should, but he could not say just at present. And so they parted. Each was miserably anxious for some show of affection, for some return of confidence, for some sign of the feeling that usually bound them together. But none was given. The father could not bring himself to question his daughter about her supposed lover, and the daughter would not sully her mouth by repeating the odious word with which Dr. Grantly had roused her wrath. And so they parted. There was some trouble in arranging the method of Eleanor's return. She begged her father to send for a post-chaise, but when Mrs. Grantly heard of this, she objected strongly. If Eleanor would go away in dudgeon with the Archdeacon, why should she let all the servants and all the neighbourhood know that she had done so? So at last Eleanor consented to make use of the Plumstead carriage, and as the Archdeacon had gone out immediately after breakfast and was not to return till dinner time, she also consented to postpone her journey till after lunch and to join the family at that time. As to the subject of the quarrel, not a word was said by anyone. The affair of the carriage was arranged by Mr. Harding, who acted as Mercury between the two ladies. They, when they met, kissed each other very lovingly, and then sat down each to her crochet work as though nothing was amiss in all the world. End of chapter 29.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 30. Another Love Scene. But there was another visitor at the rectory whose feelings in this unfortunate matter must be somewhat strictly analysed. Mr. Arabin had heard from his friend of the probability of Elinor's marriage with Mr. Slope with amazement, but not with incredulity. It has been said that he was not in love with Elinor, and up to this period this had certainly been true. But as soon as he had heard that she loved someone else, he began to be very fond of her himself. He did not make up his mind that he wished to have her for his wife. He had never thought of her, and did not now think of her in connection with himself. But he experienced an inward, indefinable feeling of deep regret, a gnawing sorrow, an unconquerable depression of spirits, and also a species of self-abasement that he, Mr. Arabin, had not done something to prevent that other he, that vile he whom he so thoroughly despised, from carrying off this sweet prize. Whatever man may have reached the age of 40 unmarried without knowing something of such feelings must have been very successful, or else very cold-hearted. Mr. Arabin had never thought of trimming the sails of his bark so that he might sail as convoy to this rich argosy. He had seen that Mrs. Bold was beautiful, but he had not dreamt of making her beauty his own. He knew that Mrs. Bold was rich, but he had no more idea of appropriating her wealth than that of Dr. Grantly. He had discovered that Mrs. Bold was intelligent, warm-hearted, agreeable, sensible, all, in fact, that a man could wish his wife to be. But the higher were her attractions, the greater her claims to consideration, the less had he imagined that he might possibly become the possessor of them. Such had been his instinct rather than his thoughts, so humble and so diffident. Now his diffidence was to be rewarded by his seeing this woman, whose beauty was to his eyes perfect, whose wealth was such as to have deterred him from thinking of her, whose widowhood would have silenced him had he not been so deterred, by his seeing her become the prey of Obadiah Slope. On the morning of Mrs. Bold's departure he got on his horse to ride over to St. Ewolds. As he rode he kept muttering to himself a line from Van Artevelde, "How little flattering is woman's love," and then he strove to recall his mind and to think of other affairs, his parish, his college, his creed, but his thoughts would revert to Mr. Slope and the Flemish chieftain. When we think upon it, how little flattering is woman's love, given commonly to whosoe'er is nearest, and propped with most advantage. It was not that Mrs. Bold should marry any one but him. He had not put himself forward as a suitor, but that she should marry Mr. Slope. And so he repeated over again, "Outward grace, nor inward light is needful day by day. Men wanting both are mated with the best and loftiest of God's feminine creation, whose love takes no distinction but of gender, and ridicules the very name of choice." And so he went on, troubled much in his mind. He had but an uneasy ride of it that morning, and little good did he do at St. Ewolds. The necessary alterations in his house were being fast completed, and he walked through the rooms, and went up and down the stairs, and rambled through the garden, but he could not wake himself to much interest about them. He stood still at every window to look out and think upon Mr. Slope. At almost every window he had before stood and chatted with Elinor. She and Mrs. Grantly had been there continually, and while Mrs. Grantly had been giving orders, and seeing that orders had been complied with, he and Elinor had conversed on all things appertaining to a clergyman's profession. He thought how often he had laid down the law to her, and how sweetly she had borne with his somewhat dictatorial decrees. He remembered her listening intelligence, her gentle but quick replies, her interest in all that concerned the church, in all that concerned him, and then he struck his riding whip against the window-sill, and declared to himself that it was impossible that Eleanor Bold should marry Mr Slope. And yet he did not really believe, as he should have done, that it was impossible. He should have known her well enough to feel that it was truly impossible. He should have been aware that Eleanor had that within her which would surely protect her from such degradation. But he, like so many others, was deficient in confidence in women. He said to himself over and over again that it was impossible that Eleanor Bold should become Mrs Slope, and yet he believed that she would do so. And so he rambled about, and could do and think of nothing. He was thoroughly uncomfortable, thoroughly ill at ease, cross with himself and everybody else, and feeding in his heart an animosity towards Mr Slope. This was not as it should be, as he knew and felt, but he could not help himself. In truth, Mr Arabin was now in love with Mrs Bold, though ignorant of the fact himself. He was in love, and though 40 years old, was in love without being aware of it. He fumed and fretted, and did not know what was the matter, as a youth might do at 21. And so, having done no good at St Ewold's, he rode back much earlier than was usual with him, instigated by some inward unacknowledged hope that he might see Mrs Bold before she left. Eleanor had not passed a pleasant morning. She was irritated with every one, not least with herself. She felt that she had been hardly used, but she felt also that she had not played her own cards well. She should have held herself so far above suspicion as to have received her sister's innuendos and the Archdeacon's lecture with indifference. She had not done this, but had shown herself angry and sore, and was now ashamed of her own petulance, yet unable to discontinue it. The greater part of the morning she had spent alone, but after a while her father joined her. He had fully made up his mind that, come what might, nothing should separate him from his younger daughter. It was a hard task for him to reconcile himself to the idea of seeing her at the head of Mr Slope's table, but he got through it. Mr Slope, as he argued to himself, was a respectable man and a clergyman, and he, as Eleanor's father, had no right even to endeavour to prevent her from marrying such a one. He longed to tell her how he had determined to prefer her to all the world, how he was prepared to admit that she was not wrong, how thoroughly he differed from Dr Grantly, but he could not bring himself to mention Mr Slope's name. There was yet a chance that they were all wrong in their surmise, and being thus in doubt, he could not bring himself to speak openly to her on the subject. He was sitting with her in the drawing-room, with his arm around her waist, saying every now and then some little soft words of affection, and working hard with his imaginary fiddle-bow, when Mr Arabin entered the room. He immediately got up, and the two made some trite remarks to each other, neither thinking of what he was saying, while Eleanor kept her seat on the sofa, mute and moody. Mr Arabin was included in the list of those against whom her anger was excited. He too had dared to talk about her acquaintance with Mr Slope. He too had dared to blame her for not making an enemy of his enemy. She had not intended to see him before her departure, and was now but little inclined to be gracious. There was a feeling through the whole house that something was wrong. Mr Arabin, when he saw Eleanor, could not succeed in looking or in speaking as though he knew nothing of all this. He could not be cheerful and positive and contradictory with her, as was his wont. He had not been 2 minutes in the room before he felt that he had done wrong to return, and the moment he heard her voice he thoroughly wished himself back at St Ewold's. Why indeed should he have wished to have aught further to say to the future wife of Mr Slope? "I am sorry to hear that you are to leave us so soon," said he, striving in vain to use his ordinary voice. In answer to this she muttered something about the necessity of her being in Barchester, and betook herself most industriously to her crochet work. Then there was a little more trite conversation between Mr Arabin and Mr Harding, trite and hard and vapid and senseless. Neither of them had anything to say to the other, and yet neither at such a moment liked to remain silent. At last Mr Harding, taking advantage of a pause, escaped out of the room, and Eleanor and Mr Arabin were left together. "Your going will be a great break up to our party," said he. She again muttered something which was all but inaudible, but kept her eyes fixed upon her work. "We've had a very pleasant month here," said he. "At least I have, and I am sorry it should be so soon over." "I have already been from home longer than I intended," said she, "and it is time that I should return." "Well, pleasant hours and pleasant days must come to an end. It is a pity that so few of them are pleasant, or perhaps rather, it is a pity certainly that men and women do so much to destroy the pleasantness of their days," said she, interrupting him. "It is a pity that there should be so little charity abroad." "Charity should begin at home," said he, and he was proceeding to explain that he, as a clergyman, could not be what she would call charitable at the expense of those principles which he considered it his duty to teach, when he remembered that it would be worse than vain to argue on such a matter with the future wife of Mr Slope. "But you are just leaving us," he continued, "and I will not weary your last hour with another lecture. As it is, I fear I have given you too many." "You should practise as well as preach, Mr Arabin." "Undoubtedly I should. So should we all. All of us who presume to teach are bound to do our utmost towards fulfilling our own lessons. I thoroughly allow my deficiency in doing so, and I do not quite know now to what you allude. Have you any special reason for telling me now that I should practise as well as preach?" Elinor made no answer. She longed to let him know the cause of her anger, to upbraid him for speaking of her disrespectfully, and then at last to forgive him, and so part friends. She felt that she would be unhappy to leave him in her present frame of mind, but yet she could hardly bring herself to speak of him to Mr Slope. And how could she allude to the innuendo thrown out by the archdeacon, and thrown out, as she believed, at the instigation of Mr Arabin? She wanted to make him know that he was wrong, to make him aware that he had ill-treated her, in order that the sweetness of her forgiveness might be enhanced. She felt that she liked him too well to be contented to part with him in displeasure, yet she could not get over her deep displeasure without some explanation, some acknowledgment on his part, some assurance that he would never again so sin against her. "Why do you tell me that I should practise what I preach?" continued he. "All men should do so." "Certainly, that is as it were understood and acknowledged. But you do not say so to all men, or to all clergymen. The advice, good as it is not given except in allusion to some special deficiency. If you will tell me my special deficiency, I will endeavour to profit by the advice." She paused for a while, and then, looking full in his face, she said, "You are not bold enough, Mr Arabin, to speak out to me openly and plainly, and you expect me, a woman, to speak openly to you. Why did you speak calumny of me to Dr Grantly behind my back?" "Calumny!" said he, and his whole face became suffused with blood. "What calumny? If I have spoken calumny of you, I will beg your pardon, and his to whom I spoke it, and God's pardon also. But what calumny have I spoken of you to Dr Grantly?" She also blushed deeply. She could not bring herself to ask him whether he had not spoken of her as another man's wife. "You know that best yourself," said she, "but I ask you as a man of honour, if you have not spoken of me as you would not have spoken of your own sister, or rather I will not ask you," she continued, finding that he did not immediately answer her. "I will not put you to the necessity of answering such a question. Dr Grantly has told me what you said." "Dr Grantly certainly asked me for my advice, and I gave it. He asked me—" "I know he did, Mr Arabin. He asked you whether he would be doing right to receive me at Plumstead if I continued my acquaintance with a gentleman who happens to be personally disagreeable to yourself and to him." "You are mistaken, Mrs Bold. I have no personal knowledge of Mr Slope. I have never met him in my life." "You are not the less individually hostile to him. It is not for me to question the propriety of your enmity, but I had a right to expect that my name should not have been mixed up in your hostilities. This has been done, and has been done by you, in a manner the most injurious and the most distressing to me as a woman. I must confess, Mr Arabin, that from you I expected a different sort of usage." As she spoke, she with difficulty restrained her tears, but she did restrain them. Had she given way and sobbed aloud, as in such cases a woman should do, he would have melted at once, implored her pardon, perhaps knelt at her feet and declared his love. Everything would have been explained, and Eleanor would have gone back to Barchester with a contented mind. How easily would she have forgiven and forgotten the Archdeacon's suspicions had she but heard the whole truth from Mr Arabin! But then where would have been my novel? She did not cry, and Mr Arabin did not melt. "You do me an injustice," said he. "My advice was asked by Dr Grantly, and I was obliged to give it." "Dr Grantly has been most officious, most impertinent. I have as complete a right to form my acquaintance as he has to form his. What would you have said had I consulted you as to the propriety of my banishing Dr Grantly from my house, because he knows Lord Tattenham Corner? I am sure Lord Tattenham is quite as objectionable an acquaintance for a clergyman as Mr Slope is for a clergyman's daughter." "I do not know Lord Tattenham Corner." "No, but Dr Grantly does. It is nothing to me if he knows all the young lords on every racecourse in England. I shall not interfere with him, nor he with me." "I am sorry to differ with you, Mrs Bold, but as you have spoken to me on this matter, and especially as you blame me for what little I said on the subject, I must tell you that I do differ from you. Dr Grantly's position as a man in the world gives him a right to choose his own acquaintances, subject to certain influences. If he chooses them badly, those influences will be used. If he consorts with persons unsuitable to him, his bishop will interfere. What the bishop is to Dr Grantly, Dr Grantly is to you." "I deny it. I utterly deny it," said Eleanor, jumping from her seat and literally flashing before Mr Arabin as she stood on the drawing-room floor. He had never seen her so excited. He had never seen her look half so beautiful. "I utterly deny it," said she. "Dr Grantly has no sort of jurisdiction over me whatsoever. Do you and he forget that I am not altogether alone in the world? Do you forget that I have a father? Dr Grantly, I believe, has always forgotten it. From you, Mr Arabin," she continued, "I would have listened to advice, because I should have expected it to have been given as one friend may advise another, not as a schoolmaster gives an order to a pupil. I might have differed from you. On this matter I should have done so. But had you spoken to me in your usual manner and with your usual freedom, I should not have been angry. But now, was it manly of you, Dr Arabin, to speak of me in this way, so disrespectful, so... I cannot bring myself to repeat what you said. You must understand what I feel. Was it just of you to speak of me in such a way, and to advise my sister's husband to turn me out of my sister's house, because I chose to know a man of whose doctrine you disapprove?" "I have no alternative left me, Mrs Bold," said he, standing with his back to the fireplace, looking down intently at the carpet pattern, and speaking with a slow, measured voice, "but to tell you plainly what did take place between me and Dr Grantly." "Well," said she, finding that he paused for a moment. "I am afraid that what I may say may pain you." "It cannot well do so more than what you have already done," said she. "Dr Grantly asked me whether I thought it would be prudent for him to receive you in his house as the wife of Mr Slope, and I told him that I thought it would be imprudent, believing it to be utterly impossible that Mr Slope and... Thank you, Mr Arabin, that is sufficient. I do not want to know your reasons," said she, speaking with a terribly calm voice. "I have shown to this gentleman the commonplace civility of a neighbour, and because I have done so, because I have not indulged against him in all the rancour and hatred which you and Dr Grantly consider due to all clergymen who do not agree with yourselves, you conclude that I am to marry him. Or rather you do not conclude so. No rational man could really come to such an outrageous conclusion without better ground. You have not thought so. But as I am in a position in which such an accusation must be peculiarly painful, it is made in order that I may be terrified into hostility against this enemy of yours." As she finished speaking, she went to the drawing-room window and stepped out into the garden. Mr Arabin was left in the room, still occupied in counting the pattern on the carpet. He had, however, distinctly heard and accurately marked every word that she had spoken. Was it not clear from what she had said that the Archdeacon had been wrong in imputing to her any attachment to Mr Slope? Was it not clear that Eleanor was still free to make another choice? It may seem strange that he should for a moment have had a doubt, and yet he did doubt. She had not absolutely denied the charge. She had not expressly said that it was untrue. Mr Arabin understood little of the nature of a woman's feelings, or he would have known how improbable it was that she should make any clearer declaration than she had done. Few men do understand the nature of a woman's heart, till years have robbed such understanding of its value. And it is well that it should be so, or men would triumph too easily. Mr Arabin stood counting the carpet, unhappy, wretchedly unhappy, at the hard words that had been spoken to him, and yet happy, exquisitely happy, as he thought that, after all, the woman whom he so regarded was not to become the wife of the man whom he so much disliked. As he stood there he began to be aware that he was himself in love. 40 years had passed over his head, and as yet woman's beauty had never given him an uneasy hour. His present hour was very uneasy. Not that he remained there for half or a quarter of that time. In spite of what Eleanor had said, Mr Arabin was in truth a manly man. Having ascertained that he loved this woman, and having now reason to believe that she was free to receive his love, at least if she pleased to do so, he followed her into the garden to make such wooing as he could. He was not long in finding her. She was walking to and fro beneath the avenue of elms that stood in the archdeacon's garden, skirting the churchyard. What had passed between her and Mr Arabin had not, alas, tended to lessen the acerbity of her spirit. She was very angry, more angry with him than with any one. How could he have so misunderstood her? She had been so intimate with him, had allowed him such latitude in what he had chosen to say to her, had complied with his ideas, cherished his views, fostered his precepts, cared for his comforts, made much of him in every way in which a pretty woman can make much of an unmarried man without committing herself or her feelings. She had been doing this, and while she had been doing it, he had regarded her as the affianced wife of another man. As she passed along the avenue, every now and then an unbidden tear would force itself on her cheek, and as she raised her hand to brush it away, she stamped with her little foot upon the sward with very spite to think that she had been so treated. Mr Arabin was very near to her when she first saw him, and she turned short round and retraced her steps down the avenue, trying to rid her cheeks of all trace of the tell-tale tears. It was a needless endeavour, for Mr Arabin was in a state of mind that hardly allowed him to observe such trifles. He followed her down the walk, and overtook her just as she reached the end of it. He had not considered how he would address her. He had not thought what he would say. He had only felt that it was wretchedness to him to quarrel with her, and that it would be happiness to be allowed to love her. And yet he could not lower himself by asking her pardon. He had done her no wrong. He had not calumniated her, not injured her as she had accused him of doing. He could not confess sins of which he had not been guilty. He could only let the past be past, and ask her as to her and his hopes for the future. "I hope we are not to part as enemies," said he. "There shall be no enmity on my part," said Eleanor. "I endeavour to avoid all enmities. It would be a hollow pretence were I to say that there can be true friendship between us after what has just passed. People cannot make their friends of those whom they despise." "And am I despised?" "I must have been so before you could have spoken of me as you did. And I was deceived, cruelly deceived. I believed that you thought well of me. I believed that you esteemed me." "Thought well of you, and esteemed you," said he. "In justifying myself before you, I must use stronger words than those." He paused for a moment, and Eleanor's heart beat with painful violence within her bosom as she waited for him to go on. "I have esteemed, do esteem you, as I never yet esteemed any woman. Think well of you! I never thought to think so well of any human creature. Speak calumny of you, insult you, wilfully injure you. I wish it were my privilege to shield you from calumny, insult, and injury. Calumny! Ah me, 'twere better almost that it were so, better than to worship with a sinful worship, sinful and vain also." And then he walked along beside her, with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down on the grass beneath his feet, and utterly at a loss how to express his meaning. And Eleanor walked beside him, determined at least to give him no assistance. "Ah me," he uttered at last, speaking rather to himself than to her. Ah me, these Plumstead walks were pleasant enough, if one could have but heart's ease, but without that the dull dead stones of Oxford were far preferable, and St. Ewolds too. Mrs Bold, I am beginning to think that I mistook myself when I came hither. A Romish priest now would have escaped all this. O Father of Heaven, how good for us would it be if thou couldst vouchsafe to us a certain rule. And have we not a certain rule, Mr Arabin? Yes, yes, surely. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. But what is temptation? What is evil? Is this evil? Is this temptation? Poor Mr Arabin. It would not come out of him, that deep, true love of his. He could not bring himself to utter it in plain language that would require and demand an answer. He knew not how to say to the woman by his side, since the fact is that you do not love that other man, that you are not to be his wife, can you love me? Will you be my wife? These were the words which were in his heart, but with all his sighs he could not draw them to his lips. He would have given anything, everything, for power to ask this simple question, but glib as his tongue was in pulpits and on platforms, now he could not find a word wherewith to express the plain wish of his heart. And yet Elinor understood him as thoroughly as though he had declared his passion with all the elegant fluency of a practised Lothario. With a woman's instinct, she followed every bend of his mind as he spoke of the pleasantness of Plumstead and the stones of Oxford, as he alluded to the safety of the Romish priest and the hidden perils of temptation. She knew that it all meant love. She knew that this man at her side, this accomplished scholar, this practised orator, this great polemical combatant, was striving and striving in vain to tell her that his heart was no longer his own. She knew this, and felt a sort of joy in knowing it, yet she would not come to his aid. He had offended her deeply, had treated her unworthily, the more unworthily seeing that he had learnt to love her, and Elinor could not bring herself to abandon her revenge. She did not ask herself whether or no she would ultimately accept his love. She did not even acknowledge to herself that she now perceived it with pleasure. At the present moment it did not touch her heart, it merely appeased her pride and flattered her vanity. Mr Arabin had dared to associate her name with that of Mr Slope, and now her spirit was soothed by finding that he would fain associate it with his own. And so she walked on beside him, inhaling incense but giving out no sweetness in return. "Answer me this," said Mr Arabin, stopping suddenly in his walk and stepping forward so that he faced his companion. "Answer me this one question. You do not love Mr Slope. You do not intend to be his wife." Mr Arabin certainly did not go the right way to win such a woman as Elinor Bold. Just as her wrath was evaporating, as it was disappearing before the true warmth of his untold love, he rekindled it by a most useless repetition of his original sin. Had he known what he was about, he should never have mentioned Mr Slope's name before Elinor Bold till he had made her all his own. Then, and not till then, he might have talked of Mr Slope with as much triumph as he chose. "I shall answer no such question," said she, "and what is more, I must tell you that nothing can justify your asking it. Good morning." And so saying, she stepped proudly across the lawn, and passing through the drawing-room window, joined her father and sister at lunch in the dining-room. Half an hour afterwards she was in the carriage, and so she left Plumstead without again seeing Mr Arabin. His walk was long and sad among the sombre trees that overshadowed the churchyard. He left the archdeacon's grounds that he might escape attention, and sauntered among the green hillocks under which lay at rest so many of the once loving swains and forgotten beauties of Plumstead. To his ears Elinor's last words sounded like a knell never to be reversed. He could not comprehend that she might be angry with him, indignant with him, remorseless with him, and yet love him. He could not make up his mind whether or no Mr Slope was in truth a favoured rival. If not, why should she not have answered his question? Poor Mr Arabin, untaught, illiterate, boorish, ignorant man, that at 40 years of age you should know so little of the workings of a woman's heart. End of chapter 30.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 31, The Bishop's Library. And thus the pleasant party at Plumstead was broken up. It had been a very pleasant party as long as they had all remained in good humour with one another. Mrs. Grantley had felt her house to be gayer and brighter than it had been for many a long day, and the Archdeacon had been aware that the month had passed pleasantly without attributing the pleasure to any other special merits than those of his own hospitality. Within 3 or 4 days of Eleanor's departure, Mr. Harding had also returned, and Mr. Arabin had gone to Oxford to spend 1 week there previous to his settling at the vicarage of St. Ewold's. He had gone laden with many messages to Dr. Gwynne, touching the iniquity of the doings in Barchester Palace, and the peril in which it was believed the hospital still stood, in spite of the assurances contained in Mr. Slope's inauspicious letter. During Eleanor's drive into Barchester, she had not much opportunity of reflecting on Mr. Arabin. She had been constrained to divert her mind both from his sins and his love by the necessity of conversing with her sister and maintaining the appearance of parting with her on good terms. When the carriage reached her own door, and while she was in the act of giving her last kiss to her sister and nieces, Mary Bold ran out and exclaimed, "Oh, Eleanor, have you heard? Oh, Mrs. Grantley, have you heard what has happened? The poor Dean!" "Good heavens!" said Mrs. Grantley. What has happened?" "This morning at 9 he had a fit of apoplexy, and he has not spoken since. I very much fear that by this time he is no more." Mrs. Grantley had been very intimate with the Dean, and was therefore much shocked. Eleanor had not known him so well. Nevertheless, she was sufficiently acquainted with his person and manners to feel startled and grieved also at the tidings she now received. "I will go at once to the deanery," said Mrs. Grantley. "The Archdeacon, I am sure, will be there. If there is any news to send you, I will let Thomas call before he leaves town." And so the carriage drove off, leaving Eleanor and her baby with Mary Bold. Mrs. Grantley had been quite right. The Archdeacon was at the deanery. He had come into Barchester that morning by himself, not caring to intrude himself upon Eleanor, and he also immediately on his arrival had heard of the Dean's fit. There was, as we have before said, a library or reading room connecting the cathedral with the Dean's house. This was generally called the Bishop's Library, because a certain Bishop of Barchester was supposed to have added it to the cathedral. It was built immediately over a portion of the cloisters, and a flight of stairs descended from it into the room in which the cathedral clergymen put their surplices on and off. As it also opened directly into the Dean's house, it was the passage through which that dignitary usually went to his public devotions. Who had or had not the right of entry into it, it might be difficult to say. But the people of Barchester believed that it belonged to the Dean, and the clergymen of Barchester believed that it belonged to the chapter. On the morning in question, most of the resident clergymen who constituted the chapter, and some few others, were here assembled, and among them, as usual, the Archdeacon towered with high authority. He had heard of the Dean's fit before he was over the bridge which led into the town, and had at once come to the well-known clerical trysting place. He had been there by 11 o'clock, and had remained ever since. From time to time the medical men who had been called in came through from the deanery into the library, uttered little bulletins, and then returned. There was, it appears, very little hope of the old man's rallying, indeed no hope of anything like a final recovery. The only question was whether he must die at once, speechless, unconscious, stricken to death by his first heavy fit, or whether by due aid of medical skill he might not be so far brought back to his world as to become conscious of his state and enabled to address one prayer to his Maker before he was called to meet him face to face at the judgment seat. Sir Omicron Pie had been sent for from London. That great man had shown himself a wonderful adept at keeping life still moving with an old man's heart in the case of good old Bishop Grantley, and it might be reasonably expected that he would be equally successful with a dean. In the meantime, Dr. Filgrave and Mr. Rerechild were doing their best, and poor Miss Trefoil sat at the head of her father's bed, longing, as in such cases daughters do long, to be allowed to do something to show her love. If it were only to chafe his feet with her hands, or wait in menial offices on those autocratic doctors, anything so that now in the time of need she might be of use. The Archdeacon alone of the attendant clergy had been admitted for a moment into the sick man's chamber. He had crept in with creaking shoes, had said with smothered voice a word of consolation to the sorrowing daughter, had looked on the distorted face of his old friend with solemn but yet eager scrutinizing eye, as though he said in his heart, "And so some day it will probably be me," and then, having whispered an unmeaning word or two to the doctors, had creaked his way back again into the library. "He'll never speak again, I fear," said the Archdeacon as he noiselessly closed the door, as though the unconscious dying man, from whom all sense had fled, would have heard in his distant chamber the spring of the lock which was now so carefully handled. "Indeed, indeed, is he so bad?" said the meagre little prebendary, turning over in his own mind all the probable candidates for the deanery, and wondering whether the Archdeacon would think it worth his while to accept it. "The fit must have been very violent." "When a man over 70 has a stroke of apoplexy, it seldom comes very lightly," said the burly Chancellor. "He was an excellent, sweet-tempered man," said one of the vicar's choral. "Heaven knows how we shall repair his loss." "He was, indeed," said a minor canon, "and a great blessing to all those privileged to take a share in the services of a cathedral. I suppose the government will appoint Mr. Archdeacon. I trust we may have no stranger." "We will not talk about his successor," said the Archdeacon, "while there is yet hope." "Oh no, of course not," said the minor canon. "It would be exceedingly indecorous, but—" "I know of no man," said the meagre little prebendary, "who has better interest with the present government than Mr. Slope." "Mr. Slope," said 2 or 3 at once, almost sotto voce. "Mr. Slope, Dean of Barchester." "Pooh!" exclaimed the burly Chancellor. "The Bishop would do anything for him," said the little prebendary. "And so would Mrs. Proudie," said the vicar choral. "Pooh!" said the Chancellor. The Archdeacon had almost turned pale at the idea. What if Mr. Slope should become Dean of Barchester? To be sure, there was no adequate ground, indeed no ground at all, for presuming that such a desecration could even be contemplated. But nevertheless it was on the cards. Dr. Proudie had an interest with the government, and the man carried, as it were, Dr. Proudie in his pocket. How should they all conduct themselves if Mr. Slope were to become the Dean of Barchester? The bare idea for a moment struck even Dr. Grantley dumb. "It would certainly not be very pleasant for us to have Mr. Slope at the deanery," said the little prebendary, chuckling inwardly at the evident consternation which his surmise had created. "About as pleasant and as probable as having you in the palace," said the Chancellor. "I should think such an appointment highly improbable," said the minor canon, "and, moreover, extremely injudicious. Should not you, Mr. Archdeacon?" "I should presume such a thing to be quite out of the question," said the Archdeacon. "But at the present moment I am thinking rather of our poor friend who is lying so near us than of Mr. Slope." Of course," said the vicar choral with a very solemn air. "Of course you are. So are we all. Poor Dr. Trefoil, the best of men. But—" "It's the most comfortable dean's residence in England," said a second prebendary. 15 acres in the ground. "It is better than many of the bishop's palaces." "And full 2,000 a year," said the meagre doctor. it is cut down to 1,200, said the Chancellor. No, said the second prebendary, it is to be 15. A special case was made. No such thing, said the Chancellor. You'll find I'm right, said the prebendary. I'm sure I read it in the report, said the minor canon. Nonsense, said the Chancellor. They couldn't do it. There were to be no exceptions but London and Durham. And Canterbury and York, said the Vicar Choral modestly. What do you say, Grantley? Said the meagre little doctor. Say about what? Said the Archdeacon, who had been looking as though he were thinking about his friend, the Dean, but who had in reality been thinking about Mr. Slope. What is the next Dean to have, 12 or 15? 12, said the Archdeacon authoritatively, thereby putting an end at once to all doubt and dispute among his subordinates as far as that subject was concerned. Well, I certainly thought it was 15, said the minor canon. Pooh, said the burly Chancellor. At this moment the door opened and in came Dr. Filgrave. How is he? Is he conscious? Can he speak? I hope he's not dead. No worse news, Doctor, I trust. I trust something's better, Doctor, said half a dozen voices, all at once, each in a tone of extremest anxiety. It was pleasant to see how popular the good old Dean was among his clergy. No change, gentlemen, not the slightest change, but a telegraphic message has arrived. Sir Omicron Pi will be here by the 9:15 p.m. train. If any man can do anything, Sir Omicron Pi will do it. But all that skill can do has been done. We're sure of that, Dr. Filgrave, said the Archdeacon. We're quite sure of that. But yet, you know... Oh, quite right, said the doctor. Quite right. I should have done just the same. I advised it at once. I said to Rare Child at once that with such a life and such a man, Sir Omicron should be summoned. Of course I knew expense was nothing, so distinguished, you know, and so popular. Nevertheless, all that human skill can do has been done. Just at this period, Mrs. Grantley's carriage drove into the close, and the Archdeacon went down to confirm the news which she had heard before. By the 9:15 p.m. train, Sir Omicron Pi did arrive, and in the course of the night a sort of consciousness returned to the poor old Dean. Whether this was due to Sir Omicron Pi is a question on which it may be well not to offer an opinion. Dr. Filgrave was very clear in his own mind, but Sir Omicron himself is thought to have differed from that learned doctor. At any rate, Sir Omicron expressed an opinion that the Dean had yet some days to live. For the 8 or 10 next days, accordingly, the poor Dean remained in the same state, half conscious and half comatose, and the attendant clergy began to think that no new appointment would be necessary for some few months to come. End of chapter 31. Recording by Kritika.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to inquire how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 32. A new candidate for ecclesiastical honours. The Dean's illness occasioned much mental turmoil in other places besides the deanery and adjoining library, and the idea which occurred to the meagre little prebendary about Mr. Slope did not occur to him alone. The bishop was sitting listlessly in his study when the news reached him of the Dean's illness. It was brought to him by Mr. Slope, who of course was not the last person in Barchester to hear it. It was also not slow in finding its way to Mrs. Proudie's ears. It may be presumed that there was not just then much friendly intercourse between these two rival claimants for his lordship's obedience. Indeed, though living in the same house, they had not met since the stormy interview between them in the bishop's study on the preceding day. On that occasion Mrs Proudie had been defeated. That the prestige of continual victory should have been torn from her standards was a subject of great sorrow to that militant lady. But though defeated, she was not overcome. She felt that she might yet recover her lost ground, that she might yet hurl Mr Slope down to the dust from which she had picked him, and force her sinning lord to sue for pardon in sackcloth and ashes. On that memorable day, memorable for his mutiny and rebellion against her high behests, he had carried his way with a high hand, and had really begun to think it possible that the days of his slavery were counted. He had begun to hope that he was now about to enter into a free land, a land delicious with milk which he himself might quaff, and honey which would not tantalise him by being only honey to the eye. When Mrs Proudie banged the door as she left his room, he felt himself every inch a bishop. To be sure, his spirit had been a little cowed by his chaplain's subsequent lecture, but on the whole he was highly pleased with himself, and flattered himself that the worst was over. Ce n'est que le premier pas qui coûte, he reflected, and now that the first step had been so magnanimously taken, all the rest would follow easily. He met his wife as a matter of course at dinner, where little or nothing was said that could ruffle the bishop's happiness. His daughters and the servants were present and protected him. He made one or two trifling remarks on the subject of his projected visit to the archbishop, in order to show to all concerned that he intended to have his own way, and the very servants, perceiving the change, transferred a little of their reverence from their mistress to their master, all which the master perceived, and so also did the mistress. But Mrs Proudie bided her time. After dinner he returned to his study, where Mr Slope soon found him, and there they had tea together, and planned many things. For some minutes the bishop was really happy, but as the clock on the chimney-piece warned him that the stilly hours of night were drawing on, as he looked at his chamber candlestick and knew that he must use it, his heart sank within him again. He was as a ghost, all of whose power of wandering free through those upper regions ceases at cock-crow, or rather he was the opposite of the ghost, for till cock-crow he must again be a serf. And would that be all? Could he trust himself to come down to breakfast a free man in the morning? He was nearly an hour later than usual when he betook himself to his rest. Rest? What rest? However, he took a couple of glasses of sherry and mounted the stairs. Far be it from us to follow him thither. There are some things which no novelist, no historian should attempt, some few scenes in life's drama which even no poet should dare to paint. Let that which passed between Dr Proudie and his wife on this night be understood to be among them. He came down the following morning a sad and thoughtful man. He was attenuated in appearance, one might almost say emaciated. I doubt whether his now grizzled locks had not palpably become more grey than on the preceding evening. At any rate, he had aged materially. Years do not make a man old gradually and at an even pace. Look through the world, and see if this is not so always, except in those rare cases in which the human being lives and dies without joys and without sorrows, like a vegetable. A man shall be possessed of florid, youthful, blooming health, till, it matters not what age, 30, 40, 50, then comes some nipping frost, some period of agony that robs the fibres of the body of their succulence, and the hale and hearty man is counted among the old. He came down and breakfasted alone. Mrs Proudie, being indisposed, took her coffee in her bedroom, and her daughters waited upon her there. He ate his breakfast alone, and then, hardly knowing what he did, he betook himself to his usual seat in his study. He tried to solace himself with his coming visit to the archbishop. That effort of his own free will at any rate remained to him as an enduring triumph. But somehow, now that he had achieved it, he did not seem to care so much about it. It was his ambition that had prompted him to take his place at the archiepiscopal table, and his ambition was now quite dead within him. He was thus seated when Mr Slope made his appearance with breathless impatience. "My lord, the Dean is dead." "Good heavens!" exclaimed the bishop, startled out of his apathy by an announcement so sad and so sudden. "He is either dead or now dying. He has had an apoplectic fit, and I am told there is not the slightest hope. Indeed, I do not doubt that by this time he is no more." Bells were rung, and servants were immediately sent to inquire. In the course of the morning, the bishop, leaning on his chaplain's arm, himself called at the deanery door. Mrs Proudie sent to Miss Trefoil all manner of offers of assistance. The Miss Proudies sent also, and there was immense sympathy between the palace and the deanery. The answer to all inquiries was unvaried. The Dean was just the same, and Sir Omicron Pie was expected down by the 9:15 p.m. train. And then Mr Slope began to meditate, as others also had done, as to who might possibly be the new Dean. And it occurred to him, as it had also occurred to others, that it might be possible that he should be the new Dean himself. And then the question as to the 1,200 or 1,500 or 2,000 ran in his mind, as it had run through those of the other clergymen in the cathedral library. Whether it might be 2,000 or 15 or 1,200, it would in any case undoubtedly be a great thing for him if he could get it. The gratification to his ambition would be greater even than that of his covetousness. How glorious to out-top the archdeacon in his own cathedral city, to sit above prebendaries and canons, and to have the cathedral pulpit and all the cathedral services altogether at his own disposal. But it might be easier to wish for this than to obtain it. Mr Slope, however, was not without some means of forwarding his views, and he at any rate did not let the grass grow under his feet. In the first place, he thought, and not vainly, that he could count upon what assistance the bishop could give him. He immediately changed his views with regard to his patron. He made up his mind that if he became dean, he would hand his lordship back again to his wife's vassalage, and he thought it possible that his lordship might not be sorry to rid himself of one of his mentors. Mr Slope had also taken some steps towards making his name known to other men in power. There was a certain Chief Commissioner of National Schools, who at the present moment was presumed to stand especially high in the good graces of the government bigwigs, and with him Mr Slope had contrived to establish a sort of epistolatory intimacy. He thought that he might safely apply to Sir Nicholas Fitzwhiggin, and he felt sure that if Sir Nicholas chose to exert himself, the promise of such a piece of preferment would be had for the asking for. Then he also had the press at his bidding, or flattered himself that he had so. The Daily Jupiter had taken his part in a very thorough manner in those polemical contests of his with Mr Arabin. He had on more than one occasion absolutely had an interview with a gentleman on the staff of that paper, who, if not the editor, was as good as the editor, and had long been in the habit of writing telling letters on all manner of ecclesiastical abuses, which he signed with his initials, and sent to his editorial friend with private notes signed in his own name. Indeed, he and Mr Towers, such was the name of the powerful gentleman of the press with whom he was concerned, were generally very amiable with each other. Mr Slope's little productions were always printed and occasionally commented upon, and thus in a small sort of way he had become a literary celebrity. This public life had had great charms for him, though it certainly also had its drawbacks. On one occasion, when speaking in the presence of reporters, he had failed to uphold and praise and swear by that special line of conduct which had been upheld and praised and sworn by in the Jupiter, and then he had been much surprised, and at the moment not a little irritated, to find himself lacerated most unmercifully by his old ally. He was quizzed and bespattered and made a fool of, just as though, or rather worse than if he had been a constant enemy instead of a constant friend. He had hitherto not learnt that a man who aspires to be on the staff of the Jupiter must surrender all individuality. But ultimately, This little castigation had broken no bones between him and his friend Mr. Towers. Mr. Slope was one of those who understood the world too well to show himself angry with such a potentate as the Jupiter. He had kissed the rod that scourged him, and now thought that he might fairly look for his reward. He determined that he would at once let Mr. Towers know that he was a candidate for the place which was about to become vacant. More than one piece of preferment had lately been given away, much in accordance with advice tendered to the government in the columns of the Jupiter. But it was incumbent upon Mr. Slope first to secure the bishop. He specially felt that it behoved him to do this before the visit to the archbishop was made. It was really quite providential that the dean should have fallen ill just in the very nick of time. If Dr Proudie could be instigated to take the matter up warmly, he might manage a good deal while staying at the archbishop's palace. Feeling this very strongly, Mr. Slope determined to sound the bishop that very afternoon. He was to start on the following morning to London, and therefore not a moment could be lost with safety. He went into the bishop's study about 5 o'clock, and found him still sitting alone. It might have been supposed that he had hardly moved since the little excitement occasioned by his walk to the dean's door. He still wore on his face that dull, dead look of half unconscious suffering. He was doing nothing, reading nothing, thinking of nothing, but simply gazing on vacancy, when Mr. Slope, for the second time that day, entered his room. "Well, Slope," said he, somewhat impatiently, for, to tell the truth, he was not anxious just at present to have much conversation with Mr. Slope. "Your lordship will be sorry to hear that as yet the poor dean has shown no sign of amendment." Oh, hasn't he? Poor man. I'm sure I'm very sorry. I suppose Sir Omicron has not arrived yet?" "No, not until the 9:15 p.m. train." "I wonder they didn't have a special. They say Dr. Trefoil is very rich." "Very rich, I believe," said Mr. Slope. "But the truth is, all the doctors in London can do no good. No other good than to show that every possible care has been taken. Poor Dr. Trefoil is not long for this world, my lord." "I suppose not. Oh no, indeed. His best friends could not wish that he should outlive such a shock, for his intellects cannot possibly survive it." Poor man," said the bishop. "It will naturally be a matter of much moment to your lordship who is to succeed him," said Mr. Slope. "It would be a great thing if you could secure the appointment of some person of your own way of thinking on important points. The party hostile to us are very strong here in Barchester, much too strong." Yes. If poor Dr. Trefoil is to go, it will be a great thing to get a good man in his place." "It will be everything to your lordship to get a man on whose co-operation you can reckon. Only think what trouble we might have if Dr. Grantly or Dr. Hyandry or any of that way of thinking were to get it." "It is not very probable that Lord will give it to any of that school. Why should he?" "No, not probable, certainly not, but it's possible. Great interest will probably be made. If I might venture to advise your lordship, I would suggest that you should discuss the matter with his Grace next week. I have no doubt that your wishes, if made known and backed by his Grace, would be paramount with Lord Why." "Well, I don't know that. Lord Why has always been very kind to me, very kind. But I am unwilling to interfere in such matters unless asked, and indeed, if asked, I don't know whom at this moment I should recommend." Mr. Slope, even Mr. Slope, felt at the present rather abashed. He hardly knew how to frame his little request in language sufficiently modest. He had recognised and acknowledged to himself the necessity of shocking the bishop in the first instance by the temerity of his application, and his difficulty was how best to remedy that by his adroitness and eloquence. "I doubted myself," said he, "whether your lordship would have any one immediately in your eye, and it is on this account that I venture to submit to you an idea that I have been turning over in my own mind. If poor Dr. Trefoil must go, I really do not see why, with your lordship's assistance, I should not hold the preferment myself." "You!" exclaimed the bishop, in a manner that Mr Slope could hardly have considered complimentary. The ice was now broken, and Mr Slope became fluent enough. "I have been thinking of looking for it. If your lordship will press the matter on the archbishop, I do not doubt but I shall succeed. You see, I shall be the first to move, which is a great matter. Then I can count upon assistance from the public press. My name is known, I may say, somewhat favourably known, to that portion of the press which is now most influential with the government, and I have friends also in the government. But nevertheless it is to you, my lord, that I look for assistance. It is from your hands that I would most willingly receive the benefit, and which should ever be the chief consideration in such matters, you must know better than any other person whatsoever what qualifications I possess." The bishop sat for a while dumbfounded. Mr Slope, Dean of Barchester? The idea of such a transformation of character would never have occurred to his own unaided intellect. At first he went on thinking why, for what reasons, on what account, Mr Slope should be Dean of Barchester. But by degrees the direction of his thoughts changed, and he began to think why, for what reasons, on what account, Mr Slope should not be Dean of Barchester. As far as he himself, the bishop, was concerned, he could well spare the services of his chaplain. That little idea of using Mr Slope as a counterpoise to his wife had well nigh evaporated. He had all but acknowledged the futility of the scheme. If indeed he could have slept in his chaplain's bedroom instead of his wife's, there might have been something in it. But... And thus, as Mr Slope was speaking, the bishop began to recognise the idea that the gentleman might become Dean of Barchester without impropriety, not moved indeed by Mr Slope's eloquence, for he did not follow the tenor of his speech, but led thereto by his own cogitations. "I need not say," continued Mr Slope, "that it would be my chief desire to act in all matters connected with the cathedral as far as possible in accordance with your views. I know your lordship so well, and I hope you know me well enough to have the same feelings, that I am satisfied that my being in that position will add materially to your own comfort, and enable you to extend the sphere of your useful influence. As I said before, it is most desirable that there should be but one opinion among the dignitaries of the same diocese. I doubt much whether I would accept such an appointment in any diocese in which I should be constrained to differ much from the bishop. In this case there would be a delightful uniformity of opinion." Mr Slope perfectly well perceived that the bishop did not follow a word that he had said, but nevertheless he went on talking. He knew it was necessary that Dr Proudie should recover from his surprise, and he knew also that he must give him the opportunity of appearing to have been persuaded by argument. So he went on, and produced a multitude of fitting reasons, all tending to show that no one on earth could make so good a Dean of Barchester as himself, that the government and the public would assuredly coincide in desiring that he, Mr Slope, should be Dean of Barchester, but that for high considerations of ecclesiastical polity it would be especially desirable that this piece of preferment should be so bestowed through the instrumentality of the bishop of the diocese. "But I really don't know what I could do in the matter," said the bishop. "If you would mention it to the archbishop, if you could tell his grace that you consider such an appointment very desirable, that you have it as much at heart with a view to putting an end to schism in the diocese, if you did this with your usual energy, you would probably find no difficulty in inducing his grace to promise that he would mention it to Lord Y. Of course you would let the archbishop know that I am not looking for the preferment solely through his intervention, that you do not exactly require him to ask it as a favour, that you expect I shall get it through other sources, as is indeed the case, but that you are very anxious that his grace should express his approval of such an arrangement to Lord Y." It ended in the bishop promising to do as he was bid. Not that he so promised without a stipulation. "About that hospital," he said in the middle of the conference, "I was never so troubled in my life," which was about the truth. You haven't spoken to Mr. Harding since I saw you?" Mr. Slope assured his patron that he had not. "Ah, well then, I think upon the whole it will be better to let Quiverful have it. It has been half promised to him, and he has a large family and is very poor. I think on the whole it will be better to make out the nomination for Mr. Quiverful." "But, my lord," said Mr. Slope, still thinking that he was bound to make a fight for his own view on the matter, and remembering that it still behoved him to maintain his lately acquired supremacy over Mrs. Proudie, lest he should fail in his views regarding the deanery. "But, my lord, I am really much afraid—" "Remember, Mr. Slope," said the bishop, "I can hold out no sort of hope to you in this matter of succeeding poor Dr. Trefoil. I will certainly speak to the archbishop as you wish it, but I cannot think—" "Well, my lord," said Mr. Slope, fully understanding the bishop, and in his turn interrupting him, "perhaps your lordship is right about Mr. Quiverful. I have no doubt I can easily arrange matters with Mr. Harding, and I will make out the nomination for your signature as you direct." "Yes, Slope, I think that will be best, and you may be sure that any little that I can do to forward your views shall be done." And so they parted. Mr. Slope had now much business on his hands. He had to make his daily visit to the signora. This common prudence should have now induced him to omit, but he was infatuated, and could not bring himself to be commonly prudent. He determined, therefore, that he would drink tea at the Stanhopes, and he determined also, or thought he determined, that having done so he would go thither no more. He had also to arrange his matters with Mrs. Bold. He was of opinion that Eleanor would grace the deanery as perfectly as she would the chaplain's cottage, and he thought, moreover, that Eleanor's fortune would excellently repair any dilapidations and curtailments in the dean's stipend which might have been made by that ruthless ecclesiastical commission. Touching Mrs. Bold, his hopes now soared high. Mr. Slope was one of that numerous multitude of swains who think that all is fair in love, and he had accordingly not refrained from using the services of Mrs. Bold's own maid. From her he had learnt much of what had taken place at Plumstead, not exactly with truth, for the own maid had not been able to divine the exact truth, but with some sort of similitude to it. He had been told that the Archdeacon and Mrs. Grantly and Mr. Harding and Mr. Arabin had all quarrelled with Mrs. for having received a letter from Mr. Slope, that Mrs. had positively refused to give the letter up, that she had received from the Archdeacon the option of giving up either Mr. Slope and his letter, or else the society of Plumstead Rectory, and that Mrs. had declared with much indignation that she didn't care a straw for the society of Plumstead Rectory, and that she wouldn't give up Mr. Slope for any of them. Considering the source from whence this came, it was not quite so untrue as might have been expected. It showed pretty plainly what had been the nature of the conversation in the servants' hall, and coupled as it was with the certainty of Eleanor's sudden return, it appeared to Mr. Slope to be so far worthy of credit as to justify him in thinking that the fair widow would in all human probability accept his offer. All this work was therefore to be done. It was desirable, he thought, that he should make his offer before it was known that Mr. Quiverful was finally appointed to the hospital. In his letter to Eleanor he had plainly declared that Mr. Harding was to have the appointment. It would be very difficult to explain this away, and were he to write another letter to Eleanor, telling the truth and throwing the blame on the bishop, it would naturally injure him in her estimation. He determined, therefore, to let the matter disclose itself as it would, and to lose no time in throwing himself at her feet. Then he had to solicit the assistance of Sir Nicholas Fitzwhiggin and Mr. Towers, and he went directly from the bishop's presence to compose his letters to those gentlemen. As Mr. Slope was esteemed an adept at letter writing, they shall be given in full. The Palace, Barchester, September 1850 whatever. Private. My dear Sir Nicholas, I hope that the intercourse which has been between us will preclude you from regarding my present application as an intrusion. You cannot, I imagine, have yet heard that poor old Dr. Trefoil has been seized with apoplexy. It is a subject of profound grief to everyone in Barchester, for he has always been an excellent man, excellent as a man and as a clergyman. He is, however, full of years, and his life could not under any circumstances have been much longer spared. You may probably have known him. There is, it appears, no probable chance of his recovery. Sir Omicron Pie is, I believe, at present with him. At any rate, the medical men here have declared that 1 or 2 days more must limit the tether of his mortal coil. I sincerely trust that his soul may wing its flight to that haven where it may for ever be at rest, and for ever be happy. The bishop has been speaking to me about the preferment, and he is anxious that it should be conferred on me. I confess that I can hardly venture, at my age, to look for such an advancement, but I am so far encouraged by his lordship that I believe I shall be induced to do so. His lordship goes to Lambeth to-morrow, and is intent on mentioning the subject to the archbishop. I know well how deservedly great is your weight with the present government. In any matter touching church preferment you would of course be listened to. Now that the matter has been put into my head, I am of course anxious to be successful. If you can assist me by your good word, you will confer on me one additional favour. I had better add that Lord Y. cannot as yet know of this piece of preferment having fallen in, or rather of its certainty of falling in, for poor dear Dr. Trefoil is past hope. Should Lord Y. first hear it from you, that might probably be thought to give you a fair claim to express your opinion. Of course, our grand object is that we should all be of one opinion in church matters. This is most desirable in Barchester. It is this that makes our good bishop so anxious about it. You may probably think it expedient to point this out to Lord Y., if it shall be in your power to oblige me by mentioning the subject to his lordship. Believe me, my dear Sir Nicholas, your most faithful servant, Obadiah Slope. His letter to Mr. Towers was written in quite a different strain. Mr. Slope conceived that he completely understood the difference in character and position of the two men whom he addressed. He knew that for such a man as Sir Nicholas Fitzwhiggin a little flummery was necessary, and that it might be of the easy everyday description. Accordingly, his letter to Sir Nicholas was written currente calamo, with very little trouble. But to such a man as Mr. Towers it was not so easy to write a letter that should be effective and yet not offensive, that should carry its point without undue interference. It was not difficult to flatter Dr. Proudie or Sir Nicholas Fitzwhiggin, but very difficult to flatter Mr. Towers without letting the flattery declare itself. This, however, had to be done. Moreover, this letter must, in appearance at least, be written without effort, and be fluent, unconstrained, and demonstrative of no doubt or fear on the part of the writer. Therefore the epistle to Mr. Towers was studied and recopied and elaborated at the cost of so many minutes that Mr. Slope hardly had time to dress himself and reach Dr. Stanhope's that evening. When dispatched, it ran as follows: Barchester, September 1850 whatever. Private. He purposely omitted any allusion to the palace, thinking that Mr. Towers might not like it. A great man, he remembered, had once been much condemned for dating a letter from Windsor Castle. My dear Sir, we were all a great deal shocked here this morning by hearing that poor old Dean Trefoil had been stricken with apoplexy. The fit took him about 9 a.m. I am writing now to save the post, and he is still alive, but past all hope or possibility, I believe, of living. Sir Omicron Pie is here, or will be very shortly, but all that even Sir Omicron can do is to ratify the sentence of his less distinguished brethren that nothing can be done. Poor Dr. Trefoil's race on this side the grave is run. I do not know whether you knew him. He was a good, quiet, charitable man, of the old school, of course, as any clergyman over 70 years of age must necessarily be. But I do not write merely with the object of sending you such news as this. Doubtless some one of your Mercuries will have seen and heard and reported so much. I write, as you usually do yourself, rather with a view to the future than to the past. Rumour is already rife here as to Dr. Trefoil's successor, and among those named as possible future deans, your humble servant is, I believe, not the least frequently spoken of. In short, I am looking for the preferment. You may probably know that since Bishop Proudie came to this diocese, I have exerted myself here a good deal, and I may certainly say not without some success. He and I are nearly always of the same opinion on points of doctrine as well as church discipline, and therefore I have had, as his confidential chaplain, very much in my own hands. But I confess to you that I have a higher ambition than to remain the chaplain of any bishop. There are no positions in which more energy is now needed than those of our deans. The whole of our enormous cathedral establishments have been allowed to go to sleep, nay, they are all but dead, and ready for the sepulchre. And yet of what prodigious moment they might be made, if, as was intended, they were so managed as to lead the way and show an example for all our parochial clergy. The bishop here is most anxious for my success. Indeed, he goes to-morrow to press the matter on the archbishop. I believe also I may count on the support of at least one effective member of the government. But I confess that the support of the Jupiter, if I be thought worthy of it, would be more gratifying to me than any other, more gratifying if by it I should be successful, and more gratifying also if, although so supported, I should be unsuccessful. The time has, in fact, come in which no government can venture to fill up the high places of the Church in defiance of the public press. The age of honourable bishops and noble deans has gone by, and any clergyman, however humbly born, can now hope for success if his industry, talent, and character be sufficient to call forth the manifest opinion of the public in his favour. At the present moment we all feel that any counsel given in such matters by the Jupiter has the greatest weight, is indeed generally followed, and we feel also, I am speaking of clergymen of my own age and standing, that it should be so. There can be no patron less interested than the Jupiter, and none that more thoroughly understands the wants of the people. I am sure you will not suspect me of asking from you any support which the paper with which you are connected cannot conscientiously give me. My object in writing is to let you know that I am a candidate for the appointment. It is for you to judge whether or no you can assist my views. I should not, of course, have written to you on such a matter had I not believed, and I have good reason so to believe, that the Jupiter approves of my views on ecclesiastical polity. The bishop expresses a fear that I may be considered too young for such a station, my age being 36. I cannot think that at the present day any hesitation need be felt on such a point. The public has lost its love for antiquated servants. If a man will ever be fit to do good work, he will be fit at 36 years of age. Believe me, very faithfully yours, Obadiah Slope. T. Towers, Esquire, something Court, Middle Temple. Having thus exerted himself, Mr. Slope posted his letters, and passed the remainder of the evening at the feet of his mistress. Mr. Slope will be accused of deceit in his mode of canvassing. It will be said that he has lied in the application he made to each of his 3 patrons. I believe it must be owned that he did so. He could not hesitate on account of his youth, and yet be quite assured that he was not too young. He could not count chiefly on the bishop's support, and chiefly also on that of the newspaper. He did not think that the bishop was going to Lambeth to press the matter on the archbishop. It must be owned that in his canvassing Mr. Slope was as false as he could well be. Let it, however, be asked of those who are conversant with such matters, whether he was more false than men usually are on such occasions. We English gentlemen hate the name of a lie, but how often do we find public men who believe each other's words? End of chapter 32. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to inquire how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 33. Mrs. Proudie Victrix. The next week passed over at Barchester with much apparent tranquillity. The hearts, however, of some of the inhabitants were not so tranquil as the streets of the city. The poor old dean still continued to live, just as Sir Omicron Pie had prophesied that he would do, much to the amazement, and some thought disgust, of Dr. Filgrave. The bishop still remained away. He had stayed a day or two in town, and had also remained longer at the archbishop's than he had intended. Mr Slope had as yet received no line in answer to either of his letters, but he had learnt the cause of this. Sir Nicholas was stalking a deer, or attending the Queen, in the Highlands, and even the indefatigable Mr Towers had stolen an autumn holiday, and had made one of the yearly tribe who now ascend Mont Blanc. Mr Slope learnt that he was not expected back till the last day of September. Mrs Bold was thrown very much with the Stanhopes, of whom she became fonder and fonder. If asked, she would have said that Charlotte Stanhope was her especial friend, and so she would have thought. But to tell the truth, she liked Bertie nearly as well. She had no more idea of regarding him as a lover than she would have had of looking at a big tame dog in such a light. Bertie had become very intimate with her, and made little speeches to her, and said little things of a sort very different from the speeches and sayings of other men. But then this was almost always done before his sisters, and he, with his long silken beard, his light blue eyes and strange dress, was so unlike other men. She admitted him to a kind of familiarity which she had never known with any one else, and of which she by no means understood the danger. She blushed once at finding that she had called him Bertie, and on the same day only barely remembered her position in time to check herself from playing upon him some personal practical joke to which she was instigated by Charlotte. In all this Eleanor was perfectly innocent, and Bertie Stanhope could hardly be called guilty. But every familiarity into which Eleanor was entrapped was deliberately planned by his sister. She knew well how to play her game, and played it without mercy. She knew, none so well, what was her brother's character, and she would have handed over to him the young widow, and the young widow's money, and the money of the widow's child, without remorse. With her pretended friendship and warm cordiality, she strove to connect Eleanor so closely with her brother as to make it impossible that she should go back, even if she wished it. But Charlotte Stanhope knew really nothing of Eleanor's character, did not even understand that there were such characters. She did not comprehend that a young and pretty woman could be playful and familiar with a man such as Bertie Stanhope, and yet have no idea in her head, no feeling in her heart, that she would have been ashamed to own to all the world. Charlotte Stanhope did not in the least conceive that her new friend was a woman whom nothing could entrap into an inconsiderate marriage, whose mind would have revolted from the slightest impropriety, had she been aware that any impropriety existed. Miss Stanhope, however, had tact enough to make herself and her father's house very agreeable to Mrs Bold. There was with them all an absence of stiffness and formality, which was particularly agreeable to Eleanor after the great dose of clerical arrogance which she had lately been constrained to take. She played chess with them, walked with them, and drank tea with them, studied or pretended to study astronomy, assisted them in writing stories in rhyme, in turning prose tragedy into comic verse, or comic stories into would-be tragic poetry. She had no idea before that she had any such talents. She had not conceived the possibility of her doing such things as she now did. She found with the Stanhopes new amusements and employments, new pursuits, which in themselves could not be wrong, and which were exceedingly alluring. Is it not a pity that people who are bright and clever should so often be exceedingly improper, and that those who are never improper should so often be dull and heavy? Now Charlotte Stanhope was always bright and never heavy, but then her propriety was doubtful. But during all this time Eleanor by no means forgot Mr Arabin, nor did she forget Mr Slope. She had parted from Mr Arabin in her anger. She was still angry at what she regarded as his impertinent interference, but nevertheless she looked forward to meeting him again, and also looked forward to forgiving him. The words that Mr Arabin had uttered still sounded in her ears. She knew that if not intended for a declaration of love, they did signify that he loved her, and she felt also that if he ever did make such a declaration, it might be that she should not receive it unkindly. She was still angry with him, very angry with him, so angry that she would bite her lip and stamp her foot as she thought of what he had said and done, but nevertheless she yearned to let him know that he was forgiven. All that she required was that he should own that he had sinned. She was to meet him in Ullathorne on the last day of the present month. Miss Thorne had invited all the country round to a breakfast on the lawn. There were to be tents and archery and dancing for the ladies on the lawn and for the swains and girls in the paddock. There were to be fiddlers and fifers, races for the boys, poles to be climbed, ditches full of water to be jumped over, horse collars to be grinned through. This latter amusement was an addition of the steward's, and not arranged by Miss Thorne in the original programme. And every game to be played, which in a long course of reading Miss Thorne could ascertain to have been played in the good days of Queen Elizabeth. Everything of more modern growth was to be tabooed if possible. On one subject Miss Thorne was very unhappy. She had been turning in her mind the matter of a bull ring, but could not succeed in making anything of it. She would not for the world have done, or allowed to be done, anything that was cruel. As to the promoting the torture of a bull for the amusement of her young neighbours, it need hardly be said that Miss Thorne would be the last to think of it. And yet there was something so charming in the name. A bull ring, however, without a bull, would only be a memento of the decadence of the times, and she felt herself constrained to abandon the idea. Quintains, however, she was determined to have, and had poles and swivels and bags of flour prepared accordingly. She would no doubt have been anxious for something small in the way of a tournament, but, as she said to her brother, that had been tried, and the age had proved itself too decidedly inferior to its forerunners to admit of such a pastime. Mr. Thorne did not seem to participate much in her regret, feeling that a full suit of chain armour would have added but little to his own personal comfort. This party at Ullathorne had been planned in the first place as a sort of welcoming to Mr. Arabin on his entrance into St. Ewold's parsonage. An intended harvest home gala for the labourers and their wives and children had subsequently been amalgamated with it, and thus it had grown to its present dimensions. All the Plumstead party had of course been asked, and at the time of the invitation Eleanor had intended to have gone with her sister. Now her plans were altered, and she was going with the Stanhopes. The Proudies were also to be there, and as Mr. Slope had not been included to the invitation to the palace, the Signora, whose impudence never deserted her, had asked permission of Miss Thorne to bring him. This permission Miss Thorne gave, having no other alternative, but she did so with a trembling heart, fearing Mr. Arabin would be offended. Immediately on his return she apologised, almost with tears, so dire an enmity was presumed to rage between the two gentlemen. But Mr. Arabin comforted her by an assurance that he should meet Mr. Slope with the greatest pleasure imaginable, and made her promise that she would introduce them to each other. But this triumph of Mr. Slope's was not so agreeable to Eleanor, who, since her return to Barchester, had done her best to avoid him. She would not give way to the Plumstead folk when they so ungenerously accused her of being in love with this odious man, but nevertheless, knowing that she was so accused, she was fully alive to the expediency of keeping out of his way, and dropping him by degrees. She had seen very little of him since her return. Her servant had been instructed to say to all visitors that she was out. She could not bring herself to specify Mr. Slope particularly, and in order to avoid him she had thus debarred herself from all her friends. She had accepted Charlotte Stanhope, and by degrees a few others. Once she had met him at the Stanhopes, but as a rule Mr. Slope's visits there were made in the morning, and hers in the evening. On that one occasion Charlotte had managed to preserve her from any annoyance. This was very good-natured on the part of Charlotte, as Eleanor thought, and also very sharp-witted, as Eleanor had told her friend nothing of her reasons for wishing to avoid that gentleman. The fact, however, was that Charlotte had learnt from her sister that Mr. Slope would probably put himself forward as a suitor for the widow's hand, and she was consequently sufficiently alive to the expediency of guarding Bertie's future wife from any danger in that quarter. Nevertheless, the Stanhopes were pledged to take Mr Slope with them to Ullathorne. An arrangement was therefore necessarily made, which was very disagreeable to Eleanor. Dr Stanhope, with herself, Charlotte, and Mr Slope, were to go together, and Bertie was to follow with his sister Madeline. It was clearly visible by Eleanor's face that this assortment was very disagreeable to her, and Charlotte, who was much encouraged thereby in her own little plan, made 1,000 apologies. "I see you don't like it, my dear," said she, "but we could not manage otherwise. Bertie would give his eyes to go with you, but Madeline cannot possibly go without him, nor could we possibly put Mr Slope and Madeline in the same carriage without anyone else. They'd both be ruined for ever, you know, and not admitted inside Ullathorne gates, I should imagine, after such an impropriety." "Of course that wouldn't do," said Eleanor, "but couldn't I go in the carriage with the signora and your brother?" "Impossible," said Charlotte. "When she is there is only room for 2. The signora, in truth, did not care to do her travelling in the presence of strangers. "Well then," said Eleanor, "you are all so kind, Charlotte, and so good to me, that I'm sure you won't be offended. But I think I'll not go at all." "Not go at all? What nonsense! Indeed you shall." It had been absolutely determined in family council that Bertie should propose on that very occasion. "Or I can take a fly," said Eleanor. "You know I'm not embarrassed by so many difficulties as you young ladies. I can go alone." "Nonsense, my dear. Don't think of such a thing. After all, it's only for an hour or so. And to tell the truth, I don't know what it is you dislike so. I thought you and Mr Slope were great friends. What is it you dislike?" "Oh, nothing particular," said Eleanor. "Only I thought it would be a family party." "Of course it would be much nicer, much more snug, if Bertie could go with us. It is he that is badly treated. I can assure you he is much more afraid of Mr Slope than you are. But you see, Madeline cannot go out without him, and she, poor creature, goes out so seldom. I'm sure you don't begrudge her this, though her vagary does knock about our own party a little." Of course Eleanor made 1,000 protestations, and uttered 1,000 hopes that Madeline would enjoy herself, and of course she had to give way, and undertake to go in the carriage with Mr Slope. In fact, she was driven either to do this, or to explain why she would not do so. Now she could not bring herself to explain to Charlotte Stanhope all that had passed at Plumstead, but it was to her a sore necessity. She thought of 1,000 little schemes for avoiding it. She would plead illness, and not go at all. She would persuade Mary Bold to go, although not asked, and then make a necessity of having a carriage of her own to take her sister-in-law. Anything, in fact, she could do, rather than be seen by Mr Arabin getting out of the same carriage with Mr Slope. However, when the momentous morning came, she had no scheme matured, and then Mr Slope handed her into Dr Stanhope's carriage, and following her steps, sat opposite her. The bishop returned on the eve of the Ullathorne party, and was received at home with radiant smiles by the partner of all his cares. On his arrival he crept up to his dressing room with somewhat of a palpitating heart. He had overstayed his allotted time by 3 days, and was not without much fear of penalties. Nothing, however, could be more affectionately cordial than the greeting he received. The girls came out and kissed him in a manner that was quite soothing to his spirit, and Mrs Proudie, albeit unused to the melting mood, squeezed him in her arms, and almost in words called him her dear, darling, good, pet little bishop. All this was a very pleasant surprise. Mrs Proudie had somewhat changed her tactics. Not that she had seen any cause to disapprove of her former line of conduct, but she had now brought matters to such a point that she calculated she might safely do so. She had got the better of Mr Slope, and she now thought well to show her husband that when allowed to get the better of everybody, when obeyed by him and permitted to rule over others, she would take care that he should have his reward. Mr Slope had not a chance against her. Not only could she stun the poor bishop by her midnight anger, but she could assuage and soothe him, if she so willed, by daily indulgences. She could furnish his room for him, turn him out as smart a bishop as any on the bench, give him good dinners, warm fires, and an easy life. All this she would do, if he would but be quietly obedient. But if not... To speak sooth, however, his sufferings on that dreadful night had been so poignant as to leave him with little spirit for further rebellion. As soon as he had dressed himself, she returned to his room. "I hope you enjoyed yourself at Lambeth," said she, seating herself on one side of the fire, while he remained in his armchair on the other, stroking the calves of his legs. It was the first time he had had a fire in his room since the summer, and it pleased him, for the good bishop loved to be warm and cosy. Yes, he said, he had enjoyed himself very much. Nothing could be more polite than the Archbishop, and Mrs. Archbishop had been equally charming. Mrs. Proudie was delighted to hear it. Nothing, she declared, pleased her so much as to think her bairn respected like the lave. She did not put it precisely in these words, but what she said came to the same thing. And then, having petted and fondled her little man sufficiently, she proceeded to business. "The poor Dean is still alive," said she. "So I hear, so I hear," said the bishop. "I'll go to the deanery directly after breakfast to-morrow." "We are going to this party at Ullathorne to-morrow morning, my dear. We must be there early, you know, by 12 o'clock, I suppose." Said the bishop. "Then I'll certainly call the next day." "Was much said about it at Lambeth?" asked Mrs. Proudie. "About what?" said the bishop. "Filling up the Dean's place," said Mrs. Proudie. As she spoke, a spark of the wonted fire returned to her eye, and the bishop felt himself to be a little less comfortable than before. "Filling up the Dean's place, that is, if the Dean dies? Very little, my dear. It was mentioned, just mentioned." "And what did you say about it, bishop?" "Why, I said that I thought that if, that is, should the Dean die, that is, I said, I thought..." As he went on stammering and floundering, he saw that his wife's eye was fixed sternly on him. Why should he encounter such evil for a man whom he loved so slightly as Mr. Slope? Why should he give up his enjoyments and his ease, and such dignity as might be allowed to him, to fight a losing battle for a chaplain? The chaplain, after all, if successful, would be as great a tyrant as his wife. Why fight at all? Why contend? Why be uneasy? From that moment he determined to fling Mr. Slope to the winds, and take the goods the gods provided. "I am told," said Mrs. Proudie, speaking very slowly, "that Mr. Slope is looking to be the new Dean." "Yes, certainly, I believe he is," said the bishop. "And what does the Archbishop say about that?" asked Mrs. Proudie. "Well, my dear, to tell the truth, I promised Mr. Slope to speak to the Archbishop. Mr. Slope spoke to me about it. It is very arrogant of him, I must say, but that is nothing to me." "Arrogant!" said Mrs. Proudie. "It is the most impudent piece of pretension that I ever heard of in my life. Mr. Slope, Dean of Barchester, indeed! And what did you do in the matter, bishop?" "Why, my dear, I did speak to the Archbishop." "You don't mean to tell me," said Mrs. Proudie, "that you are going to make yourself ridiculous by lending your name to such a preposterous attempt as this? Mr. Slope, Dean of Barchester, indeed!" And she tossed her head and put her arms akimbo with an air of confident defiance that made her husband quite sure that Mr. Slope never would be Dean of Barchester. In truth, Mrs. Proudie was all but invincible. Had she married Petruchio, it may be doubted whether that arch wife-tamer would have been able to keep her legs out of those garments which are presumed by men to be particularly unfitted for feminine use. It is preposterous, my dear. Then why have you endeavoured to assist him? Why, my dear, I haven't assisted him much. But why have you done it at all? Why have you mixed your name up in anything so ridiculous? What was it you did say to the Archbishop? Why, I just did mention it. I just did say that in the event of the poor Dean's death, Mr. Slope would what? I forget how I put it. Would take it if he could get it. Something of that sort. I didn't say much more than that. You shouldn't have said anything at all. And what did the Archbishop say?" "He didn't say anything. He just bowed and rubbed his hands. Somebody else came up at the moment, and as we were discussing the new parochial universal school committee, the matter of the new dean dropped. After that I didn't think it wise to renew it." "Renew it? I'm very sorry you ever mentioned it. What will the Archbishop think of you?" "You may be sure, my dear, the Archbishop thought very little about it." "But why did you think about it, Bishop? How could you think of making such a creature as that Dean of Barchester? Dean of Barchester! I suppose he'll be looking for a bishopric some of these days. A man that hardly knows who his own father was. A man that I found without bread to his mouth or a coat to his back. Dean of Barchester, indeed! I'll dean him." Mrs Proudie considered herself to be in politics a pure Whig. All her family belonged to the Whig party. Now, among all ranks of Englishmen and Englishwomen, Mrs Proudie should, I think, be ranked among the former on the score of her great strength of mind. No one is so hostile to lowly born pretenders to high station as the pure Whig. The bishop thought it necessary to exculpate himself. "Why, my dear," said he, "it appeared to me that you and Mr Slope did not get on quite as well as you used to do." "Get on!" said Mrs Proudie, moving her foot uneasily on the hearthrug, and compressing her lips in a manner that betokened much danger to the subject of their discourse. "I began to find that he was objectionable to you." Mrs Proudie's foot worked on the hearthrug with great rapidity. "And that you would be more comfortable if he was out of the palace." Mrs Proudie smiled, as a hyena may probably smile before he begins his laugh. "And therefore I thought that if he got this place, and so ceased to be my chaplain, you might be pleased at such an arrangement." And then the hyena laughed out. Pleased at such an arrangement? Pleased at having her enemy converted into a dean with 1200 a year? Medea, when she describes the customs of her native country, I am quoting from Robson's edition, assures her astonished auditor that in her land captives, when taken, are eaten. "You pardon them?" says Medea. "We do indeed," says the mild Grecian. "We eat them," says she of Colchis, with terrific energy. Mrs Proudie was the Medea of Barchester. She had no idea of not eating Mr Slope. Pardon him? Merely get rid of him? Make a dean of him? It was not so they did with their captives in her country, among people of her sort. Mr Slope had no such mercy to expect. She would pick him to the very last bone. "Oh yes, my dear, of course he'll cease to be your chaplain," said she. "After what has passed, that must be a matter of course. I couldn't for a moment think of living in the same house with such a man. Besides, he has shown himself quite unfit for such a situation, making broils and quarrels among the clergy, getting you, my dear, into scrapes, and taking upon himself as though he were as good as bishop himself. Of course he'll go. But because he leaves the palace, that is no reason why he should get into the deanery." "Oh, of course not," said the bishop; "but to save appearances, you know, my dear." "I don't want to save appearances. I want Mr Slope to appear just what he is, a false, designing, mean, intriguing man. I have my eye on him. He little knows what I see. He is misconducting himself in the most disgraceful way with that lame Italian woman. That family is a disgrace to Barchester, and Mr Slope is a disgrace to Barchester. If he doesn't look well to it, he'll have his gown stripped off his back instead of having a dean's hat on his head. Dean, indeed! The man has gone mad with arrogance." The bishop said nothing further to excuse either himself or his chaplain, and having shown himself passive and docile, was again taken into favour. They soon went to dinner, and he spent the pleasantest evening he had had in his own house for a long time. His daughter played and sang to him as he sipped his coffee and read his newspaper, and Mrs Proudie asked good-natured little questions about the archbishop, and then he went happily to bed, and slept as quietly as though Mrs Proudie had been Griselda herself. While shaving himself in the morning, and preparing for the festivities of Ullathorne, he fully resolved to run no more tilts against a warrior so fully armed at all points as was Mrs Proudie. End of chapter 33. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to inquire how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. Barchester Towers by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 34. Oxford, the Master and Tutor of Lazarus. Mr Arabin, as we have said, had but a sad walk of it under the trees of Plumstead churchyard. He did not appear to any of the family till dinner time, and then he seemed, as far as their judgment went, to be quite himself. He had, as was his wont, asked himself a great many questions, and given himself a great many answers, and the upshot of this was that he had set himself down for an ass. He had determined that he was much too old and much too rusty to commence the manoeuvres of love-making, that he had let the time slip through his hands which should have been used for such purposes, and that now he must lie on his bed as he had made it. Then he asked himself whether in truth he did love this woman, and he answered himself, not without a long struggle, but at last honestly, that he certainly did love her. He then asked himself whether he did not also love her money, and he again answered himself that he did so. But here he did not answer honestly. It was and ever had been his weakness to look for impure motives for his own conduct. No doubt, circumstanced as he was, with a small living and a fellowship, accustomed as he had been to collegiate luxuries and expensive comforts, he might have hesitated to marry a penniless woman, had he felt ever so strong a predilection for the woman herself. No doubt Eleanor's fortune put all such difficulties out of the question, but it is equally without doubt that his love for her had crept upon him without the slightest idea on his part that he could ever benefit his own condition by sharing her wealth. When he had stood on the hearthrug, counting the pattern and counting also the future chances of his own life, the remembrances of Mrs Bold's comfortable income had not certainly damped his first assured feeling of love for her. And why should it have done so? Need it have done so with the purest of men? Be that as it may, Mr Arabin decided against himself. He decided that it had done so in his case, and that he was not the purest of men. He also decided, which was more to his purpose, that Eleanor did not care a straw for him, and that very probably she did care a straw for his rival. Then he made up his mind not to think of her any more, and went on thinking of her till he was almost in a state to drown himself in the little brook which ran at the bottom of the archdeacon's grounds. And ever and again his mind would revert to the Signora Neroni, and he would make comparisons between her and Eleanor Bold, not always in favour of the latter. The Signora had listened to him and flattered him, and believed in him, at least she had told him so. Mrs Bold had also listened to him, but had never flattered him, had not always believed in him, and now had broken from him in violent rage. The Signora, too, was the more lovely woman of the two, and had also the additional attraction of her affliction, for to him it was an attraction. But he could never have loved the Signora Neroni as he felt that he now loved Eleanor, and so he flung stones into the brook instead of flinging in himself, and sat down on its margin, as sad a gentleman as you shall meet in a summer's day. He heard the dinner bell ring from the churchyard, and he knew that it was time to recover his self-possession. He felt that he was disgracing himself in his own eyes, that he had been idling his time, and neglecting the high duties which he had taken upon himself to perform. He should have spent this afternoon among the poor at St Ewold's, instead of wandering about at Plumstead, an ancient love-worn swain, dejected and sighing, full of imaginary sorrows and Wertherian grief. He was thoroughly ashamed of himself, and determined to lose no time in retrieving his character, so damaged in his own eyes. Thus, when he appeared at dinner, he was as animated as ever, and was the author of most of the conversation which graced the archdeacon's board on that evening. Mr Harding was ill at ease and sick at heart, and did not care to appear more comfortable than he really was. What little he did say was to his daughter. He thought that the archdeacon and Mr Arabin had leagued together against Eleanor's comfort, and his wish now was to break away from the pair, and undergo in his Barchester lodgings whatever fate had in store for him. He hated the name of the hospital. His attempt to regain his lost inheritance there had brought upon him so much suffering. As far as he was concerned, Mr Quiverful was now welcome to the place. And the archdeacon was not very lively. The poor dean's illness was of course discussed in the first place. Dr Grantly did not mention Mr Slope's name in connection with the expected event of Dr Trefoil's death. He did not wish to say anything about Mr Slope just at present, nor did he wish to make known his sad surmises. But the idea that his enemy might possibly become Dean of Barchester made him very gloomy. Should such an event take place, such a dire catastrophe come about, there would be an end to his life as far as his life was connected with the city of Barchester. He must give up all his old haunts, all his old habits, and live quietly as a retired rector at Plumstead. It had been a severe trial for him to have Dr Proudie in the palace, but with Mr Slope also in the deanery, he felt that he should be unable to draw his breath in Barchester Close. Thus it came to pass that, in spite of the sorrow at his heart, Mr Arabin was apparently the gayest of the party. Both Mr Harding and Mrs Grantly were in a slight degree angry with him on account of his want of gloom. To the one it appeared as though he were triumphing at Eleanor's banishment, and to the other that he was not as affected as he should have been by all the sad circumstances of the day. Eleanor's obstinacy, Mr Slope's success, and the poor dean's apoplexy. And so they were all at cross purposes. Mr Harding left the room almost together with the ladies, and then the archdeacon opened his heart to Mr Arabin. He still harped upon the hospital. What did that fellow mean, said he, by saying in his letter to Mrs Bold that if Mr Harding would call on the bishop it would be all right? Of course I would not be guided by anything he might say, but still it might be well that Mr Harding should see the bishop. It would be foolish to let the thing slip through our fingers, because Mrs Bold is determined to make a fool of herself. Mr Arabin hinted that he was not quite so sure that Mrs Bold would make a fool of herself. He said that he was not convinced that she did regard Mr Slope so warmly as she was supposed to do. The archdeacon questioned and cross-questioned him about this, but elicited nothing, and at last remained firm in his own conviction that he was destined, malgré lui, to be the brother-in-law of Mr Slope. Mr Arabin strongly advised that Mr Harding should take no step regarding the hospital in connection with, or in consequence of, Mr Slope's letter. If the bishop really means to confer the appointment on Mr Harding, argued Mr Arabin, he will take care to let him have some other intimation than a message conveyed through a letter to a lady. Were Mr Harding to present himself at the palace, he might merely be playing Mr Slope's game. And thus it was settled that nothing should be done till the great Dr Gwynne's arrival, or at any rate without that potentate's sanction. It was droll to observe how these men talked of Mr Harding as though he were a puppet, and planned their intrigues and small ecclesiastical manoeuvres in reference to Mr Harding's future position, without dreaming of taking him into their confidence. There was a comfortable house and income in question, and it was very desirable, and certainly very just, that Mr Harding should have them. But that at present was not the main point. It was expedient to beat the bishop, and if possible to smash Mr Slope. Mr Slope had set up, or was supposed to have set up, a rival candidate. Of all things, the most desirable would have been to have had Mr Quiverful's appointment published to the public, and then annulled by the clamour of an indignant world, loud in the defence of Mr Harding's rights. But of such an event the chance was small. A slight fraction only of the world would be indignant, and that fraction would be one not accustomed to loud speaking. And then the preferment had, in a sort of way, been offered to Mr Harding, and had, in a sort of way, been refused by him. Mr Slope's wicked, cunning hand had been particularly conspicuous in the way in which this had been brought to pass, and it was the success of Mr Slope's cunning which was so painfully grating to the feelings of the archdeacon. That which of all things he most dreaded was that he should be out-generalled by Mr Slope, and just at present it appeared probable that Mr Slope would turn his flank, steal a march on him, cut off his provisions, carry the strong town by a coup de main, and at last beat him thoroughly in a regular pitched battle. The archdeacon felt that his flank had been turned when desired to wait on Mr Slope instead of the bishop, that a march had been stolen when Mr Harding was induced to refuse the bishop's offer, that his provisions would be cut off when Mr Quiverful got the hospital, that Eleanor was the strong town doomed to be taken, and that Mr Slope, as Dean of Barchester, would be regarded by all the world as conqueror in the final conflict. Dr Gwynne was the deus ex machina who was to come down upon the Barchester stage and bring about deliverance from these terrible evils. But how can melodramatic denouements be properly brought about? How can vice and Mr Slope be punished, and virtue and the archdeacon be rewarded, while the avenging God is laid up with gout? In the meantime, evil may be triumphant, and poor innocence, transfixed to the earth by an arrow from Dr Proudie's quiver, may lie dead upon the ground, not to be resuscitated even by Dr Gwynne. 2 or 3 days after Eleanor's departure, Mr Arabin went to Oxford, and soon found himself closeted with the august head of his college. It was quite clear that Dr Gwynne was not very sanguine as to the effects of his journey to Barchester, and not over anxious to interfere with the bishop. He had had the gout, but was now very nearly convalescent, and Mr Arabin at once saw that had the mission been one of which the master thoroughly approved, he would before this have been at Plumstead. As it was, Dr Gwynne was resolved on visiting his friend, and willingly promised to return to Barchester with Mr Arabin. He could not bring himself to believe that there was any probability that Mr Slope would be made Dean of Barchester. Rumour, he said, had reached even his ears, not at all favourable to that gentleman's character, and he expressed himself strongly of the opinion that any such appointment was quite out of the question. At this stage of the proceedings, the master's right-hand man, Tom Staple, was called in to assist at the conference. Tom Staple was the tutor of Lazarus, and moreover a great man at Oxford, though universally known by a species of nomenclature so very undignified. Tom Staple was one who maintained a high dignity in the university. He was, as it were, the leader of the Oxford tutors, a body of men who consider themselves collectively as being by very little, if at all, second importance to the heads themselves. It is not always the case that the master, or warden, or provost, or principal can hit it off exactly with his tutor. A tutor is by no means indisposed to have a will of his own, but at Lazarus they were great friends, and firm allies at the time of which we are writing. Tom Staple was a hale, strong man of about 45, short in stature, swarthy in face, with strong, sturdy black hair, and a crisp black beard, of which very little was allowed to show itself in shape of whiskers. He always wore a white neckcloth, clean indeed, but not tied with that scrupulous care which now distinguishes some of our younger clergy. He was, of course, always clothed in a seemly suit of solemn black. Mr Staple was a decent, cleanly liver, not over addicted to any sensuality, but nevertheless a somewhat warmish hue was beginning to adorn his nose, the peculiar effect, as his friends averred, of a certain pipe of port, introduced into the cellars of Lazarus the very same year in which the tutor entered it as a freshman. There was also, perhaps, a little redolence of port wine, as it were the slightest possible twang, in Mr Staple's voice. In these latter days Tom Staple was not a happy man. University reform had long been his bugbear, and now was his bane. It was not with him, as it was with most others, an affair of politics, respecting which, when the need existed, he could, for party's sake, or on behalf of principle, maintain a certain amount of necessary zeal. It was not with him a subject for dilettante warfare and courteous commonplace opposition. To him it was life and death. The status quo of the university was his only idea of life, and any reformation was as bad to him as death. He would willingly have been a martyr in the cause, had the cause admitted of martyrdom. At the present day, unfortunately, public affairs will allow of no martyrs, and therefore it is that there is such a deficiency of zeal. Could gentlemen of 10,000 a year have died on their own doorsteps in defence of protection, no doubt some half-dozen glorious old baronets would have so fallen, and the school of protection would at this day have been crowded with scholars. Who can fight strenuously in any combat in which there is no danger? Tom Staple would have willingly been impaled before a committee of the House, could he by such self-sacrifice have infused his own spirit into the component members of the hebdomadal board. Tom Staple was one of those who, in his heart, approved of the credit system which had of old been in vogue between the students and tradesmen of the university. He knew and acknowledged to himself that it was useless in these degenerate days publicly to contend with the Jupiter on such a subject. The Jupiter had undertaken to rule the university, and Tom Staple was well aware that the Jupiter was too powerful for him. But in secret, and among his safe companions, he would argue that the system of credit was an ordeal good for young men to undergo. The bad men, said he, the weak and worthless, blunder into danger and burn their feet. But the good men, they who have any character, they who have that within them which can reflect credit on their alma mater, they come through scatheless. What merit will there be to a young man to get through safely if he be guarded and protected and restrained like a schoolboy? By so doing, the period of the ordeal is only postponed, and the manhood of the man will be deferred from the age of 20 to that of 24. If you bind him with leading strings at college, he will break loose while eating for the bar in London. Bind him there, and he will break loose afterwards when he is a married man. The wild oats must be sown somewhere. 'Twas thus that Tom Staple would argue of young men, not indeed with much consistency, but still with some practical knowledge of the subject gathered from long experience. And now Tom Staple proffered such wisdom as he had for the assistance of Dr. Gwynne and Mr. Arabin. "Quite out of the question," said he, arguing that Mr. Slope could not possibly be made the new Dean of Barchester. "So I think," said the master. "He has no standing, and if all I hear be true, very little character." "As to character," said Tom Staple, "I don't think much of that. They rather like loose parsons for deans. A little fast living, or a dash of infidelity, is no bad recommendation to a cathedral close. But they couldn't make Mr. Slope. The last 2 deans have been Cambridge men. You'll not show me an instance of their making 3 men running from the same university. We don't get our share, and never shall, I suppose. We must at least have 1 out of 3. "Those sort of rules are all gone by now," said Mr. Arabin. "Everything has gone by, I believe," said Tom Staple. "The cigar has been smoked out, and we are the ashes." "Speak for yourself, Staple," said the master. "I speak for all," said the tutor stoutly. "It is coming to that there will be no life left anywhere in the country. No one is any longer fit to rule himself or those belonging to him. The government is to find us all in everything, and the press is to find the government. Nevertheless, Mr. Slope won't be Dean of Barchester." "And who will be warden of the hospital?" said Mr. Arabin. "I hear that Mr. Quiverful is already appointed," said Tom Staple. "I think not," said the master; "and I think, moreover, that Dr. Proudie will not be so short-sighted as to run against such a rock. Mr. Slope should himself have sense enough to prevent it." "But perhaps Mr. Slope may have no objection to see his patron on a rock," said the suspicious tutor. "What could he get by that?" asked Mr. Arabin. "It is impossible to see the doubles of such a man," said Mr. Staple. "It seems quite clear that Bishop Proudie is altogether in his hands, and it is equally clear that he has been moving heaven and earth to get this Mr. Quiverful into the hospital, although he must know that such an appointment would be most damaging to the bishop. It is impossible to understand such a man. And dreadful to think," added Tom Staple, sighing deeply, "that the welfare and fortunes of good men may depend on his intrigues." Dr. Gwynne or Mr. Staple were not in the least aware, nor even was Mr. Arabin, that this Mr Slope, of whom they were talking, had been using his utmost efforts to put their own candidate into the hospital, and that in lieu of being permanent in the palace, his own expulsion therefrom had been already decided upon by the high powers of the diocese. "I'll tell you what," said the tutor, "if this Quiverful is thrust into the hospital, and Dr Trefoil does die, I should not wonder if the government were to make Mr Harding Dean of Barchester. They would feel bound to do something for him, after all that was said when he resigned." Dr Gwynne at the moment made no reply to this suggestion, but it did not the less impress itself on his mind. If Mr Harding could not be warden of the hospital, why should he not be Dean of Barchester? And so the conference ended, without any very fixed resolution, and Dr Gwynne and Mr Arabin prepared for their journey to Plumstead on the morrow. End of chapter 34.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirsten Ferreri. Barchester Towers, by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 35. Miss Thorne's Fête Champêtre. The day of the Ullathorne party arrived, and all the world were there, or at least so much of the world as had been included in Miss Thorne's invitation. As we have said, the bishop returned home on the previous evening, and on the same evening, and by the same train, came Dr Gwynne and Mr Arabin from Oxford. The archdeacon with his brougham was in waiting for the Master of Lazarus, so that there was a goodly show of church dignitaries on the platform of the railway. The Stanhope party was finally arranged in the odious manner already described, and Eleanor got into the doctor's carriage full of apprehension and presentiment of further misfortune, whereas Mr Slope entered the vehicle elate with triumph. He had received that morning a very civil note from Sir Nicholas Fitzwiggin, not promising much indeed, but then Mr Slope knew, or fancied that he knew, that it was not etiquette for government officers to make promises. Though Sir Nicholas promised nothing, he implied a good deal, declared his conviction that Mr Slope would make an excellent dean, and wished him every kind of success. To be sure, he added that, not being in the cabinet, he was never consulted on such matters, and that even if he spoke on the subject, his voice would go for nothing. But all this Mr Slope took for the prudent reserve of official life. To complete his anticipated triumphs, another letter was brought to him just as he was about to start to Ullathorne. Mr Slope also enjoyed the idea of handing Mrs Bold out of Dr Stanhope's carriage before the multitude at Ullathorne gate as much as Eleanor dreaded the same ceremony. He had fully made up his mind to throw himself and his fortune at the widow's feet, and had almost determined to select the present propitious morning for doing so. The Signora had of late been less than civil to him. She had indeed admitted his visits, and listened, at any rate without anger, to his love, but she had tortured him and reviled him, jeered at him and ridiculed him, while she allowed him to call her the most beautiful of living women, to kiss her hand, and to proclaim himself with reiterated oaths her adorer, her slave, and her worshipper. Miss Thorne was in great perturbation, yet in great glory on the morning of the gala day. Mr Thorne also, though the party was none of his giving, had much heavy work on his hands. But perhaps the most overtasked, the most anxious, and the most effective of all the Ullathorne household was Mr Plomacy, the steward. This last personage had, in the time of Mr Thorne's father, when the Directory held dominion in France, gone over to Paris with letters in his boot heel for some of the royal party, and such had been his good luck that he had returned safe. He had then been very young, and was now very old, but the exploit gave him a character for political enterprise and secret discretion, which still availed him as thoroughly as it had done in its freshest gloss. Mr Plomacy had been steward of Ullathorne for more than 50 years, and a very easy life he'd had of it. Who could require much absolute work from a man who had carried safely at his heel that which, if discovered, would have cost him his head? Consequently, Mr Plomacy had never worked hard, and of latter years he had never worked at all. He had a taste for timber, and therefore he marked the trees that were to be cut down, He had a taste for gardening, and therefore would allow no shrub to be planted or bed to be made without his express sanction. In these matters he was sometimes driven to run counter to his mistress, but he rarely allowed his mistress to carry the point against him. But on occasions such as the present, Mr Plomacy came out strong. He had the honour of the family at heart. He thoroughly appreciated the duties of hospitality, and therefore, when gala doings were going on, he always took the management into his own hands, and reigned supreme over master and mistress. To give Mr Plomacy his due, old as he was, he thoroughly understood such work as he had in hand, and did it well. The order of the day was to be as follows. The quality, as the upper classes in rural districts are designated by the lower with so much true discrimination, were to eat a breakfast, and the non-quality were to eat a dinner. 2 marquees had been erected for these 2 banquets, that for the quality on the esoteric or garden side of a certain deep ha-ha, and that for the non-quality on the exoteric or paddock side of the same. Both were of huge dimensions. That on the outer side was, one may say, on an egregious scale, but Mr Plomacy declared that neither would be sufficient. To remedy this, an auxiliary banquet was prepared in the dining-room, and a subsidiary board was to be spread, sub dio, for the accommodation of the lower class of yokels on the Ullathorne property. No one who has not had a hand in the preparation of such an affair can understand the manifold difficulties which Miss Thorne encountered in her project. Had she not been made throughout of the very finest whalebone, riveted with the best Yorkshire steel, she must have sunk under them. Had not Mr Plomacy felt how much was justly expected from a man who at one time carried the destinies of Europe in his boot, he would have given way, and his mistress, so deserted, must have perished among her poles and canvas. In the first place, there was a dreadful line to be drawn. Who were to dispose themselves within the ha-ha, and who without? To this the unthinking will give an off-hand answer, as they will to every ponderous question. Oh, the bishop and such like within the ha-ha, and Farmer Greenacre and such like without. True, my unthinking friend, but who shall define these such likes? It is in such definitions that the whole difficulty of society consists. To seat the bishop on an armchair on the lawn, and place Farmer Greenacre at the end of a long table in the paddock, is easy enough. But where will you put Mrs Lookaloft, whose husband, though a tenant on the estate, hunts in a red coat, whose daughters go to a fashionable seminary in Barchester, who calls her farmhouse Rosebank, and who has a pianoforte in her drawing-room? The Misses Lookaloft, as they call themselves, won't sit contented among the bumpkins. Mrs Lookaloft won't squeeze her fine clothes on a bench, and talk familiarly about cream and ducklings to good Mrs Greenacre. And yet Mrs Lookaloft is no fit companion, and never has been the associate of the Thornes and the Grantleys. And if Mrs Lookaloft be admitted within the sanctum of fashionable life, if she be allowed with her 3 daughters to leap the ha-ha, why not the wives and daughters of other families also? Mrs Greenacre is at present well contented with the paddock, but she might cease to be so if she saw Mrs Lookaloft on the lawn. And thus poor Miss Thorne had a hard time of it. And how was she to divide her guests between the marquee and the parlour? She had a countess coming, an Honourable John and an Honourable George, and a whole bevy of ladies Amelia, Rosina, Margaretta, etc. She had a leash of baronets with their baronets, and, as we all know, she had a bishop. If she put them on the lawn, no one would go into the parlour. If she put them into the parlour, no one would go into the tent. She thought of keeping the old people in the house, and leaving the lawn to the lovers. She might as well have seated herself at once in a hornet's nest. Mr Plomacy knew better than this. "Bless your soul, ma'am," said he, "there won't be no old ladies, not one, barring yourself and old Mrs Clanentram." Personally, Miss Thorne accepted this distinction in her favour as a compliment to her good sense, but nevertheless she had no desire to be closeted on the coming occasion with Mrs Clanentram. She gave up all idea of any arbitrary division of her guests, and determined, if possible, to put the bishop on the lawn and the countess in the house, to sprinkle the baronets, and thus divide the attractions. What to do with the Lookalofts, even Mr Plomacy could not decide. They must take their chance. They had been specially told in the invitation that all the tenants had been invited, and they might probably have the good sense to stay away if they objected to mix with the rest of the tenantry. Then Mr. Plumacy declared his apprehension that the Honourable Johns and Honourable Georges would come in a sort of amphibious costume, half morning, half evening, satin neck-handkerchiefs, frock-coats, primrose gloves, and polished boots, and that being so dressed they would decline riding at the quintain, or taking part in any of the athletic games which Miss Thorne had prepared with so much fond care. If the Lord Johns and Lord Georges didn't ride at the quintain, Miss Thorne might be sure that nobody else would. "But," she said, in a dolorous voice, all but overcome by her cares, "it was specially signified that there were to be sports." "And so there will be, of course," said Mr. Plumacy. "They'll all be sporting with the young ladies in the laurel walks. Them's the sports they care most about nowadays. If you gets the young men at the quintain, you'll have all the young women in the pouts." "Can't they look on as their great-grandmothers did before them?" said Miss Thorne. "It seems to me that the ladies ain't contented with looking nowadays. Whatever the men do, they'll do. If you'll have side saddles on the nags, and let them go at the quintain too, it'll answer capital, no doubt." Miss Thorne made no reply. She felt that she had no good ground on which to defend her sex of the present generation from the sarcasm of Mr. Plumacy. She had once declared, in one of her warmer moments, that nowadays the gentlemen were all women and the ladies all men. She could not alter the debased character of the age, but such being the case, why should she take on herself to cater for the amusement of people of such degraded tastes? This question she asked herself more than once, and she could only answer herself with a sigh. There was her own brother Wilfrid, on whose shoulders rested all the ancient honours of the Ullathorne house. It was very doubtful whether even he would consent to go at the quintain, as Mr. Plumacy not injudiciously expressed it. And now the morning arrived. The Ullathorne household was early on the move. Cooks were cooking in the kitchen long before daylight, and men were dragging out tables and hammering red baize onto benches at the earliest dawn. With what dread eagerness did Miss Thorne look out at the weather as soon as the parting veil of night permitted her to look out at all! In this respect, at any rate, there was nothing to grieve her. The glass had been rising for the last 3 days, and morning broke with that dull, chill, steady grey haze which in autumn generally presages a clear and dry day. By 7 she was dressed and down. Miss Thorne knew nothing of the modern luxury of déshabillés. She would as soon have thought of appearing before her brother without her stockings as without her stays, and Miss Thorne's stays were no trifle. And yet there was nothing for her to do when down. She fidgeted out to the lawn, and then back into the kitchen. She put on her high-heeled clogs and fidgeted out into the paddock. Then she went into the small home park where the quintain was erected. The pole and crossbar, and swivel and target and bag of flour were all complete. She got up on a carpenter's bench and touched the target with her hand. It went round with beautiful ease. The swivel had been oiled to perfection. She almost wished to take old Plumacy at his word, to get on a side saddle and have a tilt at it herself. What must a young man be, thought she, who could prefer maundering among laurel trees with a wishy-washy schoolgirl to such fun as this? Well, said she aloud to herself, one man can take a horse to water, but 1,000 can't make him drink. There it is. If they haven't the spirit to enjoy it, the fault shan't be mine. And so she returned to the house. At a little after 8 her brother came down, and they had a sort of scrap breakfast in his study. The tea was made without the customary urn, and they dispensed with the usual rolls and toast. Eggs also were missing, for every egg in the parish had been whipped into custards, baked into pies, or boiled into lobster salad. The allowance of fresh butter was short, and Mr. Thorne was obliged to eat the leg of a fowl without having it devilled in the manner he loved. "I have been looking at the quintain, Wilfrid," said she, "and it appears to be quite right." "Oh, yes," said he. "It seemed to be so yesterday when I saw it." Mr. Thorne was beginning to be rather bored by his sister's love of sports, and had especially no affection for this quintain post. "I wish you'd just try it after breakfast," said she. "You could have the saddle put on Mark Antony, and the pole is there all handy. You can take the flour bag off, you know, if you think Mark Antony won't be quick enough," added Miss Thorne, seeing that her brother's countenance was not indicative of complete accordance with her little proposition. Now, Mark Antony was a valuable old hunter, excellently suited to Mr. Thorne's usual requirements, steady indeed at his fences, but extremely sure, very good in deep ground and safe on the roads. But he had never yet been ridden at a quintain, and Mr. Thorne was not inclined to put him to the trial, either with or without the bag of flour. He hummed and hawed, and finally declared that he was afraid Mark Antony would shy. "Then try the cob," said the indefatigable Miss Thorne. "He's in physic," said Wilfrid. "There's the Beelzebub colt," said his sister. "I know he's in the stable, because I saw Peter exercising him just now." "My dear Monica, he's so wild that it's as much as I can do to manage him at all. He'd destroy himself and me too if I attempted to ride him at such a rattletrap as that." A rattletrap! The quintain that she had put up with so much anxious care, the game that she had prepared for the amusement of the stalwart yeomen of the country, the sport that had been honoured by the affection of so many of their ancestors. It cut her to the heart to hear it so denominated by her own brother. There were but the two of them left together in the world, and it had ever been one of the rules by which Miss Thorne had regulated her conduct through life, to say nothing that could provoke her brother. She had often had to suffer from his indifference to time-honoured British customs, but she had always suffered in silence. It was part of her creed that the head of the family should never be upbraided in his own house, and Miss Thorne had lived up to her creed. Now, however, she was greatly tried. The colour mounted to her ancient cheek, and the fire blazed in her still bright eyes, but yet she said nothing. She resolved that, at any rate, to him nothing more should be said about the quintain that day. She sipped her tea in silent sorrow and thought with painful regret of the glorious days when her great ancestor Ealfrid had successfully held Ullathorne against a Norman invader. There was no such spirit now left in her family, except that small useless spark which burnt in her own bosom. And she herself, was she not at this moment intent on entertaining a descendant of those very Normans, a vain proud countess with a Frenchified name, who would only think that she graced Ullathorne too highly by entering its portals? Was it likely that an honourable John, the son of an Earl de Courcy, should ride at a quintain in company with Saxon yeomen? And why should she expect her brother to do that which her brother's guests would decline to do? Some dim faint idea of the impracticability of her own views flitted across her brain. Perhaps it was necessary that races doomed to live on the same soil should give way to each other, and adopt each other's pursuits. Perhaps it was impossible that, after more than 5 centuries of close intercourse, Normans should remain Normans, and Saxons Saxons. Perhaps, after all, her neighbours were wiser than herself. Such ideas did occasionally present themselves to Miss Thorne's mind, and make her sad enough, but it never occurred to her that her favourite quintain was but a modern copy of a Norman knight's amusement, an adaptation of the noble tourney to the tastes and habits of the Saxon yeoman. Of this she was ignorant, and it would have been cruelty to instruct her. When Mr. Thorne saw the tear in her eye, he repented himself of his contemptuous expression. By him it was also recognized as a binding law that every whim of his sister was to be respected. He was not perhaps so firm in his observances to her as she was in hers to him, but his intentions were equally good, and whenever he found that he had forgotten them, it was a matter of grief to him. "My dear Monica," said he, "I beg your pardon. I don't in the least mean to speak ill of the game. When I called it a rattletrap, I merely meant that it was so for a man of my age. You know you always forget that I ain't a young man." "I am quite sure you are not an old man, Wilfrid," said she, accepting the apology in her heart, and smiling at him with the tear still on her cheek. "If I was 25 or 30, continued he, "I should like nothing better than riding at the quintain all day." "But you are not too old to hunt or to shoot," said she. "If you can jump over a ditch or a hedge, I am sure you could turn the quintain round." "But when I ride over the hedges, my dear, and it isn't very often I do that, but when I do ride over the hedges, there isn't any bag of flour coming after me. Think how I'd look taking the Countess out to breakfast with the back of my head all covered with meal." Miss Thorne said nothing further. She didn't like the allusion to the Countess. She couldn't be satisfied with the reflection that the sports at Ullathorne should be interfered with by the personal attentions necessary for Lady de Courcy. But she saw that it was useless for her to push the matter further. It was conceded that Mr. Thorne was to be spared the quintain, and Miss Thorne determined to trust wholly to a youthful knight of hers, an immense favourite, who, as she often declared, was a pattern to the young men of the age, and an excellent sample of an English yeoman. This was Farmer Greenacre's eldest son, who, to tell the truth, had from his earliest years taken the exact measure of Miss Thorne's foot. In his boyhood he had never failed to obtain from her apples, pocket-money, and forgiveness for his numerous trespasses, and now in his early manhood he got privileges and immunities which were equally valuable. He was allowed a day or two's shooting in September, he schooled the squire's horses, got slips of trees out of the orchard and roots of flowers out of the garden, and had the fishing of the little river altogether in his own hands. He had undertaken to come mounted on a nag of his father's, and show the way at the quintain post. Whatever young Greenacre did, the others would do after him. The juvenile lookalofts might stand aloof, but the rest of the youth of Ullathorne would be sure to venture if Harry Greenacre showed the way. And so Miss Thorne made up her mind to dispense with the noble Johns and Georges, and trust, as her ancestors had done before her, to the thews and sinews of native Ullathorne growth. At about 9 the lower orders began to congregate in the paddock and park, under the surveillance of Mr. Plomacy and the head gardener and head groom, who were sworn in as his deputies, and were to assist him in keeping the peace and promoting the sports. Many of the younger inhabitants of the neighbourhood, thinking that they could not have too much of a good thing, had come at a very early hour, and the road between the house and the church had been thronged for some time before the gates were open. And then another difficulty of huge dimensions arose, a difficulty which Mr. Plomacy had indeed foreseen, and for which he was in some sort provided. Some of those who wished to share Miss Thorne's hospitality were not so particular as they should have been as to the preliminary ceremony of an invitation. They doubtless conceived that they had been overlooked by accident, and instead of taking this in dudgeon as their betters would have done, they good-naturedly put up with the slight, and showed that they did so by presenting themselves at the gate in their Sunday best. Mr. Plomacy, however, well knew who were welcome and who were not. To some, even though uninvited, he allowed ingress. "Don't be too particular, Plomacy," his mistress had said, "especially with the children. If they live anywhere near, let them in." Acting on this hint, Mr. Plomacy did let in many an eager urchin, and a few tidily dressed girls with their swains, who in no way belonged to the property. But to the denizens of the city he was inexorable. Many a Barchester apprentice made his appearance there that day, and urged with piteous supplication that he had been working all the week in making saddles and boots for the use of Ullathorne, in compounding doses for the horses, or cutting up carcasses for the kitchen. No such claim was allowed. Mr. Plomacy knew nothing about the city apprentices. He was to admit the tenants and labourers on the estate. Miss Thorne wasn't going to take in the whole city of Barchester, and so on. Nevertheless, before the day was half over, all this was found to be useless. Almost anybody who chose to come made his way into the park, and the care of the guardians was transferred to the tables on which the banquet was spread. Even here there was many an unauthorized claimant for a place, of whom it was possible to get quit without more commotion than the place and food were worth. End of chapter 35.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick, Barchester Towers, Chapter 36, Ullathorne Sports, Act 1. The trouble in civilized life of entertaining company, as it is called too generally without much regard to strict veracity, is so great that it cannot but be matter of wonder that people are so fond of attempting it. It is difficult to ascertain what is the quid pro quo, if they, who give such laborious parties, and who endure such toil and turmoil in the vain hope of giving them successfully, really enjoy the parties given by others, the matter could be understood. A sense of justice would induce men and women to undergo, in behalf of others, those miseries which others had undergone in their behalf. but they all profess that going out is as great a bore as receiving, and to look at them when they are out, one cannot but believe them. Entertain. Who shall have sufficient self-assurance, who shall feel sufficient confidence in his own powers to dare to boast that he can entertain his company? A clown can sometimes do so, and sometimes a dancer in short petticoats and stuffed pink legs. Occasionally, perhaps, a singer. But beyond these, success in this art of entertaining is not often achieved. Young men and girls linking themselves, kind with kind, pairing like birds in spring, because nature wills it, they, after a simple fashion, do entertain each other. Few others even try. Ladies, when they open their houses, modestly confessing, it may be presumed, their own incapacity, mainly trust to wax candles and upholstery. Gentlemen seem to rely on their white waistcoats. To these are added, for the delight of the more sensual, champagne and such good things of the table as fashion allows to be still considered as comestible. Even in this respect the world is deteriorating. All the good soups are now tabooed, and at the houses of one's accustomed friends, small barristers, doctors, government clerks, and such like, for we cannot all of us always live as grandees, surrounded by an elysium of livery servants, one gets a cold potato handed to one as a sort of finale to one's slice of mutton. Alas, for those happy days when one could say to one's neighbour, "Jones, shall I give you some mashed turnip? May I trouble you for a little cabbage?" And then the pleasure of drinking wine with Mrs. Jones and Miss Smith, with all the Joneses and all the Smiths. These latter-day habits are certainly more economical. Miss Thorne, however, boldly attempted to leave the modern beaten track, and made a positive effort to entertain her guests. Alas! She did so with but moderate success. They had all their own way of going, and would not go her way. She piped to them, but they wouldn't dance. She offered to them good, honest household cake, made of currants and flour and eggs and sweetmeat. But they would feed themselves on trashy wafers from the shop of the Barchester pastry cook, on chalk and gum and adulterated sugar. Poor Miss Thorne, yours is not the first honest soul that has vainly striven to recall the glories of happy days gone by. If fashion suggests to a Lady de Courcy that when invited to a déjeuner at 12 she ought to come at 3, no eloquence of thine will teach her the advantage of a nearer approach to punctuality. She had fondly thought that when she called on her friends to come at 12, and specially begged them to believe that she meant it, she would be able to see them comfortably seated in their tents at 2. Vain woman, or rather ignorant woman, ignorant of the advances of that civilization which the world had witnessed while she was growing old. At 12 she found herself alone, dressed in all the glory of the newest of her many suits of raiment, with strong shoes, however, and a serviceable bonnet on her head, and a warm, rich shawl on her shoulders. Thus clad, she peered out into the tent, went to the ha-ha, and satisfied herself that at any rate the youngsters were amusing themselves, spoke a word to Mrs. Greenacre over the ditch, and took one look at the quintain. 3 or 4 young farmers were turning the machine round and round, and poking at the bag of flour in a manner not at all intended by the inventor of the game. But no mounted sportsmen were there. Miss Thorne looked at her watch. It was only 15 minutes past 12, and it was understood that Harry Greenacre was not to begin till the half hour. Miss Thorne returned to her drawing-room rather quicker than was her wont, fearing that the Countess might come and find none to welcome her. She need not have hurried, for no one was there. At 12:30 she peeped into the kitchen. At 1:45 she was joined by her brother, and just then the first fashionable arrival took place. Mrs. Clantantram was announced. No announcement was necessary, indeed, for the good lady's voice was heard as she walked across the courtyard to the house, scolding the unfortunate postilion who had driven her from Barchester. At that moment Miss Thorne could not but be thankful that the other guests were more fashionable, and were thus spared the fury of Mrs. Clantantram's indignation. "Oh, Miss Thorne, look here," said she, as soon as she found herself in the drawing-room. "Do look at my rock law. It is clean spoilt, and for ever. I wouldn't but wear it, because I knew you wished us all to be grand to-day, and yet I had my misgivings. Oh dear, it was 25 shillings a yard." The Barchester post horses had misbehaved in some unfortunate manner, just as Mrs. Clantantram was getting out of the chaise, and had nearly thrown her under the wheel. Mrs. Clantantram belonged to other days, and therefore, though she had but little else to recommend her, Miss Thorne was to a certain extent fond of her. She sent the rock lord away to be cleaned, and lent her one of her best shawls out of her own wardrobe. The next comer was Mr. Arabin, who was immediately informed of Mrs. Clantantram's misfortune, and of her determination to pay neither master nor postboy, although, as she remarked, she intended to get her lift home before she made known her mind upon that matter. Then a good deal of rustling was heard in the sort of lobby that was used for the ladies' outside cloaks, and the door having been thrown wide open, the servant announced, not in the most confident of voices, Mrs. Lookaloft, and the Miss Lookalofts, and Mr. Augustus Lookaloft. Poor man! We mean the footman. He knew, none better, that Mrs. Lookaloft had no business there, that she was not wanted there, and would not be welcome. But he had not the courage to tell a stout lady with a low dress, short sleeves, and satin at 8 shillings a yard, that she had come to the wrong tent. He had not dared to hint to young ladies with white dancing shoes and long gloves that there was a place ready for them in the paddock. And thus Mrs. Lookaloft carried her point, broke through the guards, and made her way into the citadel. That she would have to pass an uncomfortable time there she had surmised before, but nothing now could rob her of the power of boasting that she had consorted on the lawn with the squire and Miss Thorne, with a countess, a bishop, and the county grandees, while Mrs. Greenacre and such like were walking about with the ploughboys in the park. It was a great point gained by Mrs. Lookaloft, and it might be fairly expected that from this time forward the tradesmen of Barchester would, with undoubting pens, address her husband as T. Lookaloft, Esquire. Mrs. Lookaloft's pluck carried her through everything, and she walked triumphant into the Ullathorne drawing-room, but her children did feel a little abashed at the sort of reception they met with. It was not in Miss Thorne's heart to insult her own guests, but neither was it in her disposition to overlook such effrontery. "Oh, Mrs. Lookaloft, is this you?" said she, "and your daughters and son? Well, we are very glad to see you, but I am sorry you have come in such low dresses, as we are all going out of doors. Could we lend you anything?" "Oh dear, no, thank ye, Miss Thorne," said the mother. "The girls and myself are quite used to have low dresses when we are out." "Are you indeed?" said Miss Thorne, shuddering, but the shudder was lost on Mrs. Lookaloft. "And where is Lookaloft?" said the master of the house, coming up to welcome his tenant's wife. Let the faults of the family be what they would, he could not but remember that their rent was well paid. He was therefore not willing to give them a cold shoulder. "Such a headache, Mr. Thorne," said Mrs. Lookaloft. "In fact, he couldn't stir, or you may be certain on such a day he would not have absented himself." "Dear me," said Miss Thorne, "if he is so ill, I am sure you would wish to be with him." "Not at all," said Mrs. Lookaloft, "not at all, Miss Thorne. It is only bilious, you know, and when he is that way he can bear nobody nigh him." The fact, however, was that Mr. Lookaloft, having either more sense or less courage than his wife, had not chosen to intrude on Miss Thorne's drawing room, and as he could not very well have gone among the plebeians while his wife was with the patricians, he thought it most expedient to remain at Rosebank. Mrs. Lookaloft soon found herself on a sofa, and the Miss Lookalofts on two chairs, while Mr. Augustus stood near the door, and here they remained till in due time they were seated all four together at the bottom of the dining-room table. Then the Grantlys came, the Archdeacon and Mrs. Grantley and the two girls, and Dr. Gwynne and Mr. Harding. As ill luck would have it, they were closely followed by Dr. Stanhope's carriage. As Eleanor looked out of the carriage window, she saw her brother-in-law helping the ladies out, and threw herself back into her seat, dreading to be discovered. She had had an odious journey. Mr. Slope's civility had been more than ordinarily greasy, and now, though he had not in fact said anything which she could notice, she had for the first time entertained a suspicion that he was intending to make love to her. Was it after all true that she had been conducting herself in a way that justified the world in thinking that she liked the man? After all, could it be possible that the Archdeacon and Mr. Arabin were right, and that she was wrong? Charlotte Stanhope had also been watching Mr. Slope, and had come to the conclusion that it behoved her brother to lose no further time if he meant to gain the widow. She almost regretted that it had not been contrived that Bertie should be at Ullathorne before them. Dr. Grantly did not see his sister-in-law in company with Mr. Slope, but Mr. Arabin did. Mr. Arabin came out with Mr. Thorne to the front door to welcome Mrs. Grantly, and he remained in the courtyard till all their party had passed on. Eleanor hung back in the carriage as long as she well could, but she was nearest to the door, and when Mr. Slope, having alighted, offered her his hand, she had no alternative but to take it. Mr. Arabin, standing at the open door while Mrs. Grantly was shaking hands with someone within, saw a clergyman alight from the carriage, whom he at once knew to be Mr. Slope, and then he saw this clergyman hand out Mrs. Bold. Having seen so much, Mr. Arabin, rather sick at heart, followed Mrs. Grantly into the house. Eleanor was, however, spared any further immediate degradation, for Mr. Stanhope gave her his arm across the courtyard, and Mr. Slope was fain to throw away his attention upon Charlotte. They had hardly passed into the house, and from the house to the lawn, when with a loud rattle and such noise as great men and great women are entitled to make in their passage through the world, the Prudies drove up. It was soon apparent that no everyday comer was at the door. One servant whispered to another that it was the bishop, and the word soon ran through all the hangers-on and strange grooms and coachmen about the place. There was quite a little cortege to see the bishop and his lady walk across the courtyard, and the good man was pleased to see that the church was held in such respect in the parish of St. Ewold's. And now the guests came fast and thick, and the lawn began to be crowded and the room to be full. Voices buzzed, silk rustled against silk, and muslin crumpled against muslin. Miss Thorne became more happy than she had been, and again bethought her of her sports. There were targets and bows and arrows prepared at the further end of the lawn. Here the gardens of the place encroached with a somewhat wide sweep upon the paddock, and gave ample room for the doings of the toxophilites. Miss Thorne got together such daughters of Diana as could bend a bow, and marshalled them to the targets. There were the Grantley girls, and the Prudy girls, and the Chadwick girls, and the two daughters of the Burley Chancellor, and Miss Knowle, and with them went Frederick and Augustus Chadwick, and young Knowle of Knowle Park, and Frank Foster of the Elms, and Mr. Wellham Deeds, the dashing attorney of the High Street, and the Reverend Mr. Green, and the Reverend Mr. Brown, and the Reverend Mr. White, all of whom, as in duty bound, attended the steps of the three Miss Prudies. "Did you ever ride at the Quintain, Mr. Foster?" said Miss Thorne, as she walked with her party across the lawn. "The Quintain?" said young Foster, who considered himself a dab at horsemanship. "Is it a sort of gate, Miss Thorne?" Miss Thorne had to explain the noble game she spoke of, and Frank Foster had to own that he never had ridden at the Quintain. "Would you like to come and see?" said Miss Thorne. "There will be plenty here, you know, without you, if you like it." "Well, I don't mind," said Frank. "I suppose the ladies can come too." "Oh yes," said Miss Thorne, "those who like it. I have no doubt they will go to see your prowess, if you will ride, Mr. Foster." Mr. Foster looked down at a most unexceptionable pair of pantaloons, which had arrived from London only the day before. They were the very things, at least he thought so, for a picnic or fête champêtre, but he was not prepared to ride in them. Nor was he more encouraged than had been Mr. Thorne by the idea of being attacked from behind by the bag of flour, which Miss Thorne had graphically described to him. "Well, I don't know about riding, Miss Thorne," said he. "I fear I am not quite prepared." Miss Thorne sighed, but said nothing further. She left the toxophilites to their bows and arrows, and returned towards the house. But as she passed by the entrance to the small park, she thought that she might at any rate encourage the yeomen by her presence, as she could not induce her more fashionable guests to mix with them in their manly amusements. Accordingly she once more betook herself to the Quintain post. Here, to her great delight, she found Harry Greenacre, ready mounted, with his pole in his hand, and a lot of comrades standing round him, encouraging him to the assault. She stood at a little distance, and nodded to him in token of her good pleasure. "Shall I begin, man?" said Harry, fingering his long staff in a rather awkward way, while his horse moved uneasily beneath him, not accustomed to a rider armed with such a weapon. Yes, yes, said Miss Thorne, standing triumphant as the Queen of Beauty on an inverted tub which some chance had brought thither from the farmyard. Here goes then, said Harry, as he wheeled his horse round to get the necessary momentum of a sharp gallop. The quintain post stood right before him, and the square board at which he was to tilt was fairly in his way. If he hit that duly in the middle, and maintained his pace as he did so, it was calculated that he would be carried out of reach of the flour bag, which, suspended at the other end of the crossbar on the post, would swing round when the board was struck. It was also calculated that if the rider did not maintain his pace, he would get a blow from the flour bag just at the back of his head, and bear about him the signs of his awkwardness, to the great amusement of the lookers on. Harry Greenacre did not object to being powdered with flour in the service of his mistress, and therefore gallantly touched his steed with his spur, having laid his lance in rest to the best of his ability. But his ability in this respect was not great, and his appurtenances probably not very good. Consequently, he struck his horse with his pole unintentionally on the side of the head as he started. The animal swerved and shied, and galloped off wide of the quintain. Harry, well accustomed to manage a horse, but not to do so with a 12-foot rod on his arm, lowered his right hand to the bridle, and thus the end of the lance came to the ground and got between the legs of the steed. Down came rider and steed and staff. Young Greenacre was thrown some 6 feet over the horse's head, and poor Mrs. Thorne almost fell off her tub in a swoon. "Oh, gracious, he is killed!" shrieked the woman who was near him when he fell. "The Lord be good to him! His poor mother, said another. "Well, drat them dangerous place all over the world," said an old crone. Poor Miss Thorne, she heard all this, and yet did not quite swoon. She made her way through the crowd as best she could, sick herself almost to death. Oh, his mother, his poor mother! How could she ever forgive herself? The agony of that moment was terrific. She could hardly get to the place where the poor lad was lying, as 3 or 4 men in front were about the horse, which had risen with some difficulty, but at last she found herself close to the young farmer. "Has he marked himself? For heaven's sake, tell me that. Has he marked his knees?" said Harry, slowly rising and rubbing his left shoulder with his right hand, and thinking only of his horse's legs. Miss Thorne soon found that he had not broken his neck, nor any of his bones, nor been injured in any essential way. But from that time forth she never instigated any one to ride at a quintain. Eleanor left Dr. Stanhope as soon as she could do so civilly, and went in quest of her father, whom she found on the lawn in company with Mr. Arabin. She was not sorry to find them together. She was anxious to disabuse at any rate her father's mind as to this report which had got abroad respecting her, and would have been well pleased to have been able to do the same with regard to Mr. Arabin. She put her own through her father's arm, coming up behind his back, and then tendered her hand also to the vicar of St. Ewold's. "And how did you come?" said Mr. Harding, when the first greeting was over. "The Stanhopes brought me," said she. "Their carriage was obliged to come twice, and has now gone back for the signora." As she spoke she caught Mr Arabin's eye, and saw that he was looking pointedly at her with a severe expression. She understood at once the accusation contained in his glance. It said as plainly as an eye could speak, "Yes, you came with the Stanhopes, but you did so in order that you might be in company with Mr Slope." "Our party," said she, still addressing her father, "consisted of the doctor and Charlotte Stanhope, myself and Mr Slope." As she mentioned the last name, she felt her father's arm quiver slightly beneath her touch. At the same moment Mr Arabin turned away from them, and joining his hands behind his back, strolled slowly away by one of the paths. "Papa," said she, "it was impossible to help coming in the same carriage with Mr Slope. It was quite impossible. I had promised to come with them before I dreamt of his coming, and afterwards I could not get out of it without explaining and giving rise to talk. You weren't at home, you know. I couldn't possibly help it." She said all this so quickly that by the time her apology was spoken she was quite out of breath. "I don't know why you should have wished to help it, my dear," said her father. "Yes, papa, you do. You must know. You do know all the things they said at Plumstead. I am sure you do. You know all the archdeacon said. How unjust he was. And Mr Arabin too. He is a horrid man, a horrid, odious man. But—" "Who is an odious man, my dear? Mr Arabin?" "No, but Mr Slope. You know I mean Mr Slope. He is the most odious man I ever met in my life, and it was most unfortunate my having to come here in the same carriage with him. But how could I help it?" A great weight began to move itself off Mr Harding's mind. So after all, the archdeacon with all his wisdom, and Mrs Grantly with all her tact, and Mr Arabin with all his talent, were in the wrong. His own child, his Eleanor, the daughter of whom he was so proud, was not to become the wife of a Mr Slope. He had been about to give his sanction to the marriage, so certified had he been of the fact, and now he learned that this imputed lover of Eleanor's was at any rate as much disliked by her as by any one of the family. Mr Harding, however, was by no means sufficiently a man of the world to conceal the blunder he had made. He could not pretend that he had entertained no suspicion. He could not make believe that he had never joined the archdeacon in his surmises. He was greatly surprised and gratified beyond measure, and he could not help showing that such was the case. "My darling girl," said he, "I am so delighted, so overjoyed. My own child, you have taken such a weight off my mind." "But surely, papa, you didn't think—" "I didn't know what to think, my dear. The archdeacon told me that—" "The archdeacon," said Eleanor, her face lighting up with passion. A man like the archdeacon might, one would think, be better employed than introducing his sister-in-law and creating bitterness between a father and his daughter. "He didn't mean to do that, Eleanor." "What did he mean then? Why did he interfere with me and fill your mind with such falsehood?" "Never mind it now, my child, never mind it now. We shall all know you better now. Oh, papa, that you should have thought it, that you should have suspected me." "I don't know what you mean by suspicion, Eleanor. There would be nothing disgraceful, you know, nothing wrong in such a marriage. Nothing that could have justified my interfering as your father." and Mr. Harding would have proceeded in his own defence to make out that Mr. Slope, after all, was a very good sort of man, and a very fitting second husband for a young widow, had he not been interrupted by Eleanor's greater energy. "It would be disgraceful," said she. "It would be wrong. It would be abominable. Could I do such a horrid thing? I should expect no one to speak to me. Ugh!" And she shuddered as she thought of the matrimonial torch which her friends had been so ready to light on her behalf. "I don't wonder at Dr. Grantly. I don't wonder at Susan. But, oh, papa, I do wonder at you. How could you? How could you believe it?" Poor Eleanor, as she thought of her father's defalcation, could resist her tears no longer, and was forced to cover her face with her handkerchief. The place was not very opportune for her grief. They were walking through the shrubberies, and there were many people near them. Poor Mr. Harding stammered out his excuse as best he could, and Eleanor, with an effort, controlled her tears and returned her handkerchief to her pocket. She did not find it difficult to forgive her father, nor could she altogether refuse to join him in the returning gaiety of spirit to which her present avowal gave rise. It was such a load off his heart to think that he should not be called on to welcome Mr. Slope as his son-in-law. It was such a relief to him to find that his daughter's feelings and his own were now, as they ever had been, in unison. He had been so unhappy for the last 6 weeks about this wretched Mr. Slope. He was so indifferent as to the loss of the hospital, so thankful for the recovery of his daughter, that, strong as was the ground for Eleanor's anger, she could not find it in her heart to be long angry with him. "Dear papa," she said, hanging closely to his arm, "never suspect me again. Promise me that you never will. Whatever I do, you may be sure I shall tell you first. You may be sure I shall consult you." And Mr. Harding did promise, and owned his sin, and promised again. And so, while he promised amendment, and she uttered forgiveness, they returned together to the drawing-room windows. And what had Eleanor meant when she declared that whatever she did, she would tell her father first? What was she thinking of doing? So ended the first act of the melodrama which Eleanor was called on to perform this day at Ullathorne. End of chapter 36. Ullathorne Sports, Act 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Harnick. Anthony Trollope, Barchester Towers, Chapter 37. The Signora Neroni, the Countess de Courcy, and Mrs. Proudie meet each other at Ullathorne. And now there were new arrivals. Just as Eleanor reached the drawing-room, the Signora was being wheeled into it. She had been brought out of the carriage into the dining-room, and there placed on a sofa, and was now in the act of entering the other room by the joint aid of her brother and sister, Mr. Arabin, and 2 servants in livery. She was all in her glory, and looked so pathetically happy, so full of affliction and grace, was so beautiful, so pitiable, and so charming, that it was almost impossible not to be glad she was there. Miss Thorne was unaffectedly glad to welcome her. In fact, the signora was a sort of lion, and though there was no drop of the lion hunter blood in Miss Thorne's veins, she nevertheless did like to see attractive people at her house. The signora was attractive, and on her first settlement in the dining-room she had whispered 2 or 3 soft feminine words into Miss Thorne's ear, which at the moment had quite touched that lady's heart. "Oh, Miss Thorne, where is Miss Thorne?" she said as soon as her attendants had placed her in her position just before one of the windows, from whence she could see all that was going on upon the lawn. "How am I to thank you for permitting a creature like me to be here? But if you knew the pleasure you give me, I am sure you would excuse the trouble I bring with me." And as she spoke, she squeezed the spinster's little hand between her own. "We are delighted to see you here," said Miss Thorne. "You give us no trouble at all, and we think it a great favour conferred by you to come and see us. Don't we, Wilfred?" "A very great favour indeed," said Mr. Thorne, with a gallant bow, but of a somewhat less cordial welcome than that conceded by his sister. Mr. Thorne had heard, perhaps, more of the antecedents of his guest than his sister had done, and had not as yet undergone the power of the signora's charms. But while the mother of the last of the Neros was thus in her full splendour, with crowds of people gazing at her, and the elite of the company standing round her couch, her glory was paled by the arrival of the Countess de Courcy. Miss Thorne had now been waiting 3 hours for the Countess, and could not therefore but show very evident gratification when the arrival at last took place. She and her brother of course went off to welcome the titled grandees, and with them, alas, went many of the signora's admirers. "Oh, Mr. Thorne," said the Countess, while in the act of being disrobed of her fur cloaks and re-robed in her gauze shawls, "what dreadful roads you have! Perfectly frightful!" It happened that Mr. Thorne was way-warden for the district, and not liking the attack, began to excuse his roads. "Oh yes, indeed they are," said the Countess, not minding him in the least. "Perfectly dreadful, are they not, Margaretta? Why, my dear Miss Thorne, we left Courcy Castle just at 11. It was only just past 11. Was it not, George? And—" "Just past 1, I think you mean," said the Honourable George, turning from the group and eyeing the signora through his glass. The signora gave him back his own, as the saying is, and more with it, so that the young nobleman was forced to avert his glance and drop his glass. "I say, Thorne," whispered he, "who the deuce is that on the sofa?" "Dr. Stanhope's daughter," whispered back Mr. Thorne. "Signora Neroni, she calls herself." Whistled the Honourable George. "The devil she is! I have heard no end of stories about that filly. You must positively introduce me, Thorne. You positively must." Mr. Thorne, who was respectability itself, did not quite like having a guest about whom the Honourable George de Courcy had heard no end of stories, but he couldn't help himself. He merely resolved that before he went to bed he would let his sister know somewhat of the history of the lady she was so willing to welcome. The innocence of Miss Thorne at her time of life was perfectly charming, but even innocence may be dangerous. "George may say what he likes," continued the Countess, urging her excuses to Miss Thorne. I am sure we were past the castle gate before 12, weren't we, Margaretta?" "Upon my word, I don't know," said Lady Margaretta, "for I was half asleep; but I do know that I was called some time in the middle of the night, and was dressing myself before daylight." Wise people, when they are in the wrong, always put themselves right by finding fault with the people against whom they have sinned. Lady De Courcy was a wise woman, and therefore, having treated Miss Thorne very badly by staying away till 3 o'clock, she assumed the offensive and attacked Mr. Thorne's roads. Her daughter, not less wise, attacked Miss Thorne's early hours. The art of doing this is among the most precious of those usually cultivated by persons who know how to live. There is no withstanding it. Who can go systematically to work, and having done battle with the primary accusation, and settle that, then bring forward a counter-charge and support that also? Life is not long enough for such labours. A man in the right relies easily on his rectitude, and therefore goes about unarmed. His very strength is his weakness. A man in the wrong knows that he must look to his weapons. His very weakness is his strength. The one is never prepared for combat, the other is always ready. Therefore, it is that in this world the man that is in the wrong almost invariably conquers the man that is in the right, and invariably despises him. A man must be an idiot or else an angel who after the age of 40 shall attempt to be just to his neighbours. Many, like the Lady Margaretta, have learned their lesson at a much earlier age, but this of course depends on the school in which they have been taught. Poor Miss Thorne was altogether overcome. She knew very well that she had been ill-treated, and yet she found herself making apologies to Lady De Courcy. To do her ladyship justice, she received them very graciously, and allowed herself with her train of daughters to be led towards the lawn. There were 2 windows in the drawing-room wide open for the Countess to pass through, but she saw that there was a woman on a sofa at the 3rd window, and that woman had, as it were, a following attached to her. Her ladyship therefore determined to investigate the woman. The De Courcys were hereditarily short-sighted, and had been so for 30 centuries at least. So Lady De Courcy, who, when she entered the family, had adopted the family habits, did as her son had done before her, and taking her glass to investigate the Signora Neroni, pressed in among the gentlemen who surrounded the couch, and bowed slightly to those whom she chose to honour by her acquaintance. In order to get to the window, she had to pass close to the front of the couch, and as she did so, she stared hard at the occupant. The occupant, in return, stared hard at the Countess. The Countess, who, since her countessship commenced, had been accustomed to see all eyes, not royal, ducal, or marquesal, fall before her own, paused as she went on, raised her eyebrows, and stared even harder than before. But she had now to do with one who cared little for countesses. It was, one may say, impossible for mortal man or woman to abash Madeleine Neroni. She opened her large, bright, lustrous eyes wider and wider, till she seemed to be all eyes. She gazed up into the lady's face, not as though she did it with an effort, but as if she delighted in doing it. She used no glass to assist her effrontery, and needed none. The faintest possible smile of derision played round her mouth, and her nostrils were slightly dilated, as if in sure anticipation of her triumph. And it was sure. The Countess de Courcy, in spite of her 30 centuries, and De Courcy Castle, and the fact that Lord De Courcy was Grand Master of the ponies to the Prince of Wales, had not a chance with her. At first the little circlet of gold wavered in the Countess's hand, then the hand shook, then the circlet fell. The Countess's head tossed itself into the air, and the Countess's feet shambled out to the lawn. She did not, however, go so fast but what she heard the Signora's voice asking, "Who on earth is that woman, Mr Slope?" "That is Lady De Courcy." "Oh, I might have supposed so. Ha, ha, ha. Well, that is as good as a play." It was as good as a play to any there who had eyes to observe it, and wit to comment on what they observed. But the Lady De Courcy soon found a congenial spirit on the lawn. There she encountered Mrs Proudie, and as Mrs Proudie was not only the wife of a bishop, but was also the cousin of an earl, Lady De Courcy considered her to be the fittest companion she was likely to meet in that assemblage. They were accordingly delighted to see each other. Mrs Proudie by no means despised the Countess, and as this Countess lived in the county and within a sort of extensive visiting distance of Barchester, she was glad to have this opportunity of ingratiating herself. "My dear Lady De Courcy, I am so delighted," said she, looking as little grim as it was in her nature to do. "I hardly expected to see you here. It is such a distance, and then, you know, such a crowd." "And such roads, Mrs Proudie. I really wonder how the people ever get about. But I don't suppose they ever do." "Well, I really don't know, but I suppose not. The Thornes don't, I know," said Mrs Proudie. "Very nice person, Miss Thorne, isn't she?" "Oh, delightful, and so queer. I have known her these 20 years. A great pet of mine is dear Miss Thorne. She is so very strange, you know. She always makes me think of the Eskimos and the Indians. Isn't her dress quite delightful?" "Delightful," said Mrs Proudie. "I wonder now whether she paints. Did you ever see such colour?" "Oh, of course," said Lady De Courcy. "That is, I have no doubt she does. But, Mrs Proudie, who is that woman on the sofa by the window? Just step this way and you will see her. There." And the Countess led her to a spot where she could plainly see the Signora's well-remembered face and figure. She did not, however, do so without being equally well seen by the Signora. "Look, look," said that lady to Mr Slope, who was still standing near her. "See the high spiritualities and temporalities of the land in league together, and all against poor me. I will wager my bracelet, Mr Slope, against your next sermon that they have taken up their position there on purpose to pull me to pieces. Well, I can't rush to the combat, but I know how to protect myself if the enemy come near me." But the enemy knew better. They could gain nothing by contact with the Signora Neroni, and they could abuse her as they pleased at a distance from her on the lawn. "She is that horrid Italian woman, Lady De Courcy. You must have heard of her." "What Italian woman?" said her ladyship, quite alive to the coming story. "I don't think I have heard of any Italian woman coming into the country. She doesn't look Italian either." "Oh, you must have heard of her," said Mrs Proudie. "No, she is not absolutely Italian. She is Dr Stanhope's daughter. Dr Stanhope, the prebendary, and she calls herself the Signora Neroni." "Oh!" exclaimed the countess. "I was sure you had heard of her," continued Mrs Proudie. "I don't know anything about her husband. They do say that some man named Neroni is still alive. I believe she did marry such a man abroad, but I do not at all know who or what he was." "Oh!" exclaimed the countess, shaking her head with much intelligence as every additional H fell from her lips. "I know all about it now. I have heard George mention her. George knows all about her. George heard about her in Rome." "She is an abominable woman at any rate," said Mrs Proudie. "Insufferable," said the countess. "She made her way into the palace once, before I knew anything about her, and I cannot tell you how dreadfully indecent her conduct was." "Was it?" said the delighted countess. "Insufferable," said the prelatess. "But why does she lie on a sofa?" asked Lady De Courcy. "She has only one leg," replied Mrs Proudie. "Only one leg?" said Lady De Courcy, who felt to a certain degree dissatisfied that the signora was thus incapacitated. "Was she born so?" "Oh no," said Mrs Proudie, and her ladyship felt somewhat recomforted by the assurance. "She had two, but that Signor Neroni beat her, I believe, till she was obliged to have one amputated. At any rate, she entirely lost the use of it." "Unfortunate creature," said the countess, who herself knew something of matrimonial trials. "Yes," said Mrs Proudie, "one would pity her in spite of her past bad conduct, if she now knew how to behave herself. But she doesn't. She is the most insolent creature I ever put my eyes on." "Indeed she is," said Lady De Courcy. "And her conduct with men is so abominable that she is not fit to be admitted into any lady's drawing-room." "Dear me," said the countess, becoming again excited, happy, and merciless. "You saw that man standing near her, the clergyman with the red hair?" "Yes, yes." "She has absolutely ruined that man. The bishop, or I should rather take the blame on myself, for it was I brought him down from London to Barchester. He is a tolerable creature, an active young man, and I therefore introduced him to the bishop. That woman, Lady De Courcy, has got hold of him, and has so disgraced him that I am forced to require that he shall leave the palace, and I doubt very much whether he won't lose his gown." "Why, what an idiot the man must be," said the countess. "You don't know the intriguing villainy of that woman," said Mrs Proudie, remembering her torn flounces. "But you say she has only got one leg." "She is as full of mischief as though she had 10. Look at her eyes, Lady De Courcy. Did you ever see such eyes in a decent woman's head?" "Indeed I never did, Mrs Proudie." "And her effrontery, and her voice. I quite pity her poor father, who is really a good sort of man." "Dr Stanhope, isn't he?" "Yes, Dr Stanhope. He is one of our prebendaries, a good, quiet sort of man himself. But I am surprised that he should let his daughter conduct herself as she does." "I suppose he can't help it," said the countess. "But a clergyman, you know, Lady De Courcy. He should at any rate prevent her from exhibiting in public, if he cannot induce her to behave at home. But he is to be pitied. I believe he has a desperate life of it with the lot of them. That apish-looking man there, with the long beard and the loose trousers, he is the woman's brother. He is nearly as bad as she is. They are both of them infidels." "Infidels," said Lady De Courcy, "and their father a prebendary." "Yes, and likely to be the new dean too," said Mrs Proudie. "Oh yes, poor dear Dr Trefoil," said the countess, who had once in her life spoken to that gentleman. "I was so distressed to hear it, Mrs Proudie. And so Dr Stanhope is to be the new dean. He comes of an excellent family, and I wish him success in spite of his daughter. Perhaps, Mrs Proudie, when he is dean, they will be better able to see the error of their ways." To this Mrs Proudie said nothing. Her dislike of the Signora Neroni was too deep to admit of her even hoping that that lady should see the error of her ways. Mrs Proudie looked on the Signora as one of the lost, one of those beyond the reach of Christian charity, and was therefore able to enjoy the luxury of hating her without the drawback of wishing her eventually well out of her sins. Any further conversation between these congenial souls was prevented by the advent of Mr Thorne, who came to lead the countess to the tent. Indeed, he had been desired to do so some 10 minutes since, but he had been delayed in the drawing-room by the Signora. She had contrived to detain him, to get him near to her sofa, and at last to make him seat himself on a chair close to her beautiful arm. The fish took the bait, was hooked and caught and landed. Within that 10 minutes he had heard the whole of the Signora's history, in such strains as she chose to use in telling it. He learned from the lady's own lips the whole of that mysterious tale to which the Honourable George had merely alluded. He discovered that the beautiful creature lying before him had been more sinned against than sinning. She had owned to him that she had been weak, confiding, and indifferent to the world's opinion, and that she had therefore been ill-used, deceived, and evil spoken of. She had spoken to him of her mutilated limb, her youth destroyed in fullest bloom, her beauty robbed of its every charm, her life blighted, her hopes withered, and as she did so a tear dropped from her eye to her cheek. She had told him of these things and asked for his sympathy. What could a good-natured, genial, Anglo-Saxon Squire Thorne do but promise to sympathize with her? Mr Thorne did promise to sympathize, promised also to come and see the last of the Neros, to hear more of those fearful Roman days, of those light and innocent but dangerous hours which flitted by so fast on the shores of Como, and to make himself the confidant of the Signora's sorrows. We need hardly say that he dropped all idea of warning his sister against the dangerous lady. He had been mistaken, never so much mistaken in his life. He had always regarded that Honourable George as a coarse, brutal-minded young man. Now he was more convinced than ever that he was so. It was by such men as the Honourable George that the reputations of such women as Madeline Neroni were imperilled and damaged. He would go and see the lady in her own house. He was fully sure in his own mind of the soundness of his own judgment. If he found her, as he believed he should do, an injured, well-disposed, warm-hearted woman, he would get his sister Monica to invite her out to Ullathorne. "No," said she, as at her instance he got up to leave her and declared that he himself would attend upon her wants. "No, no, my friend, I positively put a veto upon your doing so. What, in your own house, with an assemblage round you such as there is here, do you wish to make every woman hate me and every man stare at me? I lay a positive order on you not to come near me again to-day. Come and see me at home. It is only at home that I can talk. It is only at home that I really can live and enjoy myself. My days of going out, days such as these, are rare indeed. Come and see me at home, Mr. Thorne, and then I will not bid you to leave me." It is, we believe, common with young men of 25 to look on their seniors, on men of, say, double their own age, as so many stocks and stones, that is, in regard to feminine beauty. There never was a greater mistake. Women, indeed, generally know better, but on this subject men of one age are thoroughly ignorant of what is the very nature of mankind of other ages. No experience of what goes on in the world, no reading of history, no observation of life has any effect in teaching the truth. Men of 50 don't dance mazurkas, being generally too fat and wheezy, nor do they sit for the hour together on river banks at their mistresses' feet, being somewhat afraid of rheumatism. But for real true love, love at first sight, love to devotion, love that robs a man of his sleep, love that will gaze an eagle blind, love that will hear the lowest sound when the suspicious tread of theft is stopped, love that is like a Hercules still climbing trees in the Hesperides. We believe the best age is from 45 to 70. Up to that, men are generally given to mere flirting. At the present moment, Mr. Thorne, at 50, was over head and ears in love at first sight with the Signora Madeline Vesey Nerone, nata Stanhope. Nevertheless, he was sufficiently master of himself to offer his arm with all propriety to Lady De Courcy, and the Countess graciously permitted herself to be led to the tent. Such had been Miss Thorne's orders, as she had succeeded in inducing the bishop to lead old Lady Noel to the top of the dining-room. One of the baronets was sent off in quest of Mrs. Proudie, and found that lady on the lawn, not in the best of humours. Mr. Thorne and the Countess had left her too abruptly. She had in vain looked about for an attendant chaplain, or even a stray curate. They were all drawing long bows with the young ladies at the bottom of the lawn, or finding places for their graceful co-toxophilites in some snug corner of the tent. In such position Mrs. Proudie had been wont in earlier days to fall back upon Mr. Slope, but now she could never fall back upon him again. She gave her head one shake as she thought of her lone position, and that shake was as good as a week deducted from Mr. Slope's longer sojourn at Barchester. Sir Harkaway Gorse, however, relieved her present misery, though his doing so by no means mitigated the sinning chaplain's doom. And now the eating and drinking began in earnest. Dr. Grantly, to his great horror, found himself leagued to Mrs. Clantantram. Mrs. Clantantram had a great regard for the archdeacon, which was not cordially returned, and when she, coming up to him, whispered in his ear, "Come, Archdeacon, I am sure you won't begrudge an old friend the favour of your arm," and then proceeded to tell him the whole history of her roquelaure, he resolved that he would shake her off before he was 15 minutes older. But latterly the archdeacon had not been successful in his resolutions, and on the present occasion Mrs. Clantantram stuck to him till the banquet was over. Dr. Gwynne got a baronet's wife, and Mrs. Grantly fell to the lot of a baronet. Charlotte Stanhope attached herself to Mr. Harding in order to make room for Bertie, who succeeded in sitting down in the dining-room next to Mrs. Bold. To speak sooth, now that he had love in earnest to make, his heart almost failed him. Eleanor had been right glad to avail herself of his arm, seeing that Mr. Slope was hovering nigh her. In striving to avoid that terrible Charybdis of a Slope, she was in great danger of falling into an unseen Scylla. On the other hand, that Scylla being Bertie Stanhope. Nothing could be more gracious than she was to Bertie. She almost jumped at his proffered arm. Charlotte perceived this from a distance and triumphed in her heart. Bertie felt it and was encouraged. Mr. Slope saw it and glowered with jealousy. Eleanor and Bertie sat down to table in the dining-room, and as she took her seat at his right hand, she found that Mr. Slope was already in possession of the chair at her own. As these things were going on in the dining-room, Mr. Arabin was hanging enraptured and alone over the signora's sofa, and Eleanor from her seat could look through the open door and see that he was doing so. End of chapter 37.